crowd, like that camera, do we just say, hey?
I think he's doing it during big moments.
Okay, but if I'm like, hey, okay. What is up? We are live from Innisfree Irish Pub. We're going to live stream this Alabama-Georgia game coming up. Going to break it down and get into it. First of all, thank you guys for being here. The crowd's going to continue to get bigger here in Innisfree and get even crazier. So when you hear that noise, you probably know if you're not watching the game for some reason, something good happened. Obviously, David Cohn to my left, Blaine Crane to my right. Really excited to get into this game, what we expect, and what has become the Game of Thrones matchup for not just the SEC, but all of college football. But gentlemen, excited to be here. First time we've ever done this on the road. How you feeling? So
excited. The first thing I want to say is shout out to everyone in the Southeast who's been affected by the storm. My hometown of Statesboro, it's been devastated. Couldn't even get in touch with my parents for 36 hours. Just talked to them. They're safe, thank God. Georgia Southern with a big win on the road just now beating Georgia State. I just saw prayers to everyone affected by the storm. But in terms of being here in Tuscaloosa, the energy and the vibe since we got here yesterday up to this very moment, I mean, Innisfree is packed. Shout out to the people of Tuscaloosa. Y'all been so welcoming so far. This is the mecca of college football.
Blaine, you excited? We're going to get to the chat. I promise you we're going to get to the chat. The audience is going to get to ask questions too and come up, but how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. This is the first time I've ever been in Innisfree sober, so this is a new experience to me. It's absolutely packed.
Hey, will you leave here sober?
Yes, that's the question. We don't answer that actually. But again, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate you guys joining us. Guys, I want to get into a couple other of these games. We also want your prediction for the Alabama-Georgia score. Throw that in the chat as well in the comments. Obviously, Kentucky beating Ole Miss on the road after playing Georgia really tight. And maybe it wasn't just a, hey, Kentucky plays Georgia tight. This defense and the front seven for Kentucky dominated the offensive line of Ole Miss pretty much the whole night outside of the first drive. David, your thoughts on what this means going forward for Ole Miss and obviously Kentucky?
Well, the big narrative for Ole Miss, we said, okay, they look really, really good, but they hadn't played anyone yet. Now you play Kentucky and you play them at home. Look, you can't turn the football over more than the other team, have half the amount of possession as the other team, commit 3 times as many penalties at home as the other team, and then have fewer rushing yards. It's just not a good recipe to win. So now I look at this Kentucky team that got blown out by South Carolina, comes back and responds by playing Georgia as tight as you can play a football game but still losing, and now going on the road to beat this Ole Miss team. Yeah, we can say that Ole Miss didn't play fierce competition up to this point, and maybe they're not as good as we thought. That's still a heck of a win for a Kentucky program to respond like this the last few weeks.
Well, and Blaine, it's so hard to get a team up after the way they played against Georgia. The physical, knockdown, drag out, you get so close, you don't win it, you're doubting yourself. But Mark Stoops, again, man, his teams are who he is. A grinder, they're physical. It may not be flashy, it may not be super sexy, but it translates.
Yeah, this was an absolute every bit of a Kentucky football game, but I want to go to the other side in Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. And I said this a Wednesday of last week. when Lane Kiffin even got the question. He's talking about Auburn and Hugh Freeze. He needs to be locked in what he had in front of him, Kentucky, because Ole Miss hasn't been challenged this entire year. Wake Forest is terrible. I'm pretty sure they just lost to Louisiana, and it's the same Lane Kiffin. He's a troll, and I get it, but sooner or later you're going to have to take something serious and beat somebody important in a big game, and he still hasn't done that. So this tells me more about Ole Miss than it does Kentucky.
Well, and again, you're looking at the playoffs and saying, hey, you know, a 9-3 team is probably not going to get in. You look at tiebreakers to get in the SEC championship game. Ole Miss is in a lot of trouble, but they can still get themselves out of it. Now they've got to thread the needle, and I didn't think it would be the offense that let them down, even though they've shown improvement on the defense. I thought Ole Miss's defense was pretty decent for most of the game. They just weren't able to move the ball.
1 third-down conversion for Ole Miss. That's
so
almost
crazy.
Unfathomable. 1 third-down conversion with this offense that's just been world beater so far this season. That says to me, that speaks to the Kentucky defense and the way that Mark Stoops coached up this team. I was down on the quad tailgating here at Tuscaloosa. I saw one Kentucky fan decked out in blue. I interviewed him before the game, and I interviewed him after. The guy said, if Kentucky holds on to win this game, I'm going to interview you again after. Because in the middle of it, I said, hey, Kentucky keeps playing these close games, but they never win them. How much can you have a moral loss and a moral victory and a loss? And after the game, man, he was like, this is why we believed in Mark Stoops.
Yeah, we're going to get to the chat again. We are live from Innisfree Irish Pub. It's going to get nuts in here. We're super excited. The vibe is already elite, but it's going to get even better. Blaine, I want to talk about Auburn for a second because they're about to choke this game against Oklahoma. It's looking like. I am to the point now, and I've said it, I'm not going to keep saying the same stuff over and over again. You look at the DNA of this team, they always find a way to screw it up. Even when you're put in a position where Oklahoma looks like they just got done with a Civil War battle on their injury report. You're up 21-10 in the fourth quarter, and you throw a pick six, right? Not only that, you're up and you don't run the ball. Yeah. You throw it. That keeps the clock going when you're up 11 in the fourth quarter. If Auburn doesn't come back and win this, I'm starting to think Peyton Thorne may be a plant. Maybe he was a plant that when he was a young child was some intelligence agency for Alabama or Georgia or somebody got to him. Because there is just no way you can be this consistently bad and choke this consistently or as much as he does in big moments. On purpose.
Yeah. No,
it's incredible.
I'm done talking about Peyton Thorne. This isn't Peyton Thorne's fault. This is Hugh Freeze's fault.
Yeah.
You're the head coach for a reason, and you went and got nobody out of the transfer portal. That's on you. The last 2 drives from Auburn from a play calling standpoint was atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. You are throwing the ball when it is basically a designated run every play. That's on Hugh, and it keeps getting worse and worse. And sooner or later, it's going to keep piling up. I don't think Hugh Freeze should get fired. I think he needs more time, obviously, but he needs to do the things he's supposed to do, and that the first thing is fix the quarterback position. He hasn't done that, and I promise you it's not going to get any better. Peyton Thorne played good today and somewhat compared to what he's done the last couple weeks, and if you're Auburn, that's terrifying.
Yeah, and again, the choke artistry of this team is unrivaled, and we'll see what happens at the end of this game. It's not looking good. But I've never seen the DNA of a team that blows it more than this group has the last year and a half. And I hate sitting here and being like this, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not worried about what the coaches think we say like some other people are. This is embarrassing. I very rarely in my life have I ever been embarrassed to be an Auburn fan, but this is an unserious product. And if it doesn't get fixed, next year, you better not only win, but you probably got to win pretty big. If you're going to go 3-9, which is what it's looking like you're going to go. It's just baffling to me as we see Peyton Thorne deliver a ball here that's incomplete. It's going to be 4th and 1. This game's basically over. What an incredible choke job by this Auburn team. Blaine, I'm going to go ahead and get to the chat, though, before we get
Chad,
to the
hit that like, hit that subscribe button. If you donate, it's on topic. It will get read. I'm going to do my best to get to all these donations today. We're going to start it off with I hate your couch. I love your couch, brother. It says, Blaine, is it me or does Auburn's offense pre-snap look like a disaster? I've not seen so many players looking for the sideline plays as an offense and saying hi. It's a disaster from the top to bottom. Love the show. Hate the product on the field for Auburn.
And that's going to be the end of the game. Right there, Auburn comes up short at the 14. Credit to Oklahoma for fighting back. You see what a team that's got that dog in them a little bit's like. That's the difference. Auburn doesn't have that dog in them. They're panickers, and it's sickening to watch. But I hate your catch. We're going to talk from a schematic standpoint. I think sometimes on defense, too. Auburn struggles to line up, but it's the decision-making. It's the poor timed, catastrophic mistakes like you saw there. And look, it's not always just on one guy. It's not just Peyton Thornton. He played good for most of the day. But listen, you can have a really good race as a NASCAR driver and lead the whole race. But if you crash into the wall on the last lap and lose, none of that matters. None of that matters. What you're going to see here in about 20 minutes is two teams that know how to win going at each other. Two teams that aren't afraid of the moment. Two teams that don't have a panicker at quarterback. And two teams that want to rise to the occasion, not run away from it because they're scared to damn death. And people can think I'm being too harsh. I'm not. We've watched the same thing over and over again. But Blaine, let's stay in the chat.
All right, let's go to Evan P. What's up, Evan? Says, David, sneaky one against Minnesota. Why do you think we fell apart late so bad? Is it a coaching thing, or did the players not execute?
What I tell you after last week, if you're going to play one-dimensional ball and you're going to start Alex Orji, get ready for this every single week. If Michigan wins, they're going to win by 3. If they win, they're going to win by 4, maybe win by 7. That's how it's going to be if you're going to play one-dimensional football. But I'll tell you what, everything that Jake just talked about and Blaine talked about with Auburn, that game proves that the game comes down to just a couple of plays, because Peyton Thorne and DJ Durkin's defense played really good football for most of the game. I looked at you at a couple points and said, those are dots from Peyton Thorne. He's playing good. Down the stretch, you throw a pick 6, it costs you the game. So if you're Michigan right now and you're looking, at least you're on the closing end of that. At least you're going in and throwing strikes in the 9th inning to be able to close down. Yeah, we're not playing good in the second half right now. 3 touchdowns by Minnesota in the 4th quarter, that's not good enough, but at least you're on the winning end of it, and you can take that momentum into next week.
Yeah, and David, I would much rather be talking about deficiencies after a win.
Yeah.
It seems like they kind of took their foot off the pedal a little bit in the end of that game, which is very un-Michigan-like to me when you look at the culture that's been built there. But it's a win.
Yeah.
You win and you move on. It's a great point. You've made this Michigan team, even though it looked like it was going to be a blowout, they're not going to win many blowouts, but you win the game. And this team's going to continue to grow together. We know what they are in the passing game. So just being able to win in conference play each week is a big thing.
Well, I told you last week against USC when Michigan played its best half of football in the first half, and then in the second half played one of its worst half of football, but held on to win. I said that's so unusual because with the Jim Harbaugh-led teams the last few years and Jesse Minter and Mike McDonald, their best halves are in the second half. Well, you saw that again today. Minnesota went in and made adjustments. If you're Michigan, you got to figure out a way to be, still be great in the first half, but be better than your opponent in the second half. That's what I'm looking for.
Without a doubt. All right, Blaine, one more.
All right, let's go to Christina W. Christina, what's up? It says, fellas, I know we haven't talked about it and there's bigger games, but right now Army and Navy both 4-0 since the first time since 1945. Could we see a military school in the playoffs?
Let's hope.
Look, I think Army's got a chance. You get Notre Dame at the end of the year. I think they're going to be better than basically every team they play outside of Notre Dame. And it's tough. The way Army runs that triple, it's not like Air Force does where it's like a 95% run rate. They got a little bit of witchiness in them in the way they do it. They can threaten you with the pass enough to open up more things in the run. With Army, it's not about just stopping the dive, because they are able, they're old, this group has grown together, they got a quarterback that is perfectly fit to run this offense. And any team that football practice is the easiest part of their day, I feel like they deserve something at the end of the year, so it could be Army. Remember, if you donate, it will get read.
All right, let's go to the dog. He says the refs gave Miami the win in that phantom holding call. What's y'all's thought on the reversal in the Virginia Tech-Miami game?
Look, I'm worried about Miami's defense.
Yeah.
We talked about it last week against USF. They had one guy that couldn't really throw the ball, and yet Miami still struggled. Stayed in man the whole game. Virginia Tech is not a good offensive team. They're not, and they were able to move the ball at will. Drones looked like a seasoned veteran that had a huge handle on the offense. The passing game seemed to be there, but Miami did find a way to win. But we asked, is there a team outside of the SEC or the Big Ten that can win a national championship? Most of us said Miami. I'm telling you guys, if that defense is not improved, as good as Cam Ward is, as good as Restrepo is, as big as Damian Martinez is, that team will not win a national
Well,
championship.
we were watching this game at Chuck's Fish last night, and Blaine, you've been talking about Miami's secondary for a while, so I paid special attention to watching them last night. They got exposed at some times, but Jake down the stretch was like, Cam Ward's going to save him. Cam Ward's going to save him. Then he completes that unbelievable pass, that lateral out to the side, and it's like, oh, that's a Heisman-type moment. In terms of the very last play, I think that's one of the few plays I've ever seen in football where you can't see in there.
Yeah.
No referee knows what happened. If they say they know that it was complete or incomplete, they're guessing. We need to have something where the referees can say, I don't know, let's go look at it.
No, without a doubt.
Doesn't this Miami team remind you of a watered-down version of LSU last year?
A little bit.
The resemblance is crazy to me.
Not
Are they
as
that bad on
elite
defense?
offensively.
Yeah.
Well, you said watered down, so I don't think they're as elite as Jaden Daniels and LSU were offensively, but I don't think they're as bad as LSU was defensively. So close, I think it's a pretty decent comp, but Miami has got to get that fixed. You sneak away with the win, and if you're Virginia Tech, trying to bounce back from that opening week loss against Vanderbilt, this would have been a huge one, especially being in conference. Tough loss, man. You just lost to Rutgers as well the week before. It's a tough situation for Brent Pry and Virginia Tech, and he is on the hot seat.
So what'd y'all think of the last play?
I thought the call on the field should have stood. Like, whatever the call on the field, in that instance, you make a call on the field and you can't tell exactly what happened, right? It should probably stand. We saw it in the Auburn-Oklahoma game. I thought the guy's knee was down, but they stuck with the call on the field because they didn't have indisputable, I guess, video evidence or whatever. In that case, you know, it got changed. I was surprised. I thought they were just going to go with what was called.
Well, apparently what it was when the ball jumped up, one of the Miami players who are already out of bounds touched it. And from there on, that is an absolute dead ball and it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
But the referee can't make that call.
Yeah.
He can't make that call. It's a thing to me where I'd rather you not make that call and go straight to the video board and figure it out, because that was not a catch.
Yeah.
I think all football fans know that was not a catch.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to this.
Georgia's banged up on the defensive line. Georgia looked terrible against Kentucky. Well, I think Kentucky's a little bit better football team than they thought we were. They thought they were. They showed that against Ole Miss, who's a damn good team in the SEC. I know one thing. I've seen Kirby Smart win big games. On the road, at home, in the backyard, in a villa somewhere in Paraguay. I don't give a damn. Kalen DeBoer has to prove it to me. And until he does that, I'm rolling with the dogs, baby. Rolling with the dogs.
Two Bamas, one Georgia. I think I know what everybody in Innisfree right now thinks. I think, are y'all taking Bama? Is it Bama's the Tide rolling today? All right, Bama. All right, hey, if you got a question or a comment, you can step up here and ask it about the game before we get into it here in 8 minutes.
20 minutes.
20 minutes, 27 minutes, excuse me. Another point I want to make about this game. When you look at Alabama defensively, going against this Georgia offense, you have less to take away than what Kane Womack has to take away against Georgia. If you're Glenn Schumann, if you're Kirby Smart, I have to worry about the quarterback run. I've got to worry about when guys are locked up, him creating outside of the pocket, and that's not just taking off, that's keeping his eyes downfield, and when it all turns into a scramble drill, which remember people, it's zone until it's man, and it will always be that way. Who wins the Ryan Stiles, whose line is it anyway plays? I would put my money on Jalen Milroe. Can Carson Beck's legs be enough without being a diverse runner to be able to get some 3rd and 6s? We'll see. But Tate Ratledge being hurt on the offensive line for Georgia, not just because he's a good player, but because he's a leader. When it comes down to communication and chemistry, David, how worried should Georgia fans be on the offensive line?
Well, everything you're talking about there is just a reality of having to defend against a mobile quarterback. And really, when we talk about Jalen Milroe, not just a mobile quarterback, the best athlete on the field, right? Like generational athlete type ability. But also keep in mind, while that is tougher to defend against for Georgia, it also increases your opportunities to get a turnover on the same player. If Jalen Milroe is going to have more quarterback runs, he's going to have the ball in his hands more, you have an opportunity to make him fumble more. If he's going to be throwing the ball from the pocket or throwing the ball on the run, you have a chance to get a tip pick, a pick six, something like that, and Jalen Milroe has turned the football over. We saw it early in the season last year when Texas came to town. That's one of the big reasons Texas beat Alabama here in Tuscaloosa. I know how much Jalen Milroe has grown since then. I know that, but at the same time, that's how you can win if you're Georgia. Turn him over.
I want to make a prediction right now. I'm going to make one. I think Georgia's first possession of the game, they may take a shot on the first play. They may send Lovett deep on a 9 route and let Carson air one out or some type of trick play. Do not be surprised at all if you see that, because if I'm Kirby Smart, all I've heard all week is we can't hit explosive plays. We can't hit explosive plays. Well, damn it, 1st and 10, the first time I get the ball, I'm getting in 12 personnel. I may go max protect. I'm going to go singles on each side, Z and an X, however they call it, and I'm going play action to ETN, and I'm taking a shot. The shots aren't just for the people at the bars in the first quarter. They're for offenses, too. I think Kirby comes out blamed and takes a shot. Do you agree?
Well, you have to do something. You have to show somebody, even when you beat Clemson by 30, nobody was impressed with your offense. You're not going to be, you're able to nickel and dime your way down the field against Alabama with what they have on the other side on offense. You have to hit big plays. But who is that going to be? Is it Lovett? Is it Delp? Is it the running back? Sooner or later, you have to make defenses afraid of you. And right now, which is a crazy thing to say, no defense is afraid of Georgia on offense.
And I agree with that. I think a lot of Georgia fans would agree. Also, wheel routes, wheel routes, wheel routes, wheel routes. I think Georgia's going to have a lot of wheel routes at the running back, and you're going to be able to tell when he's going to do it because he's going to align a little bit wider to the quarterback in the shotgun, right? Because he's trying to get there faster. One way to expand a defense and manufacture those big plays is not just on the seam, which is the most dangerous, but on the edges as well. Make those linebackers have to run. Whether they're in cover 2, make that corner have to feel that running back coming out, going through the flats. I think you're going to get a lot of different combinations than we've seen from Georgia. I think Mike Bobo has held some back, but when you get a chance, you got to hit them. You got to hit them. You're only going to get a couple chances in this game, and I'm telling you right now, at some point, Ryan Williams is going to hit one deep. At some point, Alabama's going to make a play down the field, or Jalen Milroe is going to realize, hey, they're in cover one, it's man free, their backs are turned, I'm going to take off. And Jalen Milroe is the best running back in this game. Do not forget it. Whether it's Q counter, power read, Q power, they're going to get him more involved than a detective in a city with a high crime rate. Expect Jalen Milroe to make some big plays, too.
I agree. Let's get to these donations. We got a $100 dono from a darn good dog. Says, Jake Crane, this is for your future baby girl and Blaine's future niece. Go get her a little Giraffe Lux baby blanket before she is born. This one's on me.
Appreciate it, buddy. Good luck. Good luck here in about 20 minutes. It's going to be an absolute fist fight. I can't wait to see it. I just hope my baby girl looks like her mom. I think we're all rooting for that the most.
Let's go to a $5 donation from Jakey Stew. Appreciate it. How about them Kansas State Wildcats? Avery looked better even with the pick. Stayed poised in the pocket and delivered some impressive shots down the field.
Told you all week Kansas State was going to beat their ass to death.
You did
and
say
it took a little while. It took a bit longer. But once Kansas State got rolling, they were rolling. That Oklahoma State defense is fraudulent. I don't care how many people you return. That's a common misconception. If I got a car in 2022 that doesn't work and I don't fix it, in 2023, it returns, but it still doesn't run. We can talk about the offense. We've known the deficiencies we've seen with them with Ollie Gordon, but they were rocking and rolling early on offense, Oklahoma State was. They were hitting big plays through the air. Ollie Gordon was getting his way to the second level and running guys over. So, David, I mean, this Oklahoma State, is Kansas State the biggest threat to Utah in the Big 12?
And that's why,
or is it BYU?
Well, hey, look, BYU, I'm so glad I took them as a dog bet this week to make up for my 3-9 prediction I had preseason for BYU. They come out and they win the football game. And now, to answer your question, yes, I do think Kansas State is the next best team up against Utah. That's why I had them both those teams playing in the Big 12 championship. But now you look, Colorado's beating Central Florida on the road right now. And if Colorado can go beat Central Florida on the road, they really can play with anyone in the conference, because I haven't been really impressed. Now I think Oklahoma State's out of Big 12 championship contention.
I think they are. If Colorado wins this game, it's the most impressive win Colorado's had.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Now that's the type of win that we were promised if they go on the road and beat Central Florida.
Yeah, and again, if they continue to grow from it, we know who Travis is, we know who Shadur is, who Wester is. Will Shepherd's a guy that's still a problem. So Colorado is dog walking UCF right now on the road, which that's a scary proposition for anybody in the Big 12. All right, Blaine.
Let's go to a $10 donation from Mikey. Appreciate it, Mike. Fire up them chips. What a crazy win. Still thinking this is a Milroe heavy run game, and Bama pulls out the W in the end. Much love, guys. Love the show.
Hey, appreciate it, man. It's good. Look, this in a game with margins this small, with this many athletes that are NFL players running on the field, it's going to come down to 3 to 5 plays. Who are going to make the 3 to 5 plays that win the game? I think you'd be crazy not to think it would be Alabama, but Georgia's got some guys that are going to play in the league too. We just haven't seen them take that next step.
All right, let's go to CDW. What's up? He says, hey, we need to talk about Fresno State, fellas.
Duke has come back. He loses this one. Listen, Max had an incredible career, but sometimes when all the villagers start singing, you know it's time to take the old person down by the beach.
How do they sing?
Put him on the raft. Whoa, whoa, yo, whoa, 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 whoa. That's how they start singing, even in the olden times. And light the torches, and you put them on the river, and you thank them.
Vandegrift is making a lot of plays outside the pocket with his legs. He did that against Georgia. That kept him in it. He did it again today, and it led to a victory.
Yeah, I mean, and Brock, it's not pretty.
No.
Like, it's not a
it's
not a Hallmark
maybe that
movie.
means they know a little bit more about who they are.
Yeah,
this is how it's going to be.
Yeah, it's way more of a mud, one of those mud races, mud runner or whatever it is, than it is a Hallmark movie. It's their offense is basically like going to a monster truck rally. It's just guys running into guys with big stuff around them.
That's football, baby.
That's football, baby, in its purest form.
Let's go to a $5 donation from Zach Fisher. He says Southern, not State. At Big Man
Southern, not State.
Shout out
son.
Clay Helton.
Gatta.
Big dub on the road. Georgia State, Del McGee, guy I got a lot of belief in, but man, Georgia Southern, after losing to Ole Miss, which we all knew was going to happen, big win for them. Big bounce-back win for the Frenchmen and everybody.
Which, Del McGee, offensive lineman at Statesboro High School for Buzz Busby, so he knows Statesboro well himself.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from Brian the Ringer. Says, sorry about Auburn today, fellas. Y'all's quarterback blew it.
Dude, again, I
edge closer and closer to jumping off a building every time Auburn plays on a Saturday.
Here's the saddest part about all of it. I would have been surprised if we'd have held on and won. That's what I'd have been surprised about, if we'd have found a way to win that game. It's pathetic. Like, and again, I get, it's not just on one person. That the buck stops with the head coach and Hugh Freeze. But what an absolutely unserious product that Auburn football has become. And I'm going to be patient with him. He's a guy I thought should get the job. But how many different ways can you screw up? They should do a study. We should have scientists and psychologists and the minds of our time do a study on what's going on in Auburn right now, because we can't let it get close to our military. Or we're all in big trouble. I've never seen a group of people that choke more outside of Auburn. It is just, it's baffling to me. They should be pointed and laughed at. And you're getting paid money. Lots of money. If Peyton Thorne really cared, he would give all the money back to everyone that has given money to that program and to him specifically. Because it is a clown show. Even in playing good, you find a way to ruin all of it.
All right, let's go to SEC football. He says, guys, should Tennessee now be worried? Do you think Kentucky can keep up with them up front?
Yes. The difference is, I think Tennessee may have the best defense in the SEC right now.
They're good.
I mean, is this a battle of two of the top 3 defenses in the league in that game? Where would you put Kentucky right now?
Up there.
I
after
mean,
what they did today.
You got to take everybody serious. But now knowing that Kentucky wants to turn it into an ugly game, a bar fight in some country town with a low population out in the back where the cops aren't going to be there to save you, I don't know, man. Getting past Kentucky is not what we thought it was going to be after the South Carolina game.
And that's another thing that's got me thinking about this game here is, like, we thought early on, okay, Kentucky just plays Georgia close every year that they're in Lexington. But now watching them go to Ole Miss and win the football game, it's like, hey, maybe Georgia did have their hands full more because Kentucky's a good football team, and we haven't seen Georgia take the field until that game, until tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt.
All right, let's go to Chris Wilson. What's up, Chris? He says, well, Arkansas officially sucks. Sam Pittman needed that win. Where do you go from here if you're a Razorback?
God, that's a tough one because it went the way it had to go for Arkansas. That game went the way that it had to go. You even got a fake punt to work. The fake field goal, not so much, but you had a chance at the end of the game to beat A&M. But, hey, you got to give credit to Marcel Reed and Texas A&M. I mean, their starting quarterback, Connor Wegman, goes down. This kid comes in, goes on the road against Florida and plays well, right? Doesn't play great, right, last week before against Bowling Green, but you win. Then you go to a neutral site game against Arkansas and not only play pretty well, you lead a game-winning drive at the end. So I think what Blaine said is true on A&M side. I don't know if Connor Wegman's going to play quarterback there again outside of Marcel Reed getting hurt.
No.
And why should he? So on the Arkansas side, you feel like Sam had to do something big this year. And you felt like getting Taylor Green under Bobby Petrino maybe could lead that. You go on the road and beat a clown car Auburn team offensively, and then you have a chance to go win a big one in Arlington, and you don't do it, and it's not going to get much easier from here, boys.
Yeah. Sorry, this audio is blasting.
Yeah. Hey, can we get the...
All right, let's go to a $50 donation from Dean Olson. Said, on behalf of Kurt Signetti and my Indiana Hoosiers, I'd like to offer you boys a spot on the IU bandwagon. How are you guys feeling after 5-0 Indiana? Enjoy a round on me, boys.
We talked about it earlier. Kurt Signetti, if you're Indiana, you need to take this guy off the streets. You got to lock him up. You got to keep him there. Because I think he can make Indiana cool. Indiana hasn't been a cool place to play. It's been kind of like the average-looking guy with a decent job. You can say you're a real estate agent, but you don't make a lot of money. Now Indiana's a fun place to play. They're confident. They're not afraid. They want to set the tone. Now, they got to beat somebody big eventually, and I think they will. But Indiana, at this point, how can you not say that they have transformed into something different at least 5 games
That's
in?
the best way to put it. Transformed into something different because you got the right guy in there as your head coach.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Oliver Patterson with the $100.
Let's go, boys. Hit that sub button.
Says Colorado playing like that -14 was personal. Love it. Could they be a sneaky playoff
Who did he
team?
say?
Colorado.
I wouldn't go
Is it
that
over?
far. UCF, again, the reason I think this is probably their best win, talking about Colorado, is that while UCF wasn't a lead up front, they were going to be a test for this Colorado team. Like they were tested against North Dakota State. They were able to survive that. But to me, this is a credibility builder because you went on the road and did it too.
Yeah.
That to me is what separates
Turned
it.
KJ Jefferson over twice.
They're up 48-21. This game, we said all week, that number, even with Tom Luganville, that 14 number felt
Never
high
made sense to me. Never
felt
made sense.
high. And taking a money line, probably a good move.
All right, let's go to MJ. MJ, what's up, brother? He says, how about Timmy B calling Rutgers? And can Rutgers turn into a problem this year?
Well, Rutgers, the ceiling is the question, right? Do they have enough? You got probably the most underrated player in the country in Monungai at running back. Callie Ignanis, he's a good runner. He's going to have decent days throwing it. He's going to have bad days throwing it. But that Greg Schiano defense, man, they're grinders. They're a little bit like Kentucky in the way they operate. I just wonder when they play against teams that the athletes are so much superior than they are. And they've got a pretty good schedule this year. They're not going to see that a ton. Can they make enough stops? Can that run game be good enough against the big dogs to have a chance to win something big? I don't want to go that far yet, but Blaine, you described Greg Schiano perfectly at dinner last night. He's the type guy, I would definitely have his daughter home on time.
Yeah, early. 10 minutes early.
Probably early.
I had Rutgers starting 7-0 and finishing 7-5, so they're right on track as far as I'm concerned.
Perfect.
All right, let's go to CJ. What's up, CJ? Says, what do y'all think about both teams coming off a bye? Kirby is a better coach. Do you trust Tim Moore coming off a bye week?
Well, you know, again, the bye week can be a good thing. It typically always is. But if you're playing really well, you kind of want to play that next week. Thought Alabama had their best game of the year on the road at Wisconsin. We talked about how clean they needed to play in the penalty and turnover department. And they did that, but you get a chance to rest. You get a chance to have guys that were beat up come back and be a little bit healthier. You get more time to look at them, and at this point in the year, you can find true tendencies. First couple weeks, the numbers are going to be skewed because the sample size isn't big enough. Well, you can hear Alabama, it's big enough in here. The Crimson Tide are about to take the field, but you can get tendencies week 4 or week 5 and say, all right, this is what they want to do when it matters the most, and that's what you get out of these tendencies.
All right, let's go to Bama_P. He says, what quarterback plays the best tonight, Carson Beck or Jalen Milroe?
I'm going Jalen Milroe, David. And again, with his legs, it makes it an easier choice. But is this the game where Carson Beck elevates himself to the point of leading his team because of him in a big game, not dropping it off to Brock Bowers, not throwing it to Ladd McConkey who makes the guy missing scores? Can Carson Beck be the reason with his arm and his legs when needed to have the better performance?
Carson Beck was my preseason Heisman Trophy winner. I still think he has that sort of capability in him. I think he's going to be a great pro one day. He's so poised in the pocket. He throws a great ball. Like Blaine has been talking about all year, especially since the Clemson game, we haven't seen their skill players get a lot of separation. That's one of the quarterback's best friends, is skill guys who can get separation. One of the other best friends is a dominant run game. Where's that run game I've grown up watching at Georgia? If there's one thing the Alabama defense will give up, it's rushing yards. If Carson Beck's going to have a big day today, it means that Georgia needs to have a big day on the ground first.
And you know, from a motivation factor, I feel like Kirby, even though I'm picking Alabama, is in the perfect spot right now. Nobody gets his team fired up to play more than Kirby Smart. He's been at Georgia for a long time now, feels like. They've won 2 out of the last 3 national championships. Nobody, including myself, is picking them. So in that locker room, when you look at those guys, why don't we have their respect yet? But you know what? That's good. That's good. Disrespect me. dealt me, because I want to be the one that rips your guts out in front of God and everybody on the prime stage. So while Alabama may not have won a national championship in a while, Kirby Smart, I think, has the motivation edge in this game for his team. I would have paid good money, Blaine, to be in that locker room and listen what he said before this game.
Yeah, it didn't take a lot for Kirby Smart to hype you up. He's one of the best at it. Let's go to Hunter_H. What's up, Hunter? So with Ole Miss going down, who is the top 3 right now in the SEC?
To me right now, we're going to know.
We're about to find out a lot more.
3.5 hours, and I can tell you. But I would say right now, my top 3 teams in the SEC are Texas, Alabama, and Tennessee.
And so will that change if Georgia beats Alabama?
100%. If Georgia wins this game, and this is hell. Let's look at the AP poll. I mean, hell, they don't. I mean, look, it's 6 of the top 7 in the SEC. Georgia wins this game, you got to vault them ahead of Texas, I think. You got to vault them.
Let's go to the man who copes. He says Illinois is off to a hot start already, 7-0. Penn State could be in trouble.
All right, listen. We talked about Illinois. This team against Nebraska looked hungry. And the Brett Bielema team did not look hungry last year. They looked fed. Luke Allmeyer, this is one of his last chances, and he can spin it. With Penn State and Drew Aller hiring Koloniki from Kansas was a great move. The beautiful part about it for Penn State is, a year ago, if you were down 7-0, you're a little bit like, uh-oh. But with this offense and Drew Aller showing that he's taken that next step this far, they can win a track meet, but Penn State don't want a track meet. Illinois, 18.5 was a good number, man. That was it's a long game. We can look up 20 minutes from now, and they could be down 21-7. But that Illinois team is sneaky, and apparently they can stop the run.
All right, let's go to B58. Maddie, what's up, brother? He says, I can feel the aura from both these coaches through the TV. This game is about to be electric.
It is. Georgia is going to kick off. Alabama's going to get the ball first. Hit that subscribe button. Watch it while we talk. We're going to be breaking this thing down like a fat kid with a muffin at a bakery on a Saturday morning. And here we go.
All right, it's returnable.
Alabama's going to have a boundary return here.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
All right, that's a good start for Bama. Let's see, no flags.
Set your stream with us.
At about the 34.
Hey, when you coming out personnel-wise first play if you're Alabama?
I'm coming out 11 personnel, and I'm going Q counter with Jalen Milroe. We're going to play a game called Can You Stop Us on the Ground with our quarterback to set the tone and set up the play action. Tough one today, dog. Shout out to industry, but it's a tough one today.
Hold on. Hey, can we get a video from here? We got an Auburn fan here, repping, brother. Hey, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay, all right? Don't even worry about it.
All right, here we go.
Also, shout out to Innisfree for having us.
Shout out to Innisfree. 12 personnel here for Alabama.
12 personnel off tackle.
Off tackle, yep. Let's see what we get here. It's going to be a pass.
Stealing.
Easy throw.
Stealing.
Ryan
Easy
Williams.
throw to the outside. Georgia playing off there. It's like throwing a fastball to first pitch.
You're getting Ryan involved early.
Yep.
You're getting Ryan involved
Let's get
early
Jalen
with easy
confident.
pitch and catch. Little tempo here.
It's going to be very telling here when they go to the run game. Are they going to just start with your simple zone read? Split zone's coming. Here comes split
RPO.
zone. There's split zone RPO.
Uh-oh.
Got to make one miss.
What's the penalty?
All right, where that was thrown, it looks like an alignment penalty.
Yeah, someone was covered up. Wow.
Not how you
Illegal
want to start.
formation.
That's another huge part of
What
this
did we
game.
say?
It's another huge part of this
What
game.
did we say? Starting off, Alabama's got to play clean. Who was it?
It was Ryan.
Oh, is it Ryan? Yeah, you ain't got enough. Yeah, you have enough on the line. I love how they either call it too many in the backfield or not enough on the line of scrimmage. Make your mind up.
Yeah.
Just say there's not enough in the back on the line of scrimmage.
Clemson already up 10-0 against Stanford.
Yeah, they're gonna. It's probably gonna get ugly. All right, now got it. What, 2nd and 8, 2nd and 7? That's a whole hell of a lot different than third down. Excuse me. They declined.
They declined.
Three.
They declined
it. I don't know if that's right.
Okay, 2nd down. What?
What?
There's no way.
That's wrong.
That's wrong. It's 3rd down, Chris. If they decline it, no, second down. It's now second down and
this
7.
more
I was
sense.
right.
Second and 7.
Okay.
All right. Going to change the back
personnel.
alignment here. Watch the back. There's the wheel. There's the wheel from the back.
All right. All right.
There you go.
All right. All right.
First third down. If you're Georgia right here, Blaine. If you're Georgia right here, you got 3rd and what? 6? Is this where you run that 3-man?
Maybe.
double
Look at
spy
this here. Look at this here. Odd front.
You're caged.
Odd front.
You're caged.
If it's me, yep. Look,
Here we
look,
go.
David.
Here we go.
Let's see if they bring 4.
All right.
Or if they spy 1.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
got him.
Take the
Oh,
shot.
the hard count. Hard count.
No, incomplete. All right, so now you're back. 3rd and 2. Run the ball with Jalen Milroe here.
Yeah.
Run it with Jalen Milroe.
Or anyone at this point.
I mean, I think
What a great hard count, though.
Yeah, good time to do it.
What a great hard count.
Blaine, if it's you, what are you running here?
It's 3rd and what?
2.
Yeah, it's going to play a game called Jalen Milroe. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah, it's what are you going Q power here, or hey,
Or let him read
we see
it.
some speed option?
Or let him read it. That
Our
too.
load
That
option
too.
here. I'm interested to see what they're going to do into the boundary as well. Let me see where the ball is. 3rd and 2.
If I run option, I run it to the field.
I agree.
If I run quarterback power, I'd run it into
All right,
the
12
boundary.
personnel. They're going to throw it. Mesh. Where's the spot? It's a first
got
down.
him.
Great
Gave
catch.
him that
Hey,
spot.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like that call.
Yeah.
I know it worked. I don't like that call. You got your mesh there. I didn't see what was on the side of it, what was tagged with it. Let's see here. Mesh by the 2 inside guys. Man, I think he got it, but I mean, that was a generous spot.
You're at home.
A lot of 12 personnel early, guys. Well, this may be
This
11.
looks like 11
This
here.
is 11.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, there's your
Got
sweep inside.
Yeah. Okay, I was
Telling you.
wondering how much speed sweep looks we would see.
Get a lot.
Not even necessarily give it.
Yeah.
He did give that one, but if you're going to spy Jalen Milroe, then the best counter to that is to get this speed sweep look
Yeah.
to get Georgia horizontal.
What a great job blocking on the outside by the tight end there. Good job getting to the upfield shoulder, not holding, not giving him a way to go underneath you and then beat you over the top and then get held. All
There
right,
it
there's
is.
the shot. There it is.
Got him.
Caught
there
it.
it is. I think we're a little bit ahead of the bar here. This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm telling you guys, Georgia's going to have to find a way to make some explosive plays. This is tough to beat. It's a great job by 3.
Wow.
It's a great job. Now you're going to get your little zone read. Got a hold. Was it a hold or a face mask?
Came out too early for a face mask,
Yeah.
right?
Might be a hold.
Probably going to be a hold. See, watch him bounce that.
Yeah.
When you bounce that, that's really tough on those outside blockers because it's supposed to hit inside. So as a runner, I'm not saying you never bounce it, but if you're going to bounce it, it's hard for those linemen and outside guys not to hold. Hey, y'all looking good so far.
And if you're Alabama, you need touchdowns, right? Field goals are not going to win this football
Yeah.
game.
But that's why you stole Miami, Ohio's kicker. All right, we got doubles alignment here. It's 10 personnel, David.
6 in the box.
Now it's empty.
Empty.
Let's see what the check is from the defense.
6 in the box.
They
They're
got one
bringing
more,
all
one
of them.
more. And this is
There
what he does. And this is what he does. And this is what he does.
What a run.
That could be the difference in the game,
That
fellas.
can't happen.
That could be the
Wow.
difference in the game. So Alabama win empty. Georgia brought more than they could block. You only have 5 to block. One guy's going free. When you make that guy miss, it's really tough on those guys in coverage. It looked like it was man behind it. It almost has to be when
We
you're bringing
talked
that many
about
guys.
this all week. If you're Georgia, you can't run by him. If you run by him, he will hurt you, and you just saw that
and what's
there.
even worse is that's a mistake by Jalen Milroe. You only have 5 blockers. They bring 6. The ball needs to be out of your hand, but how does he make up for it? Just like that, escaping the pressure, escaping the pocket.
All right, going 12 personnel now, not shocking down here. One guy, it's a
First
great
down.
run. So, now, If you're Alabama, you're going heavy personnel. Quarterback run is great here. You can get a hat on a hat. That's just zone read, fellas. That's some good old-fashioned family fun with the zone read.
Do it again.
Might see it again.
Do it again. Why wouldn't you? That's a really smart play by Jalen Milroe not to reach that ball out.
Yeah. Well, again, you know you're getting a first down. Why risk that? You're going to get many opportunities. Going to put it in the belly.
There it is.
Touchdown!
Show the crowd.
Alabama!
Show the crowd.
Oh, wait. Where's the flag? Wait. There's a flag. Oh!
They call holding?
False start.
False start?
False start. Hey, we're a little bit ahead of everybody in here, so this is like being in a time machine. It's great. Shout out Innisfree, baby. Thank you guys for letting us do this. If you're
Not
in Tuscaloosa
set.
and you're
That's
not
on
in the
Jalen
game,
Milroe.
bring your ass on down. All right, was he
That's
not
on the quarterback.
set?
No,
Were
wide
they
receiver
not
wasn't
set?
set. Nope.
Also, hey, make sure you subscribe. Go buy some merch. Crane & Co. and thedailywire.com. Go check it out. We don't get political, but we're always right. Good, here it is.
Got him.
Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Touchdown, Alabama!
Look at that.
Hey, I love when we just call plays. Let me call it with you, Nick. Your old roommate
Yeah.
at Michigan, Nick Sheridan. Why not? Boys, I'm going to tell you something that's true. If you got the Lamborghini, then you drive that son of a gun. And that's what Alabama did that first drive. Let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to KD. What's up, brother? He says, Bama already with 7. This could be a long night, fellas.
Hey, long game. Long game. Let's see how Georgia bounces back here, right? You're in a Game of Thrones type game. You just got your city attacked. How are your soldiers going to handle it?
All right, let's go to Kevin P. He said, I look Kirby smart in the eyes and say, this shit's personal to me, dog. You're walking into summer you don't want to go.
Hey, again, long game. But if you're Alabama, that was so wide open, he beat the puller.
He did.
To the spot.
Didn't even need him.
I would do it all night. Jalen Milroe is different because he's built bigger. He is not Slender Man. He is not put together with bubble gum and wrapping paper. He's the best running back on the field, and he's an elite athlete that it hurts to tackle you more than it hurts him.
But still runs 4.3 with that body type. Not like a KJ Jefferson,
flags
right?
like this.
Still 4.3 with that body type.
All right, what else?
Let's go to the BB boy. What's up? He says, I love the touchdown first drive, but the penalties can cost Bama later in the game. We have to clean it up.
I agree, but think about this. You just had a drive where you didn't play clean, and it still looked easy. Think about that. If that's the case, they're going, I don't know how we're going to survive in here tonight for 4 quarters, because this one may get ugly. But if you're Georgia, I go back to what I said before the game. Take a shot the first play.
Yeah.
There's nothing like walking into the bar. Everybody else is ordering a beer, maybe chugging a water to get ready. You go in there and order a Jaeger bomb. You go in there and order some Fireball, and you get yourself ready to meet the moment.
What kind of shot, though? Because you were talking earlier about it could be a shot or a trick play. To me, there's a big difference. If you come out and you're running trick play, first play, what does that say? Does that make you look desperate
well, it's
early?
the worst time to run a trick play because all week, all we tell the defense is they're going to run a trick play on the first play or the first play at a halftime. You know the best time to run a trick play is on the second play of the first drive. Nobody ever sees that one coming. I was a defensive coordinator for a while, did it at a pretty high level. I would tell my guys all week, watch the first play, trick play. It's coming. They never do it on the second play.
All right, let's go to the dog man. He said, fire Kirby Smart right now.
No, easy. Hey, we'll take him. We'll take him at Auburn right now.
Man.
I'll carry him around like Dave Chappelle in that P. Diddy sketch.
Did you guys get a sense today talking to all these Alabama fans and all these Georgia fans? Alabama was a lot more confident today.
They were, and they should be, I think.
All right, let's go to Thomas Olson. He says, already 2 big runs for Milroe. Rooting for Overtime, do you think we could see that in this game?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you could see anything. I think you could see aliens land on the field halfway through the first quarter. Hell, you just saw one run into the end zone for a touchdown. There is nothing I would put out of bounds in this game other than seeing bad athletes out on the field, which we ain't gonna see.
All right, let's go to the NASCAR. It says Miami wins by singles. Now Blaine's drinking doubles. I drank enough sake last night to do Sudoku live on this television stream.
That's the true story.
They would bring the sake out and we would bow to each other. I'm proud of you.
What do you need to see from Georgia this drive?
I need to see how
7.
you fight back.
7.
Right? But that's who Georgia is.
Yeah.
They always punch back. So, again, long game, that's the first drive. You're going to make adjustments. But, fellas, we got the kickoff return here. It's another boundary return.
Oh, God.
It's a great play.
What if we see
call
an
that
answer
shave
here?
in the backside.
What if we see an answer here, 7-7, and then it just stays that way until the 4th?
I would not be shocked.
I wouldn't be shocked either.
At all. There's already been a touchdown scored in the LSU South Alabama game.
By who?
For that one, boys.
LSU?
I love that over. That was one of my locks.
Who scored?
Hey, what was the Louisville Notre Dame final score?
It was 40. The over definitely hit.
Damn it.
The over, but my under 16.5 largest lead hit as well.
All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. Bama coming out in doubles.
31-24.
Okay,
right, we're
Bama's
in
coming
true
out.
doubles.
Or excuse me, Georgia coming out in doubles. Let's see. Take the shot. They're in man free.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought you called the shot.
Oh, God, I thought he was loading up.
Over the middle, though.
I think that was his first read. Are we in for a shootout? I would love that.
A little shootout in Tuscaloosa.
I would love that. So let's watch here. Alabama looks like they're in man free, which is cover 1. They are.
Got beat.
Can't get beat inside. I mean, and listen, I will say in cover 1, you actually do kind of want to funnel them inside, but not that much to help out that post safety. On the inside, on the outside at corner, you don't want to funnel
Looks
them
like
inside.
cover 1 again.
Yep. Looks like man. No, let's see. Yep, they spun
Yep,
it.
spinning
That's called
safeties.
spinning it. There's the
There's
shot.
the shot. Oh,
I
he dropped it.
No.
He dropped it.
Dog, I'm telling you. Listen
We
to
talked
us.
about it. Who's going to be the guy to make
That's
the plays
the
down the
difference.
field? What a ball from Carson
I tell
Beck.
you what. This is a tough one.
Just go.
You can't drop that one in this game. You can't drop
Hey,
that one in this
Lad
game.
McConkey catches that.
I mean,
You have to make those plays to beat Alabama at home.
all right. We're going to stay in 11 personnel. They're going to brush out to empty. We saw well, it is empty, but the tight end's there
They're
in the
going to
hip.
motion this tight end,
Screen.
too.
Now it's truly empty. Screen.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
It's actually a really
Right.
good job to get 5 yards.
3rd and 5.
We're going to go 3rd and 5 here.
Uh-oh, they said ball's out.
Wow. Survive, survive. Survive, survive.
But they
All right,
lost
so
a yard on that, I think.
Now,
so.
David, just played offensive coordinator. You're Georgia here. It's 3rd and what?
3rd and 6.
3rd and 6?
Yep.
Yep.
I like something over the middle.
I do too. Slants, quick slants,
I want to
moving
see
routes.
what Bama does here.
Georgia
what
If they're in
Bama
man
does.
free
first
again,
down.
let's win on an inside slant.
God, that drop hurts, dog. Pun intended. All right, here we go. Hey. And it's free is elite. McLovin? Oh! Yeah, oh, that's you. That's you. What's up, dude? How we doing? Hey, what's up, brother? Hey, you're the man. Thanks for being here. Hey, let's get this guy a hoodie. Let's get this guy a Crane & Co hoodie. I feel generous. Papa's wallet's feeling fat tonight. Woo!
He's in here
Hey,
yelling,
y'all
go
need
dogs,
7
and
this
then it's
drive.
free.
Y'all need 7 here, or at least 3. Yes, I love
Is that ball out?
Don't come to Ennis. I'm taking your mom.
I love it.
Hey,
I
did he
love
recover
you.
that?
I love you.
I don't know. I think,
baby, let's go.
I think Georgia recovered and lost 1 yard on the recovery, which would make it 36.
it. All right. I mean, if we're reviewing whether it was, they were reviewing who
Reviewing a
recovered
fumble.
it. I thought
No.
the offense recovered it. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right.
Okay,
Stands
yeah.
is
All
called.
right. So 3rd and 6.
3rd and 6. I like something over the middle. You got to see what you get first.
Yeah.
You can say what you like and what you want to do, but they can take something away. You don't want to throw into a bad look here. Worst thing you can do is turn the ball over, try and force something, and let somebody make a play on you that results in points or gives Alabama the ball with incredible field position.
If they're going to stay in man-free, I like double slants to the field here, and then I like short sail to the boundary. Give you something in the out-breaking route.
All right. It looks like man. Let's see here.
Empty.
Rush 3.
No, they dropped 2. Oh!
Ooh, offensive PA.
Is that offensive? Hold on.
That might be offensive, man.
Let's wait a minute. Yep.
Offense.
That's a good call.
It's a good call.
I mean, again, that was blatant. They let y'all get away with a lot of stuff at wide receiver, but you can't shoot somebody in the middle of the city. Yeah.
I've seen worse than that.
You've done worse than that.
Yeah, you can't. That's 2 hands. You can't. That's 2 hands. That's look ball.
Let's ask the wide receiver what he thinks of it.
I mean, that's pass interference. All right, so now you're in 3rd and California. Screen or draw. Screen or draw, screen or draw, screen or draw. Here it comes. Probably going to get a screen here to the boundary. And
Bring him 4.
no, he's going to take a shot. Didn't give him a chance. All right, 4th down. It's a punt. Punt. Uh-oh, Blaine. If you're Georgia, this is worst case scenario.
Yeah, it could have started worse.
Not that you didn't get a first down, or that you only got 1 first down after you gave up a score, but you dropped a big play. That's all we talked about all week, and you had a chance. It's right there.
Ladd McConkey catches that.
Yes.
Ladd McConkey catches
Brock
that.
Bowers is catching that.
Yeah.
Hey, this is another big facet of this football game is special teams.
The crowd here at Innisfree is in lead.
We got a punt return here.
He's still up.
God, I thought he fumbled. God, I thought he fumbled. Hey, how we feeling, Bama fans? Y'all feeling good? Bama feeling good? I bet y'all are feeling good. I love it. Hey, look, all right, so if you're Georgia, adjustments. All right, get one. Hey, adjustments. What are you doing defensively, Blaine? What can you do other than try and spy Milroe, or do you just heat his ass up? Heat him up.
Well, you got to go back to the first play. They brought pressure, and he threw towards the pressure, so he's already checking boxes early. We said this all week. You can't run past Jalen Milroe.
No.
You had a 1st and 20 in the red zone, a free rusher. He runs past him and gets 16 yards. You have to find a way to turn Jalen Milroe into a quarterback. Make him beat you in the pocket through progressions. If he beats you that way, you go back to the early drive on the mesh play. He had the mesh in his third progression. His eyes goes down, and he tries to run in and sneak through.
Well, David, that's easier said than done, but Georgia's got the cats that can do it.
Yeah.
We're not talking about asking Auburn or somebody that's running around there that's deficient athletically and also blows it at every opportunity they get. That's the story for another day. This is Georgia. They got guys that can put a stop to it, but it's hard as a defensive guy, like on that missed sack.
Yeah,
when
that was
Alabama
the biggest
went
play.
to empty, to say just stop in front of him.
Hit it.
Because he's going to make you miss. You want it, you take your shot. But, man, I would rather you throw at the leg.
Well, the first thing if you're
miss
Georgia's
up top.
defense is don't panic. Look, newsflash, you weren't going to shut Alabama out, okay? So they've scored 7 points. Don't panic. Continue running your game plan. When you get a chance on Jalen Milroe, don't miss him. Gang tackle. The crowd here at Innisfree is elite. I'm loving it. Gang tackle when you get an opportunity. Georgia's defense is going to keep running their plan. I say you keep coming after him. Keep coming after him. Hey, if you're going to be a double-edged sword, try and turn him over, get a pick six, a tip ball, a strip sack or something. I just think zone coverage behind is going to be more effective for Georgia than man coverage.
Yeah, it's hard to throw an interception when you're running it good.
True.
That's always the case.
All right, let's go to Trinity Clark. What's up? He said, this is how you beat Jalen Milroe. You don't run past him, and there shouldn't be a play that he doesn't have a spy on him.
I agree
Or
with
two.
that, but remember, every time you add a spy to Jalen Milroe, you take a guy out of coverage.
But sometimes they take it out of the rush.
Okay, but
That's what's
then
interesting.
you got to take a guy out of the rush that could maybe, remember when Jalen Milroe has gotten his sacks? It's been when he's tried to escape outside of the pocket, then realized he couldn't and tried to go forward. That's when he gets in trouble. The less I rush guys, if he makes a mistake and realizes he can't go outside, those holes are wider for him to run through if you don't do it on the interior. I actually liked what Auburn did to Oklahoma's quarterback, the Hawkins kid. They would rush more instinctly and have one guy push off after he took 2 steps and
create a layer.
Because you don't see that as a quarterback.
See, that's really interesting because that's one of the things I was pointing out that Georgia did in the SEC championship. A little bit like that. Yes, I'm calling it like a layered pressure, right? Where 3 go first and then the spy kind of comes just a little bit late to make sure Jalen Milroe hasn't escaped. So you're not coming right off the bat, but you're also not just standing back here as a spy getting lost and not doing anything, you know?
Exactly. All right, here we go, Alabama. They're going to come out, it looks like, in 11 personnel, boys. Going to get a little motion. It's a jet motion.
Power.
Counter.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day for Uncle Jesse if it's that easy.
Hey, that's just counter. It looked like counter to me. I don't think it was pin and pull.
Bama might beat their ass.
Let's
really
see
see
it
it
here.
is that they're getting away with
counter.
They're not holding.
No. Look at the downfield blocking. That's what Springs runs. We always talk about blocking in the box. How did the guard do? How did the center do on the back block? If your wide receivers block, that's how you turn doubles into inside the park homers. They're going to take a shot here, Blaine. Nope. Well, kind of. They're cooking them. Holy crap. Tell you what.
I want you to look at the closest D lineman that was next to Jalen Milroe on this play. There was nobody close. You're cooked.
They can do that all day. Ryan Williams, what a great decision.
He's like 13 years old. They're
killing him. Y'all, Alabama's the more dominant team athletically.
See, if Jalen Milroe's going to be this poised in the pocket, then it becomes just a simple numbers game. Now, if you're Nick Sheridan, you can just tell Jalen Milroe, if the numbers are in the box, throw it out wide. If they're out wide, run it.
Well, David, I mean, I could make these throws.
Hey.
I mean, guys aren't just wide open. They're wide open now.
Right now.
I mean, this is like a
and how does that, what helps
PhD
that? Running the ball.
reading an Eric Carle book and being able to comprehend it.
All right, here we go.
And I love me some Eric Carle. That one he wrote about
Look
the
at these wide
Caterpillar
splits.
was really thrilling stuff. 11 personnel. God, he likes to bounce it, don't he? Hey, it's a good job finishing the run. God, Jam likes to bounce it, don't he?
If you're Georgia, you got to give up 3 here.
Yeah.
You go down 14-0 in the first, you're in trouble.
SMU up 7-0 on Florida State. Make me look smart, Rhett. God, I love these live streams. This is so much fun. Shout out to Ennis Reeve Irish Bar, Irish
Big shout
Pub.
out.
If you're in the city, come check us out. All right, empty quarterback run. Quarterback run. Quarterback run.
Yeah.
Quarterback run.
Quarterback power.
I will call every play in this game. You want to know why? Because it's smart. So now you're in third and manageable. I mean, this down for Georgia, Blaine. I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, but
what is it, third and 5 right now?
You hold them to 3 here. You know, that's like being stuck in the ocean, but you come up for water every now and then.
And this is when we go back to that last drive against Georgia about not catching that deep ball, right? This is what kills you in games like this. Here comes the throw out of it,
obviously. Gotta get a motion back.
So I watch running back. Yep. They're clearing out the
late.
throw to where the middle.
Inside. Got him.
Wheel route.
Touchdown!
Got him on the wheel route. And what? Man coverage. Beat him in man coverage.
What route was that?
The wheel route.
What route was that? That was the wheel route, buddy.
You just can't get there. If you're going to motion him all the way across the formation, you can't cover him.
That's what used to scare me the most. David.
Really?
Because again, outside of you having dime personnel in there or having cheetah personnel in there, you ain't getting there with that guy. It's hard to get there even if you are fast. But all right, there's the wheel route. We talked about it. And guess what? They've got got something built off that.
Yeah.
You're going to have a 3rd down and 7 or 8 later where they run a stop off the wheel route because that guy's so worried about getting beat vertically that he cheats it over the top. They'll run to the sticks, turn around, Jalen Milroe get the ball out, and they'll get it. But all right, now, Blaine, I want to get to the chat because I know it's buzzing, baby.
All right, let's go to Craig WF. What's up, Craig? He says, guys, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Alabama right now. We're hitting on all cylinders. We look like a completely better team than Georgia.
Y'all do. Everything is working. It's like one of those makeover shows where you see the person in the beginning and you don't know how they're going to look until the end, but then they walk through that banner and oh my God, everything's working. The hair's working. The clothes are working, right? Obviously the plastic surgery probably worked too. So if you're Alabama, you got a quick stop on defense. Georgia blew a big play opportunity on offense. You got guys running wide open, and the run game's working, David.
That's what's setting up this.
How much fun is this as a play caller right now?
When everything is in your bag, and all last season we were asking, why aren't they running Jalen Milroe more? Why aren't they running him? Why aren't they running him to help open up the rest of your run game, much less the pass game? Now Nick Sheridan's coming here with Kalen DeBoer, and they're saying, hey, gee, I love your analogy. If you have a Lamborghini, take that thing out, rev it up to full
and drive
speed.
it. Drive that bad boy. Now you got a Lamborghini, a Porsche, an old school Corvette, and an Instagram model that just stays at your house just because she likes it.
Let's go to Bonesaw. He said, I like to report animal abuse. Kalen DeBoer is beating the hell out of them dogs.
Again, guys, I will say this. It obviously looks ugly early for Georgia, but this team is not going to quit. And it's a long game, and they get the ball coming out of halftime. You got to get some points, I think, on this drive, though. Even if it's a field goal, you need something good to go your way to bounce it back out, because we're not in the stadium. We're at Innisfree, but I bet that place right now is like Jumanji.
All right, let's go to the Beach Boy. What's up, brother? He said, could Kirby be in a little bit trouble if this game turns into a blowout?
Like, what, from his wife? No, not at all. Not at all.
Here's my bigger worry now.
If Kirby Smart if anybody says the word hot seat with Kirby Smart, I'm going to jump through this TV YouTube stream. That is insane.
I don't know if you heard.
I will take Kirby Smart with Alzheimer's over what Auburn has right now.
All right, let's go
take
to
that
CDJ.
back. Hold on,
take
that
Georgia's
back.
secondary
Take that
doesn't
back.
get it.
Take that back.
No, David.
Let's go to CDJ. Says, why is Georgia's secondary playing so far back when they see Milroe keep taking the obvious check down?
Man, David, I don't know.
Why are they playing so far back? Because he
I
throws the
don't
deep
know.
ball
What's
so
up?
well. Because he throws the deep ball so well. That's what
It may
happens
be
when you
bad.
do everything well. You throw the deep ball, you run 4-3, and now that right there, you should be able to run 4-3, throw the ball 70 yards in the air, and hit the rail route like that.
Yeah, well, it's, again, when you look at schematically what's going on, it's not like they're bringing all this pressure and they're worried that everybody's in man and somebody's going to get hit with the home run. I mean, you're bringing 4, right? You may spy a guy. I've seen you ring 5, right? But at the end of the day, if you're going to bring 4 or 5 with the guys you got, they're going to be somebody close to somebody. And right now, Alabama's just running comebacks, stops, square ends, and at some point, Georgia's going to have to come down. And then what happens, David? Then the bombs start
Deep
coming.
shots. One of my bigger worry for Georgia here is, though, trying to play from behind now, right? Like I thought for Georgia to stay in this game, it's scrappy earlier and you can run the ball. Now if you just are trying to throw the ball every down because you're down 14, that's not going to be their style. You could find yourself in even a worse game.
I mean, you look at the numbers, though, and Blaine brought this up. That's kind of been who they are a little bit, throwing more.
When? So far this year? Or
Georgia throwing the ball more because the run game hasn't been.
Oh, so far this year?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I don't think that's who Mike Bobo wants to be, though.
All right. If you're Georgia.
Here we go.
It's time. If you got to belly up right here. Cowboy up, whatever they call it. See what they come out in. All right, you've got 11 personnel. We call this trips cluster closed. You got a cluster check to it. Trying to find the back. Look at the back. Got Carson. Dude. That guy's open.
Looked like
That's a good call from Bobo.
Switch, vert, sail, maybe something like that.
Yeah, let me see it. I mean, it's basically a mid-roll.
Switch.
It's just
Oh,
the
yeah.
over.
That's a cool Lane Kiffin concept, actually.
That's
Gotta
the
hit
type of
that.
plays you got to make. He's lucky that, oh boy, got a fingertip on that one. And the Bama guy was assuming Carson Beck was going to make a good throw. That's how good Carson Beck is. I'd assume he's going to make a good throw, too. All right, here we go.
This is 21.
A little inside run. That ain't going to work. I like that you're trying it.
You want to talk about not following your blockers. That's a definition of what that looks like, that play. I mean, you have to know where your guys are going. This play needs to hit where outside. There's too many running backs in college football that get the ball and just go duck their head behind a guard somewhere.
Yeah, see where you're going. We tell defensive players, see what you hit. Tell running backs, look, know where you're supposed to go, trust it, and adjust if you have to. All right, if you're Alabama, you bring in pressure here. They kind of got that wall behind. You see at the first down marker. Let's see if Georgia goes to the middle. I like the call.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh, my
That's
gosh!
a pick. Oh,
What is
boy.
going on?
It's a disaster!
It's a disaster early. It's a disaster early for Georgia. Oh, my goodness.
Innisfree is in here rocking right
Oh,
Dude.
no!
Oh, no.
God.
Y'all are gonna get murdered.
Let's see who.
He didn't know the screen was coming.
It's the right play by Carson.
Oh no! Outside guy.
Outside,
They're
the guy
both
catching
blocking.
the screen didn't
Ran
know
a
it was a
slant.
screen.
They're both blocking.
Bro, look, they were right. The lineman knew. Obviously, the call was made. Guys.
Can I
right
say
now,
something crazy?
Don't what?
Can I say something crazy? If Alabama scores, you go bet Georgia money line.
No, I wouldn't do that.
You go bet Georgia. Look at me.
Oh,
You go bet
no.
Georgia money
There you go.
line.
You're gonna get a little. Now, look, man.
Stealing.
6, 7 a pop. See, second down and what? 3.
Hey, we got 3:33 on the clock. 3:33 now. 3:30.
Hey, everybody hit subscribe. There's a ton of people in here. Please, if you haven't, hit subscribe. All right, if you're Bama here, David, I'm going to go the fake run with the quarterback, bleed the tight end to the middle.
Oh, to
That's
the middle?
what I'm going with.
Tight end delay?
Yeah, I don't think they got a tight end there. No, they're going 10.
Looks like 10 personnel.
Run it.
Goes Jalen.
God,
It's
he is
all-
rolling.
He's down.
Is
He's
he down?
He's down.
He's acting like he's down. Let's see it. Let's just see it first. God, Georgia, you talking about needing it. Yeah, Georgia's defensive players don't think it's a fumble either. I mean, guys, if it's me, I'm running it 2 times in a row here.
Why
I'll make a
wouldn't you?
decision on 3rd down.
There's Nicky Shea,
Nick
yeah.
Sheridan.
The whole book's
7-7
open right
Penn
now.
State, Illinois right now. All right, 11 personnel. Power read. Power read, he gave it.
Touchdown.
Touchdown,
Touchdown.
Alabama!
Wow.
Oh,
You see all that eye motion?
it
All
is
that eye
lit.
candy?
Yeah, it is lit in Innisfree. It is lit in here. What's up, boys? Hey, that looked like power read, and he gave the jet sweep.
But did you see how much action there was going on pre-snap? Trade, motion, out of pistol, into the strong side formation, send a guy in advance. It's just everything's being dialed up right now.
Well, it's one of those plays, and that literally defensively, that was the play that scared us the most when you had a running quarterback, because it can hit you vertically, quick, hey big, hey, and they can hit you horizontally in the same play. It's basically an RPO without a pass.
Here we go.
So look here, you get your power movement here from the offensive line.
Wow.
Jalen Milroe could have kept that and scored, but he made the right read, and 22 did a good job getting inside and not holding when he beat him to the outside. Right there, watch. Great job, very disciplined. You're 17, you got to get there and try and set that edge, though. If you're the wide guy, at least make him cut it back inside to help.
Georgia's defense has no answer, boys.
No answer, right?
They have no answer.
They look average.
They have no answer right now.
They look average.
All right, let's go to the chat. Let's go to Nathan Soham. What's up? Bama continues to have Kirby's number year in and year out.
Guys, Alabama is 3 for 3 touchdowns. There is 2 minutes and 21 seconds to go in the first quarter, which actually, if you're going to be down by 21, it's probably the best time to be down because you got time to come back. But these look like two completely. This looks like one really, really good team and an average team to me.
Now, my thing is, Kirby Smart is too good, and I still think this Georgia team is too good just to come in here and get bullied the whole game. How do you respond? I think they have too much pride just to get beat like this for 60 minutes, okay? You got to come out and say the first quarter was Alabama's. Now we're going to fight and at least win the second quarter and see what you go into halftime at.
It could, guys, it keeps going at this rate. It's going to be bad.
Right now, let me check it. What's Georgia money line right now?
Are you taking it?
Plus 540.
Are you taking it?
When was the last time Georgia was plus 540 to win a game? When was the last time that was the case? Been a while, bud.
All right, let's go to underscore Kevin W. Says, is Alabama playing Georgia Tech?
Say that again.
Alabama playing Georgia Tech?
Bro, there you go. Your Georgia, 7-yard run there.
Georgia Tech might play them tougher
Yeah,
than
I don't
this,
know.
honestly.
I think Georgia Tech would put up a little more of a fight than this.
Let's go to Nick Klump. He says, put the Illinois game on. This sucks.
Oh, Nick Klump. Shout out Cloister Lane.
Shout out Illinois. All right, here we go. 10 personnel looks like. No, we're in 11. Got a hip tight in. See what you do here. Bama looks like they're going to bring 4. Oh, let's see. Brought 5. One for the boundary.
Nothing.
Or for the field.
Nothing.
Man. Guys. You don't get this. And,
no, Georgia's in trouble.
no, like they're not just in trouble. They're in, why did you get sent home from school trouble? He's ripping at the ball, too. There's nowhere to go. A little zone. All right, you're Carson. You got that NIL jet money.
Yeah.
Better put him on a flight.
All right, here we go. Looks like
See what we got here. They're going to mix whatever that is.
Bring
No,
3.
Two-man.
All
zone,
day.
I think. He doesn't know where to go with the football.
Bro, what's the penalty?
May have been defensive holding. May
Let's
have
see
been
here.
defensive
Hold
holding.
on. Hold on. Holding on the defense. Pass interference on the offense. Really? Wow.
Wow.
See, if I'm Bama here, I don't go after this punt.
No.
We'll set up a return. I want to get the ball back.
Why break the momentum
Why
at
break
all?
the momentum? You know, you can be aggressive but not be greedy.
So I think that's so interesting to hear you say that. There are head coaches out there who would say, hey, while we have all the momentum, let's go after this punt and block it. I completely agree with you. Take the football back, see if you can go make it 28-0.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not saying never do it when you're playing well, but you are dominating at an unmatchable rate right now. Why give them any hope? Why give them any hope? If you block it, great. You either got better field position or you pick it up and score a touchdown. But if your punt returner catches this ball, you're probably going to score a touchdown on offense when they come back out in the field. So I don't go after it. You never know. Maybe get a big return, right? Even if you get a holding penalty on the return or a block in the back or whatever, you'll live with it. You just want that man with the 4 on his jersey to touch the ball. What we got in the chat, Blaine?
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from the lover of romance. Says, I hope we see Georgia come down and do some fighting. Don't lay down to these guys. That's the last thing Georgia fans and Kirby need.
Yeah.
Talking about no infighting, is that what they said?
No.
Georgia to do some fighting.
Yeah, don't lay down.
And obviously they went after it, and then you almost roughed them. Now again, you do have, David, I do want to make the point, and we used to do this all the time at South, you would have half rush, half hold up.
Half what?
Half rush, half hold up.
Okay.
Because the thinking is, even if I rush the punter, they've got to take time to try and block. So that keeps them out of the return, and I hold up one side, and we can return it to the side we're holding up, obviously, opposite where we're blocking.
Let's go to a $5 donation from Trey. How about them dogs? Roll MF Tide. UGA is absolutely trash. They won't even make the playoffs again.
If this is their team in big games, they won't make the playoff.
Yeah.
They won't win the games they need to win with a schedule that is absolutely brutal. But here we go. There's 43 seconds, 1st and 10.
12 personnel.
Alabama is in 12 personnel. It's the same formation they started the game with.
They're throwing
And it's the same play they ran first play of the game to the opposite side, but to the boundary.
Jalen Milroe has grown so much as a quarterback over the last season, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's a good, smart play call.
Yeah.
God, 2nd and 3 is a great world to live in offensively. It is a great
You can take
world
this
to
a
live
quarter.
in. Why, though? Let's go. Line up and run it. See the protection. All right, 2nd and 3. I'd try and get him to jump here.
Yeah.
If you are going to bleed the quarter out, let's try and get him to jump. Make your call, whatever it is. You know, hold, whatever. They're going to take it. What a quarter. What a quarter from Alabama. Again, we are at Innisfree live streaming this game. Obviously, there's a lot of happy Alabama fans right now, and it's a good time. That was
some sad
interesting.
Georgia fans, too.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to TriStar C. What's up? He says if Alabama starts playing loose and stacking penalties, maybe things could change.
Well, see, that's what we talked about. If you're an Alabama fan, what worried you the most coming into this game? It was that. But I mean, hell, that first drive they had some penalties, were able to overcome it. But I think this Alabama team is too mature to take their foot off the pedal. They want to make a statement, not only that hey, we can win a national championship. Kalen DeBoer, there's going to be little to no drop off than with Nick Saban and Jalen Milroe in the Heisman on a day and a week where Cam Ward kind of struggled and Jackson Dart struggled. Jalen Milroe plays big here. He's going to vault toward the top of that list.
Yeah, and you know, Georgia's coming off a bye week, too.
Yeah.
Georgia's coming off a bye week when you saw what Alabama did against Wisconsin. So to me, that tells me Georgia's giving you the best they got right now.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it.
All right, let's go to Blitz Bama. I love it. I've heard that 500 times today. Said if you're Kalen DeBoer, you cannot let off the gas. You make a statement in this game. If this keeps going like this, Alabama will be ranked #1 in the nation.
I think you have to if they dominate Georgia the way that they've been dominating them. But here's the thing. You can keep your foot on the gas by just doing what you're doing. Like, you don't have to start taking shot throw after shot throw and say, you know what, we're going all in on a play. No, keep doing what we're doing. If you want to take the shot, let it develop. The run game's working. The pass game's working. Hell, I bet they've sold a lot of beer and hot dogs. The merch game and the food and drink game's working. Don't change anything. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. And defensively, I'm not getting out of what I've been in, and that's a lot of man free. And if you can sit there and run cover one and still be able to mix and match different routes, even in man, Georgia hasn't shown you the ability to line up and run you out of it, and they haven't shown you the ability to throw you out of it.
So what about if you're Georgia on defense right now? What are you doing?
If I'm Georgia on defense, that's where you got to start being aggressive. I'm going to start playing a lot more press. I got to stop with these underneath routes. I mean, he's getting the ball out quick. You're not getting pressure. I've got to heat you up and then start showing you heat and getting out of it. Not just bringing an extra guy, but you got to start. It's got to get real exotic, real Joe Exotic real quick. Real quick.
I agree.
I hope y'all said something good because I hadn't heard y'all say a word this entire
Can you not
time.
hear me over there?
I hope y'all are doing a good job. Let's go to Scott Grable. What's up? He says, absolutely keep going. I want this game 42-0 at half. I want the second team playing the second half.
Well, if it's 42-0 at half, obviously we're going to keep the stream on. But that would be, I pick Bama to win, you pick Bama to win. but nobody thought. I had it 27-20. I didn't think it was going to be like this.
I thought Georgia could be up at halftime. I mean, the way they played against Kentucky, going into a bye week and coming into Tuscaloosa, fighting hard, I'm shocked right now.
I haven't seen somebody get beat this bad since that last debate with Biden.
All right, let's go to Tyler D. What's up, Tyler? God, I just lost it. Here it is. Love watching at 9:30 Sunday morning in Japan. Hope they both lose, but love seeing GA getting hammered. Go Vols.
Oh, if you're a Tennessee fan,
He's in Japan.
Konnichiwa.
He's in Japan? At 9:30
Konnichiwa. He's in a
Let's
time
go,
machine.
baby. Hey, listen, have a drink. You know, maybe a little Irish coffee in Japan.
There
Here's
they
the
go.
heat.
They did bring him,
Yeah,
and he
but
replaced
they
it.
picked
Look at
it
that.
up.
Like, if that's what's going to
But
happen.
you picked it up.
If you're going to heat Jalen Milroe up and he's just going to replace the blitz with the football, they're going to win the national championship this year.
Yeah, it's again, you're bringing 6. You brought 6.
Look
no,
at that.
You dropped an
Look
in
at
there.
that.
You see the end that dropped?
Tight
So
end.
you really brought 5, but Jalen Milroe replaced the blitz with the
Ball.
and that's what you got to do. You got quads alert here at an empty quads
QB
alert.
draw.
Damn, South.
All right,
Trade.
quarterback run. Quarterback run. Nope.
Double pass.
Double pass.
Smart.
Hey,
Smart.
Wow.
that's a.
You'll take that.
See, but
You'll take that.
Yeah, but I don't like that there. I'd rather run Q counter.
I don't mind that. You've been coming out empty the whole game,
Hey,
and you've
hey.
been running with your quarterback.
Hey, let's ask him. What do you wait? Hey, grab him. What does he think about that? Hey, what do you think about that play call? What do you think about that? What's your name?
Nate, what up,
Hey,
dude?
what do you think about that play call?
Just not the call on 1st and 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're probably right.
From
I
what,
mean,
like,
Could have been a lot
midfield?
worse, though. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm happy he held on to it.
Yeah, just do
See,
that.
Hey, but
that's
when you're
what I
getting
wanted
8
on
yards
1st
of
and
pop.
10.
That's a better 1st and 10 play call there.
Yeah, well,
Absolutely.
Kate, hey, appreciate you being here, buddy. Of course. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, everybody in there. Hit that like button. It's a loaded chat, baby. We want to keep it going. Everything is bouncing out. Do you notice that?
Yeah.
All right, 3rd and 5. See, now you'd be in 2nd and 5, but here they go. They're gonna show it and drop it. They're gonna show it and drop it, Dave.
Oh, Nick.
All
Is
right.
that direct snap?
Yeah, that was designed. Go for it. Jalen Milroe.
Lollipop in mouth.
Are we going under center, David?
Yes.
Even though he fumbled against USF
Get the
at goal
confidence
line.
back up.
Get it
Get
back.
under center and get that snap.
Hey, little bush push here. Do what? 4th. Oh, you're going for this though.
All right, 4th and
they're
1.
in
Let's get in shotgun.
It's 0 coverage.
Zone
Here he
read.
goes. One guy.
Zone read.
He's gone. Touchdown, Alabama!
Wow.
Oh my God! Show industry! Show industry!
The mecca
Show
of college
industry.
football.
It's the,
The mecca of college football.
Look at Nick.
Look at Nick.
He's
Is
like,
he
man,
happy?
we didn't even beat
Nick
him that
doesn't
bad.
look super happy. Guys,
It's 28 to nothing. The second quarter just started.
Alabama's gonna hit the over by themselves. Hey, can I actually get some? It rhymes with Smetsy. Smetsy, please. Thank you, sir. We got the best crew. I want to give a shout out really quick, David.
Yeah,
We got
shout
the best
out.
crew. Producer
Justine,
everybody,
Mike, Michael.
We
our
got
boy
everybody.
Lee's
Our
here.
boy
All
Lee's
right, look
here
at this. Into
too.
the boundary. Into the boundary.
Right here. You can't get beat inside, Blaine. 24 can't get beat inside. It's an OnlyFans account on Georgia's defense right now.
All right, so one thing I want to point out on that play. Yeah, Jalen Milroe's the best athlete on the field. Yes, he beat you to the boundary, and then he took off and scored a touchdown. That's the wow factor. But it started with a good mental decision. That's zone read right there. If you give that ball on 4th and 1 with the defensive end crashing, it's a loss of yards. He pulled it when he needed to.
Well, the rule there is the guy that tackled the running back is right.
Yes.
Because obviously the guy on the edge is responsible for the edge threat.
Yes.
And so not only did you get beat outside, you look like you were running at the running back.
Yeah.
And you take 2 wrong steps with Jalen Milroe, put you in the kitchen, get a pot of hot water boiling, because, son, you're cooked.
It's kind of like the triple option or even the speed option. You have to take away the first threat first.
It's triple option without the third option.
Exactly.
All right, let's go to Christiana B. What's up? Saban looks like a head coach not celebrating because he knows this game isn't over yet.
I mean, possibly. I wonder if Nick's like, I hope this doesn't make it look like it's easier than what it really was. Because don't think for a second, Kalen DeBoer inherited what Nick Saban inherited. Those two things are totally different. Nick Saban built this monster, drove it for a long time. He built the thing from Pacific Rim, drove it for a long time, wanted to get out of it. Kalen DeBoer hopped in the same machine, and guess what? He's driving it pretty good, David.
So it's funny that you say that, because I talked to the head athletic trainer for Alabama football today, Mr. Jeff Allen. I asked him that question. He said the same thing. He said what Coach DeBoer's done since he's been in is to continue the culture that Nick Saban created. Yes, they do things different. They don't get to the stadium at the same exact time. Friday doesn't look the same exact way that it did for Nick Saban. The offense is a little bit different, but the culture has remained the same because Nick Saban built that thing up from scratch. And he went a step further and said a lot of what Nick Saban did was a holdover from what Barrett Bryant helped create here. That's why I say this is the mecca of college football, so that part's not going to change for Alabama.
No, without a doubt. I want to know how Georgia fans right now, I know you're probably not posting, you're just hate watching right now, and I get it, but I want to know how y'all are feeling.
All right, let's go to DeWoodchuck. He says, guys, are we surprised? Alabama always play better when Trump shows up.
Yeah, that is true.
It's funny you say that, though, because the last time I was here,
another one.
Bama LSU 2019, the week before Darby Lou and I got married, Trump was here. LSU won that game with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, true.
All right, let's go to a $10 donation from Abby Moen. What's up, Abby? Love the show. First year watching college football. Just watching because of you guys. Is this game already over?
It's, first off, thank you. Really appreciate it. Look, we love college football, good, bad, or indifferent. Our team sucks, but we still watch it and love it because, again, we're here to try and give you the best analysis possible and make it fun and have a sports show where we don't talk stuff that doesn't matter. We talk sports and try and help you win the water cooler, regardless of who tries to steal that segment.
All right, let's go to the Georgia fan. JC says, dog, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I don't know what is going on.
Yeah, well, think about it from a Georgia perspective. You've won 2 out of the last 3 national championships. This was supposed to be your game to take the mantle from the great Alabama and say, you know what? Kirby Smart is going to dominate this rivalry. Not only that, you are getting beat to sleep right now in every aspect, right? In every aspect of the game.
Yeah.
You are getting beat to sleep. All right, here we go. This is the max protect shot play, I think. No. Counter. There you go.
Got to get something going.
There you go.
Got to get something going here.
You got to score a touchdown. You got to score a touchdown here.
Oh, you're cooked.
All right, there's a positive, but right now you can't even think about the score.
No.
It's the next play. Popped a good run, split zone with the bluff action off of it. So what we mean by split zone is when that tight end splits the line of scrimmage to go seal that backside, and it's a zone run inside of it. It's basically a more intricate way to run the zone run, right? But you got that bluff off of it where the tight end will pretend to block and then slip into the flats, and that's the guy responsible for it.
Lincoln Riley loves that play.
He kills people with it. All right, doubles. 2's on the ball at the bottom. It turns into trips. Screen, you're cooked. What? Ball! Is that Blaine, let me ask you this. As a wide receiver, was that a pre-snap, we're going, this is a true screenplay? Or did Carson read that and go down?
No,
if he read that and went down, you were wrong.
That's a hot, right? They brought him out. This is a hot. See? Yeah, no one's running a
see
screen.
the stalking go? Did you see the stalking go?
Carson,
hey, they're going to come back to that. Watch that.
Carson Beck is slowly falling out of the Heisman hopeful and maybe slowly falling out of the first round.
Yeah, possibly. All right, 2's on the ball at the bottom. You may get smashed. We'd make a China call. All right. Nope. Hey, you gotta go. You gotta go for it. You gotta go for it. You gotta go for it or fake the punt. You gotta go for it or fake the punt. That's what you gotta do. You gotta go for it or fake the punt. Hey, the girl that asked earlier, you don't get this one, it's probably over. And I'm the last person that ever says that. All right, here we go.
They changed it to 4th and 1.
They're in the gun, David. What? Couldn't hear the whistle. Timeout? That's a good timeout by Alabama.
Yeah.
I like that timeout. Why not? We got 3 of them. It's the second quarter. We're up 28-0. You can't take them to heaven with you. All right, let's get back to the chat.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Jeffrey Gosnell. What's up, Jeff? Says my Bulldogs play Texas closer than Georgia is playing Bama.
That's true.
It is.
But, I mean, every week is different. Guys, what's the most shocking here isn't that Jalen Milrose made a couple big plays. Everything looks so easy for Alabama on both sides of the ball.
Everything.
Like this looks like a game. Guys, we talked about Tennessee scoring 37 against Penn State in the first quarter. Bama had scored 21 against Georgia and let the clock run out at the end with the ball. So if you're Georgia, do you line up in the same formation? By the way, Ohio State, Michigan State, 17-7.
Wow.
Hanging around.
If that game ends up being close, I'm going to have to give you a lot of kudos for that.
Yeah, that's it. Well, that guy shoved that burrito where, so all's right with the world. All right, they're going pistol.
You're done. What a run.
Wow.
Hey,
I'm going to tell you right now, you got away with that call.
Yeah.
You got away with that call.
Yeah.
Not only are you in the gun, he's in the pistol. He's 7 yards from where the ball is.
Wow.
You got away with that one.
Everything looks hard, even when it's working for Georgia. That looks hard right there.
But, God, if you're Georgia, take a shot here. Illinois, Penn State, 7-7, 2 minutes to go till halftime. All right, watch the guy on the ball at the bottom. Okay.
Well,
hey, leaning on him a little bit.
You said earlier Georgia has to play without the score in their mind.
This
is indicative of that. Mike Bobo is not abandoning the run game, even though they're down 28-0, because he knows he needs a score right here. So I think that's pretty telling. But you got to put the football in the end zone.
You get the ball back.
True.
To start the third quarter.
Yes.
If you can go score here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not going to stop them on defense, you're not going to win regardless how fast you go on.
True, exactly.
So, you don't got to force anything. This is a good down to play action.
They brought him.
Middle. God, Carson's off, though.
Even that
ball's
ball behind him.
It's a good catch by Dylan Bell. Carson's outside of that one deep throw. God, he just looks off. Right? The one throw on the over on that mid-roll arm side, the sprint out. It's a great catch by Dylan Bell. The problem is you put that ball out front of him, David.
He can run.
He may go score.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Doubles again. Now, they had a tight end in there. It was Deuce. See? Now you're in 2nd and 10. I don't mind the play call. I mean, it should be 2nd and 6. Bill was a little bit behind. Let me see it. Hey, I want to see the tight end on this route here.
Georgia, where's Stetson Bennett when you need him?
Has Georgia thrown it to the tight end?
I don't know.
He's been. I mean, you take that bullet away.
Maybe one.
God, I should have took that Iowa State Houston under. I knew it. There's Delp in motion there. It's 11 personnel, but he's flexed out.
There's a ball. That's a dot.
That's Carson Beck.
Yeah.
That's Carson Beck. Look, if you're Bama, that's going to happen. I mean, you got I mean, you're going to give that up sometime. Watch this throw. God,
That's a big-time throw right there.
That's a hole shot, boys.
Corner sinking.
That's just a reverse. That's going to sound funny, a reverse hole shot. Yeah, David.
If you're Georgia, you need to walk into halftime 28-14.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Tight. Watch the toss. Toss, 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 toss. Nope, reverse.
Oh,
basically a toss.
That's the Texas play.
It's a really
That's a good
bad
job
by
by Bama.
73.
It's a good job by Bama.
Counter, bluff, end around. Remember, we broke it down on huddle
Why
up.
am I lining up heavy and tight to one side to run it wide to that side? That's why I was saying toss. You got the reverse. You're hitting almost the same spot.
If you watch Huddle Up, you've seen that play.
Clemson 17-7 up Stanford at halftime. Closer than what I thought it was going to be. All right, Georgia, this is a trade motion. That's what we called it, where you motion both tight ends from one side to the other side. That's just lead. Touchdown!
Touchdown.
Georgia
Wow.
Bulldogs!
Wow.
God, they needed that. Hey, we need somebody to hit the screen. Mike, can you? Okay, you got it. You got it. God, they needed that one.
Man, if you're
Trevor
Georgia, you got
Etienne.
to walk into halftime 28-14. Yeah,
they're
y'all
rolling
doing
right
it
now.
right now.
Hey, did you take the Georgia money line, Blaine?
Hey, get this man some merch.
Let's give him some
Get
Crane
this
and
man
Company
some
merch.
please, Justine.
Thank you, brother.
Operation
There's
Merchandise.
very few people
Hold on.
out
They're
there
going
that
for
know
two.
ball.
They're
Y'all
going
know
for
ball.
two.
Thank you. We just want to try and tell people. Some of these
They're
other
going for
shows
two.
are like, they need to run the ball
Why?
better.
Why?
Whoa.
Why?
Why are we going for two? Bottom. They tried to run a pick route.
That's the problem.
What's the flag?
Damn, that's late.
You can't have
God, that's late. Leave. Thank you, brother.
you can't have your tackles go that far up by Carson Beck, or else he'll step up
Oh,
into the pocket.
pick
Now you
play.
got to kick it.
Pick play.
Kick it. Kick it. Hey, that's what we try and say. You know, it's, again, I want every show to do good. I just think we talk about it different.
The big thing that I know Kirby Smart talked about, and I know for a fact Kalen DeBoer talked about, was having those tackles right there get too far up in the pocket.
Yeah.
And Carson Beck step up and make a confident throw. That's what's most dangerous, because if you have him on the run and make a throw, you love that.
It's called extending the play in the pocket. That's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Hey, we appreciate you, man.
Hey, hang around now.
Hey, hang
I'll
around.
get
It's
off
gonna
the
be-
show. I'll get off the
No,
show.
you're
I'm
good. We appreciate you. Hey, hit that subscribe button or be lame. The choice is yours. You sick of eating pizza rolls only or what? Here we go.
All right, you made it.
Already made it.
Okay.
Why do we go for two?
I don't know. So no panic right there from Mike Bobo calling plays. They did not abandon the run. Had a lot of success on the ground that led to a touchdown, and then Kirby Smart decides to go for two. Is there some panic there in that call?
To me, I don't want to hear anything about the analytics. If you're going to try to explain to me the analytics of why you would go for two, down 28-0 to make it a 20-point deficit instead of a 21-point deficit, when you would lose momentum if you didn't get the 2-point conversion, I don't agree with you. I don't care what the math says. I don't ask math teachers about football questions. I ask them about math questions. Even though, David, football play really is just one big math problem. It's really more of a geometry problem.
I hope not, because I was pretty good at football, but not so good at
Yeah,
math.
me
But
either.
I understand it's 28-6, but why are we chasing points already in the first quarter when the biggest word you said was momentum? You finally got a little bit of it. Don't give it up by going for two and not getting it. I don't think you need to chase points there when you get the kickoff in the second half.
I
Blaine,
agree.
what do you think?
What do you think? You go for two there?
Why?
That's what I said.
Well, if you can tell me a reason.
No, they'll say, well, the analytics, and then they won't say why.
Analytics are a deep fake. That's what
I
analytics
agree with
are. They are lying to you. Show me the math. Who's doing the math?
Yeah.
The Russians?
Yeah, why is Kim Jong-un the guy in charge of
Yeah,
athletics?
analytics started in North Korea and somehow got here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Obey the May, what's up? Says, well, another year, another overrated Georgia quarterback who is a Heisman candidate.
Oh, that hurts to hear, man. He's really good. I don't know what's happening right now.
All right, now he just let his team down on a touchdown drive, made some big throws. I hope you're not saying Stetson Bennett was overrated. I really hope you're not saying that. I don't think you're saying that, but Stetson Bennett is still underrated.
Is Stetson Bennett the most underrated player in college football history?
He might be. He might be.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Carson. Thank you, Carson. It's our baby's first game day. Thanks again for the speech and glad y'all met the twin. I tagged y'all on Twitter. Y'all are great. Appreciate it. Keep up the show. Georgia sucks.
It's great. Hey, dude, congrats. I hope the baby keeps being healthy. Mama's good. I've never given a motivational speech for a C-section before, but mark that one off the list. 5-tool player, brother.
All right, let's go to the port, man. What's up? He says, I'm tired of hearing this Nico Alamaleva crap. Hype that shit up somewhere else. Alabama's coming to rip them apart.
Slow down. Slow down. Jalen Milroe. Nobody gives Jalen Milroe more flowers than us. We should open up a damn nursery about it. But Nico is like 11 years old. You can say Jalen Milroe should be the Heisman leader and he's the best quarterback in college football right now. But Nico Iamaleava is a really damn good player and he's got a really good future. We got to be able to walk and chew gum, brother.
All right, let's go to IGA, a.k.a. the Inconsistent Golf Association. Says, Georgia fan here. Fellas, this is bad. They look like they're playing scared. I've never seen this from a Kirby Smart team.
Well, you just answered.
You scored.
You just punched back. Now we're going to find out. Can you stop them? You haven't stopped them yet. They're batting 1,000. It's a Shohei Ohtani appearance when it comes to touchdown drive scoring. So Georgia's got to stop them. You don't stop them here, I don't think you're stopping them the whole night. So here we go. Got to kick off a touchback out of bounds, or in the end zone, excuse me. This is tough, man. This is tough. David, I'm still sending them.
Yeah.
I'm sending them. Full
yeah,
send.
I think you got to send them.
Full send. Got to get home, though. If you're Alabama offensively, you don't change nothing. You don't change anything.
Yeah.
Just let's keep running our stuff. We don't need any double passes. All right, trips closed. That tight end's on the backside. They're going to motion it still. Trips closed. High snap. That's
Look at that.
Stealing.
Bro, there he goes. There he
Just
goes.
a spot run. It's just wide spot,
Dude, that's,
man.
I could take 12 guys in this bar right now that can make that throw.
Watch this.
Watch this.
Look at that.
Linebacker
Look at
inserted.
that.
Where are we going?
Why? You're doing nothing.
Why are we pressing from depth and leaving the middle of the field wide open? Oh, wow. Necessary roughness on Alabama.
Is it?
First down, that's a 15-yard penalty for Alabama. Oh, no, we're being too rough on them. Guess we'll stop.
The score is unnecessary roughness.
Yeah, true. And Ohio State 24-7.
Halftime?
Yeah. All right. What is the... I didn't really see it. All right, hey, you got kind of cluster tight. Cluster tight.
11 personnel.
It's going to be 11. Watch Jalen. Here he goes. 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 God, that sucks to defend. Everybody's covered.
You're running by him.
Dude, you got it. Well, like, guys, look, here's the problem. We can sit here and say stunt the front, but you don't know if they're running the ball there. You can't just stunt the front into run. It's like blitzing all the time. Eventually, they're going to catch you. So the answer is, I mean, oh boy's way by. Good God.
No, it's bad.
You got to adjust. Run it.
Jalen Milroe's 10 for 10.
Pistol.
Got him.
Shot.
Ryan Williams.
Waggle.
Come back. Easy. Stealing.
Like,
So I'm
if he's
sure
going
you
to
got
run it like,
vertical
if
and
he's
an
going to throw it like that and run it like that, I don't know if
I don't know what you
Alabama's
do
going to
there.
lose a football
I don't.
game.
There's not a good answer. You got to hope.
Waggle, play fake, sail.
Sail. Just
Waggle,
sail route.
sail. I mean,
It's a sail
look at
route.
that. Look at that ball.
That's a great throw. We talked about, can he make the intermediate throws? Can he make the intermediate throws? Well, survey says yes.
He's 11 for 11 for 149.
Dude, David, he's playing a perfect game. He's playing a perfect game. All right, watch this. Easy.
Got a little extra right there.
Yeah. You think he could have got to the edge there? All right, your Alabama, 2nd and 8. Smells like Ryan Williams on this one. Hey, do we get that wheel stop here? Or do they save it for a 3rd down?
You like wheel stop here? Let's see. They have to bring them back. Bring them back to the boundary. Yep, there he comes. There he comes.
Wheel. That
It
was
was
a wheel. Did
Not
you
a
see
wheel
the wheel?
stop. Did you
Over
coach
here,
football?
just,
You coach football,
Hey,
didn't you?
sorry. No, hey, Nick Sheridan. No, can't talk right now. Can't talk right now. Did he catch it? Hey, who caught it? I can't see it. They called it a catch on the field. Uh-oh, stand by.
Stand by.
Stand by.
Stand by. Interesting. There
Stand
we
by.
go. All right, so you're in. If the play stands in the chat, they can probably see it better than us. Tell us if that was a catch or not in the chat. Hold on. It did hit the ground. Is that what he said? All right, let's get to the chat while we're waiting.
All right, let's go to Trojan Fight. What's up, brother? Says, right now, I'm going to be honest, Georgia doesn't even look like a top 25 team.
Oh,
I wouldn't
whoa,
say
now.
that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, it's 28-7. Still got time to come back. Let's save the burying Georgia takes at least for when the game is put away or we really feel like it's over.
All right, let's go to Shalimar Branch. What's up, brother? He says, roll tide, baby. We making this look easy. Never a doubt. Never a doubt.
Man, it must be so great to be a Bama fan. God, it must be awesome. Like, it really must be awesome. It's like back in the day being like the son that's not gonna be the king. You're born to the royal family, you're super rich, you ain't gotta worry about what to do in the war. You can be an artist, or you can be a writer. Like, it's Alabama, man, it's just like amazing. Amazing.
All right, let's go to Evan P. What's up, Evan? He says, why can't Bama just suck? Nick Saban left and they got better.
That's a. Again, let's make sure that we let this game keep going because you never know what's going to happen. I do know what's going to happen. I'm going to destroy some fried pickles when I get a chance.
I just had him put in an order for some chicken fingers with the Irish gold sauce and some sweet potato fries. I just did that. I did that for us.
I love you.
I did that for us.
I love you. No Diddy.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation to Mo Money. He said, I've never seen Kirby Smart team look this bad coming off a bye week.
Yeah.
Is it the players or is it coaching?
Well, I don't think they have some of the guys that they've had in the past. A lot of questions coming into the season. We talked with Rusty Manziel. A lot of people that look, Georgia's going to be really good on defense, but they don't have the Jalen Carters, the Jordan Davis, those unbelievable. Mikael Williams, he's going to be a hell of a player. But the lack of explosive plays on offense, too, I think those things are hand in hand. Georgia's not going to have that elite, incredible defense, and then not having guys that can make explosive plays consistently on offense. And that's what we saw in the first drive for Georgia on the drop ball. So it's, I think it's personnel. I think it's personnel.
All right, let's go to Archie's brother. Says, it's really a weird feeling for me, loving that Georgia sucks, but damn it, Bama's good.
I'm saying, if you're a Tennessee fan right now, Auburn fans are just out drinking and drowning their sorrows. Hope you drink your antibiotics before and be responsible. But if you're a Tennessee fan right now, did you want to see an ugly, low-scoring game where both teams look inept,
Yeah.
or one of the teams look like they are not elite, but the other one look really, really good.
I talked to a Tennessee fan earlier today. He was the only one. Tennessee shirt, Tennessee hat. Yeah, it's kind of bittersweet. You're like, yeah, okay, Georgia looks vulnerable. We can go on the road to Athens and win, but that team from Tuscaloosa is coming here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, here's Bama, third down. Going to keep the tight end and protect. All right, he's going to be a little short. Go for it.
All right, 4th and 1.
Go for it. Go for it. Of course, if you're Georgia, you get a stop right
You get a
here.
stop here.
Gotta
you go
have a
score
stop.
before halftime, and who gets the ball coming out of half?
Georgia.
That's what I'm saying. Even if you get 3, even if it's 28-10 at half. But if Alabama gets this first down, they're going to at least get a field goal on this drive.
Man, this is a big play.
It's
A
tough.
big play to keep the momentum.
I'm running a reverse
You may get one.
trade. I bring everybody.
They hard counted them, smart. Timeout, 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 timeout. Smart there by Kalen DeBoer. I'm still going
God,
for
I
it.
tell you what, Kalen looks pretty damn comfortable, man.
He does. He does.
He led
I mean-
Washington to the national championship last
Well,
year.
you know, when you got that guy in the number 4 jersey right there, I'd feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
I'd feel pretty comfortable too. All right, let's get back to the chat.
All right, let's go to Uncle Rico. He says, it's tough right now when you lose. I'm not familiar with those feelings. Right now, if you're Georgia, I don't know how you come back from this.
Let's let the game keep playing, but if you get dropped like 56-14, it's one thing to like, man, it's a tough game against Bama on the road. It's another one to just be so blatantly dominated that you almost feel like there was nothing you could do about it. Like you were beat at birth, and we're not used to saying that with Georgia.
If it's 56-14,
All right, let's go to
yeah.
Daniel. What's up, Danny? He says, as a ball fan, I thought we would beat Bama at home. After watching this game, screw it. We're running the table. 12-0, balls by 50.
I'm so excited to see these round robins. Basically, they're going to happen with the top teams in the league. Oh!
They got to stop.
He didn't get it.
They got to stop. That's huge.
Huge.
Huge for the momentum.
That's what I'm saying. Don't bury him yet. Don't bury him yet. Was there a read there? I got to go back and
No,
watch the play.
true handoff.
It's hard for me not to run Jalen Milroe here.
No read. He's handing that.
It's basically split. Just out of a different world. What
All
a
right, so
play.
Georgia's
What
first
a
touchdown.
play.
Georgia's first touchdown on offense, followed by their first stop of the game on defense.
Great point. Great
3
point.
minutes left.
All right. Alabama fans, is there a little bit of nervousness that's creeping in? Just a little, just a smidge. We'll see. Can Georgia keep going? I like a shot first play, Diesel. I like a shot first play. God, Houston, Iowa State's just in a cripple fight over there, 3-0 in the third quarter.
Empty, one
Empty.
high.
Hey, here, is this the shot, B? Sudden change.
Draw 3.
Super Payne, you got him.
Pick!
Oh,
back.
big! Oh, now you're cooked. Now you're cooked.
Gave it right back after your first
Carson
stop.
back.
Hey, you had an open guy, too. You had an open guy,
Wow.
too. You had him, too. Watch. So Bama's in man free. Nope, they're actually in zone. Oh, that was way low.
Yeah, he must have been watching Auburn.
Yeah, that's the Peyton Thorne special. Here you go.
Wow.
I'm starting to learn how important Stetson Bennett was to this football team.
I said it for Georgia for 2 straight years. Oh, you're gonna have room. It's a great play call. Nick's cooking. Nick Sheridan is cooking. What's that smell in the kitchen? Someone cooked you.
Yeah.
Jalen Milroe's gonna run in another touchdown. Watch this. Watch this. God, Georgia. If you're the defensive coordinator of Georgia, oh my God. That's tough. All right. Watch the short side up here to the boundary. It's a good job
All
on
right.
the defense there. Hey, do you like rolling Jalen Milroe out to his arm side here?
Yes.
Running a pick play?
I do. I'm a little surprised to see they hadn't rolled Jalen Milroe more this season.
Look, it's hard for me if I'm Alabama not just to come out empty every play.
Really?
Come out empty every play.
You can always motion a guy back in.
You get the read coming through the jet sweep. You can pass off of it. You don't know who has the ball. You have to keep contained, and at that point, Jalen can hit you downhill so quick. If he clears the line of scrimmage, he's gone.
Yeah. Well, and again, you can do so much in the motion game with it, and you make the defense have to go to what their empty checks are. You know, they got multiple, but then you got to make it communicate when you bring the back in and make it doubles or trips open or whatever. They got to re-communicate what their original call was, because you're not going to stay with an empty check. So it's just, a lot of it is gamesmanship,
Yeah.
too. Right?
All right, let's go to Wes Smith. What's up, Wes? He says, I can't, it's really embarrassing right now as a Georgia fan. We're losing to this Bama team, and this is the worst Bama team I've seen in a while.
I don't know. I think it may be the worst Georgia team I've seen.
I just don't know. You go down and you score, get a little momentum, then you try and go for two. That doesn't work. You end up kicking the extra point off the penalty. Then you finally get a stop on defense, and you follow that up with, I mean, why not even just a run play there? There's 3 minutes left in the half.
Well, David, like, if I'm going to take my shot, if I'm going to throw a pick, I would rather it be because I threw a vertical ball, and the DB made a good play on it, and at least the field position doesn't change. That we talked about field position before this game. Anybody that knows anything about football knows that it's a game of field position and turnovers. That's what it's a game of. And Georgia, it really hadn't mattered where Alabama's gotten the ball, but you finally get a sudden change to go good your way, and then you not only give Alabama the ball back, but you give them the ball back in your territory.
Yeah.
It is the only thing that could be worse was if they scored. It was a pick six. That's the only thing that could be worse.
All right, let's go to the Reman. What's up? As an Auburn fan in a house that is divided, I have banished myself to the porch with a bottle of bourbon and no glass.
Look, I mean, hey, my wife's from Tuscaloosa. And listen, I know I'm just going to tell you what I think about Auburn. Like, I'm not going to sit here and just pump sunshine and rainbows. And I think it's going to be okay in the long run. But, I mean, goodness gracious, man. How hard is it to be that bad at Auburn? Like, Auburn isn't, hadn't had the elite success that Alabama and Georgia has had lately, and I get that, or Ohio State or Michigan. But how can you not get a quarterback at Auburn? And then you put this guy out here. Peyton McChokesalot, right? If he was on a McDonald's menu, he'd be a McChoke burger with McChoke fries and a McChoke shake. I'm just sick of watching it. Pay the money back. Do the right thing.
Saint Double K. He says, call it a conspiracy, but Kirby isn't yelling and getting in their faces. He spent too long in Alabama. He's too fond of Bama. He doesn't know how to beat them. He's either scared or too soft.
No.
Wow.
David, I think he realizes that Alabama's just better than they are. Like, if the times where I would scream and get the most upset is if we were even or better than somebody and we weren't playing well and keeping them in the game. That's where Kirby Smart's going to get the most upset. If you're watching what Kirby's watching, I mean, there's not a lot yelling can do. So it's not a lack of focus thing. It's a you're just getting your ass kicked by a better team right now thing.
Yeah.
All right,
Like,
here
it
we
just
go back
had a
to
stop,
pistol.
so a 2nd and 11.
Pistol.
She's out of it. Running back. Delay. Oh!
Now they get a pick.
Oh my God! What's the flag?
Uh-oh.
Interception.
Roughing.
Did they rough them? Did they rough them?
After the interception.
It's a
Didn't
pick.
it sound like he said holding on the
Yeah, he
defense?
screwed up a couple times. Golly.
Okay,
Hey, how
so
much
let's
you wanna
look at
bet
that.
this
That
a
was
run?
3 down linemen.
Now
Okay,
you
hold on.
have
3 down
one.
linemen.
If you're Georgia,
Needed that.
hope.
A chance.
Tie in delay.
Hey,
That's a great call.
what was I saying all week? Play zone coverage. Play zone coverage behind it and try and confuse Jalen Milroe the best you can. He's going to eat you alive in man coverage. There you saw it. You got the first turnover of the game.
Yeah. Well, you made him have to alter where he was throwing the
Yes.
ball. But you know, one thing, and I don't want to be picky here. God, I hate when guys fall down after getting interceptions.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Let's throw it to the running back. Oh my God, he almost. Dude, what is going on?
I've never seen Carson Beck play this bad.
Hey, Mel Kiper rated him the best quarterback in college.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't surprising. I've
Good
never seen him
Lord.
play this bad.
Oh,
I mean, that's bad.
Mom, Oreo smoothie now.
Georgia.
He almost gave that
pick
right
Georgia.
back, man.
All right, here we go. What Delp's got to show up at some point, but I mean, I'm horrified to throw it right now if I'm Georgia. Gonna get a comeback down here. Bang, had the out.
Nothing.
Bro,
Nothing.
what is up with Carson?
throwing.
I'm so impressed with this Alabama defense right
Like,
now.
you notice, like, typically when guys miss, they miss up. He's missing wide and low. David, do you think this is just a mechanics?
I think it's a combination of Alabama coming in with such a great game plan against him that you gotten him flustered early, and now things are just starting to unravel. I mean, this is one of the biggest games we've seen Carson Beck in.
All right, watch the slot. Watch the slot here by the hash mark.
Free release. Free release in the
Gotta
slot.
throw it now.
Nothing.
Boy.
No answer.
3 and out from Georgia. Alabama's going to get away with it. Alabama's going to get away with it and probably get good field position. He wants grounding. Let's see the blitz here. Oh, Kane brought everybody to the party. That's a great call.
Everybody.
He brought everybody and their brother to the
That's
party.
just like, if you're Carson Beck, you got to give a guy a chance.
Yeah.
You're
Well, they're the guy in
one-on-one
the slot.
automatically down the field. You have to give a guy a chance.
And
You're
pumped it.
pumping? Who are you pumping to?
What's the safety? It's a safety. Grounding in the end zone. It's a
Grounding.
safety.
Wow.
Great call, sir.
Wow.
Now you're cooked.
Where was the receiver?
Golly.
Was he not on a vertical at the bottom?
Watch, look, this is the guy I was talking about on the hashes. That's grounding, dude.
Yeah, it's grounded. It's a good call.
All right, let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from BD. Appreciate it, brother. What do you think of Mike Bobo as a play caller?
I mean, I don't think the play calling's been that bad. He's not super flashy. He's kind of old school. He does some good things, right? It's kind of a throwback way of calling plays. But I don't think the play calling has been the reason why Georgia's down 30-7. I don't think he's the best play caller in the world. He's not Monken, all right? But I don't think he's a bad play caller. I mean, Carson Beck, I mean, y'all are watching what we're watching. Hey,
thank
do you mind if I get some more Schmepsi?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there
Hey,
some silverware too?
silverware? Sweet potato fries.
I want to get back to the Mike Bobo question because as someone who grew up in Georgia, Mike Bobo has been the play caller at Georgia for a long time. I've heard, from Georgia fans who say he's too conservative. They don't like Mike Bobo's play calling.
I'll give you one.
That was obviously under a different head coach. Mark Richt used to be the head coach. You got a different guy there in Kirby Smart. But I think Todd Monken did so many things to help open up that offense, but he had more weapons to be able to do it. The play calling today from Mike Bobo is not why Georgia's losing the football game.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day,
They need it. They need it. They need it.
you got to have the cats to make the scheme
They're
work.
going through it right now.
You got to have the
Hey,
cats
man,
to make the scheme
can we
work.
bring punts back to safety?
Do what?
Can we punt the ball after safeties?
Well, I never wanted to do it. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's coming
Flag.
back. It's coming back.
Flag.
That's coming back. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice. That's awesome. That's awesome. So you're Bama, you're Georgia? Yeah.
right.
That's great. That's great. Yep.
Yeah,
All right, we'll put you on there. We'll put you on there.
You'll be there.
All right.
Blocking the back.
All right. Blocking the back there. Great to meet you all. All right, here we go. Look, it's a college bar, people. Y'all know how it goes down. 30-7. All right, going empty here, David. Is this quarterback run?
Yeah. Yeah, or
All
they'll
right,
motion
so
him back to the backfield.
I always find it fascinating how defenses play empty, right? There's 2 trains of thought. You carry a lot of checks with you. You only got 5 guys blocking.
What are we down?
You only got 5 guys
23?
blocking, so if you bring 6,
Don't care.
you obviously don't pick them up, or do you play zone behind it? They're rushing
what's
3.
going on over here?
Don't
Are we
care.
hearing from
Go
her?
Dogs.
I love it. I love it.
All right, big play. Big play.
Uh-oh.
Big play. All right, here we go, here we go. All right, tight end. It's amazing. Alabama's used the tight end more than Georgia has, and Georgia's got Oscar Dell.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
I'm telling you, spitting it across the middle. Plenty of time. You got plenty of time. And I got sweet potato fries, so it's a good situation. All right. Oh.
Got him.
Same play.
Ooh.
Thank you, thank you. Same play. All right. Empty, 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 empty. He's going to throw it underneath
Still
again.
bringing it.
That's all it is. He had another guy. He had 2 guys wide open there. I'd stay in it. It's like Blaine said. I don't know how you don't stay in it.
Why not? Why not? I come out empty all day.
Look, I mean, look at that, David. Look.
Yeah.
I mean, goodness
Bro,
gracious.
that is true.
See-
They're playing prevent.
Yeah.
I know that's not what they wanted to do right there. You don't just turn a guy loose right there. Reverse. Reverse pass. Screen.
Reverse pass, screen.
Screen. Great job by Georgia. Why? Why are we? Why are you doing
If
that?
that goes for a touchdown, though,
Well,
then we would say, oh, Alabama literally has everything
but
working.
when you're this wide open underneath, I mean, you're trying to truly get in field goal range, man. Like it's like the double pass. I don't hate it, but I don't think you need it right now. Right? Listen, I got a Lamborghini. I can speed on the highway. I don't need to do it in the school zone. So now you're 3rd and 13. Bama's got no timeouts now.
No.
Bama's got no timeouts
left. Look,
So
right
you-
here, you just don't want to make a critical mistake.
For sure.
Right?
Well, you
You're
got
up 30-7 at home, about to walk into halftime. Either we get a field goal or we punt it. I'm not going for anything crazy.
Well, and you got to have your fire alert ready for the field goal team. We used to call it fire, 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 wave the towels, which means we got to run in and get lined up. Kicker doesn't have time to take his steps, right? We saw that. We saw Auburn blow it before halftime on one of them. You got to have that ready. Everybody on the sidelines going nuts, because if you get into field goal range, it's not like this next play you have to do it, but if you get into field goal range and you're tackled in bounds, you've got to have that field goal team ready. That's just part of the communication that goes on the sideline. So right now, the special teams guy on the sideline has the field goal team mirroring where the offense is going down. So anybody who's not on the field that's on the field goal team is right next to him and following the offense down, and the kicker and long snapper and holder are ready as well. Gonna go doubles here, David. I can't tell. It's 11 personnel.
Yeah.
Are they gonna throw it? That actually should have been a pick 6. It should have been a pick 6. Look at Kalen getting fired up. I love it. All right, you got to punt this. So now, if I'm Georgia, I'm going after this.
Yeah.
I'm going after it. But if I'm Alabama,
Oh, my God.
Wow. No wonder Kalen DeBoer's angry.
Look, the inconsistencies of college football pass interference is disgusting.
No,
it's disgusting. I don't know what a block or a charge is. I don't know what a pass interference is. There's no defined rules. I don't know what roughing the passer is.
Bro, roughing the passer's out of control.
Hey, that's pass interference from Little League all the way to the NFL.
Yeah,
How are we not calling that?
TVs for 11 years, and that's pass interference.
All right, so they're going to take the delay here.
Yeah, but if I'm Georgia, I want to go after this one. But if I'm Alabama, I realize that Georgia's coming after it. There's 27 seconds left. I may tell the punter, I'm going to one-step this thing. Don't go through your normal steps. Let's one-step, get it out. They fair catch it at the 20, they do, but he didn't. He rolled right into it. Georgia didn't really bring it that much, though.
Oh my God.
See, this is the kind of stuff.
He got it back. He got it back. God, dude.
All right, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. It's one thing when Alabama just has better players than you this year. It's another thing when you're making mistakes at every single position.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of stuff right there that gets you blown out.
Like, no, I've never seen Georgia play this afraid.
Well, let me throw this at you. Here's something I don't understand. Let's say there's 20 seconds to go, and you're not going to take a chance when you get the ball back if you're Georgia. You just want to go into halftime. Why do I put a returner back there?
Thank you.
Why do I even risk that? I'm not putting a returner back there. If they down it at the 1,
well, you know what? Maybe after you've seen the mistakes Carson Beck has made and gotten a safety, maybe you're like, well, we don't want to be on the 5-yard line. Thank you.
No, I wouldn't put a returner back there unless I was trying to score points. Which, I mean, even then, I mean, you got a 14-yard gain and you're still, you know, the state of Massachusetts away from field goal position. I'll never understand that. You see guys take returners out at the end of games. Like, hey, just let it hit. Let's go safe. Leave the defense on. Don't even put a returner back. Don't even sub the nose out for a returner. Do they got a guy that can get it there from there? I mean, that's a what, 70-yard throw?
Yeah.
That's a long way,
I
buddy.
don't know, man.
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Bro, I've never had those chicken fingers at barbecue sauce. That's incredible.
Yeah, we got a message from Dylan. Said Bulldogs got more felonies last week than points tonight.
Well, all right, here we go. Screen. This is a good call. Pitch it. Selfish.
He said Georgia had more felonies last week
than points. All right, we're at halftime at Innisfree Irish Pub. It's a hell of a time. Got a lot of Bama fans here. They're happy. It's 30-7, and it was ugly. Oh, this is the fight he was talking about? So, now, and Bama's going to be backed up. They're going to be kicking off from the 20. Nick Saban is mind at that. So if you're Georgia, now that you're down 22, if you score a touchdown, I would go for 2. Because the math adds up to that to me.
Yeah, because you see, that's how math works, right?
Yeah.
And also, we're not in the first quarter anymore. They were chasing points in the first quarter. Anyway, let's see what this call is.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, Alabama number 58. The 15-yard penalty reinforced on the
Kalen looked at him and said, call the pass interference. He didn't even worry. He said, call the pass interference. All right, let's get to the chat. Halftime, we want to see what y'all think.
All right, let's go to Mr. Pugh. He said, hey, look, this game sucks. We all know it, but I'll trade Peyton Thorne for Carson Beck in a heartbeat.
Oh, God, Carson Beck would be like Joe Montana at Auburn right now compared to what we got.
Let's go to C. Beard. He says, Georgia fans, Georgia has to bench their QB. He's seeing ghosts out there. It's not going to help them in the second half.
I don't think you make a change at quarterback. I would doubt those other guys would be able to come in and be super effective. I do wonder, David, if Georgia comes out and Carson makes another bad decision and throws an interception, do you sit him for a drive, or do you worry that signals to the rest of the team there's a quarterback problem, and you still got to go to Ole Miss, and you still got to go to Texas, and you still got to play Tennessee?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I hadn't seen Carson Beck play this bad before, and this to me is as bad as it gets. They're bringing 8 and dropping 3. It's an all-out 11-up dog blitz, and he's pump faking. And then you get the you get the pass downfield that's not even close. I don't understand what we're doing there. And that's not the only one. Balls were behind guys. I haven't seen Carson Beck play this bad. I don't think you move on. I mean, imagine what we're talking about here. We're talking about in the middle of the Alabama-Georgia game. Are you going to sit Carson Beck?
Well, you lose this game, the season isn't over.
Yeah.
Like, it's a 12-team playoff, and you would have a loss at Alabama. There ain't a lot of great losses. That would be looked at the end as a great loss. So you can't do what you think Carson Beck is doing in the pocket as a fan to your team after this performance so far. You can't panic like that because Georgia's going to be fine, I'm telling you. Now, look, they may go 9-3 and not make the playoff. Who the hell knows? They play like this, they're not making the playoff. But if anybody can fix it, it's Kirby Smart. And you're not going to be playing many teams that have a guy like Jalen Milroe, even Texas. They'll beat you in a totally different way. Quinn Ewers ain't doing you what Jalen Milroe can do to you. Ole Miss, Jackson Dart can run pretty well. He ain't running like that. So Tennessee is what kind of worries you. If I was a Georgia fan, I'd be more scared about Tennessee right now than anything. Because if Nico has got some similarities to Jalen, but I tell you, man, it's an interesting time for sure.
All right, let's go to Brody B. He says it doesn't matter who they put in at quarterback. It's not going to save them in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if Bama drops a 50-piece.
Well, what everybody's talking about the offense. It's Georgia's defense. Guys, look at Jalen Milroe's stat line before the last couple minutes of the first half. The dude was pitching a perfect game through the 5th inning. He was 11 for 11, like a $150 a touchdown. He's got 2 rushing touchdowns. And really, I thought the throw to the tight end that ended up being the interception, he wanted to put it a little bit behind him because of where the pressure was coming from the inside. I think it was a little bit too much, but that's a catchable ball. That guy will tell you should have caught it.
But that's what you needed to do if you're Georgia on defense. Play some zone, make him think, make him do something, right, just so it's not so easy. And then you get the turnover, and what do? You come back and give the football right back to him.
Yep. All right, Blaine.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from the Dougie. Says Jalen Milroe equals Lamar Jackson.
You know, I think he's the closest thing we've seen to him.
I thought Denard Robinson was.
Well, it's Jaden Daniels. But I thought Jaden Daniels was a better thrower in college than Lamar was overall. I think from a where you're at standpoint, that's not a bad comp now. I think we can start legitimately making that comp.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Devin. Thank you, Devin. It was sloppy, but BYU took care of business in Waco. My boys had a blast. We went nuts after the game-winning interception. They can't wait for their next game. BYU is turning into a problem.
BYU fans, I would like to take the time to officially apologize for sleeping on you guys this year. And I wasn't the only one. It was more consensus. But I would like to now make a full commitment. I'm on the BYU train. I'm on it. Look, Baylor isn't great, but this BYU team, I know they let them kind of come back a little bit. I mean, dude, they've shown they can win games in multiple ways, and I think they believe. I like that white boy at quarterback, Retzlaff. I think he's got a little bit of witch in him if he doesn't turn the ball over. But again, man, I'm in. I said if they beat Baylor, who again, Baylor's not a great team. I'm not saying that. But if they beat Baylor, I'm in. I'm in on it.
And that was one of my dog picks this week.
Me too,
BYU dog pick, baby.
Both of y'all.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from the Rebel. He says, is it over for the Rebs? Sorry if it's not on topic.
No, look, I told Ole Miss fans this. I'm not quitting on Ole Miss this year. You got opportunities. You get this Georgia team at home who's looking a lot more vulnerable than they did a couple weeks ago. Let's pull up Ole Miss's schedule real quick. Let's pull up the schedule real quick, and I'm going to grab one of these. Oh, wow, that's a big one. That's a chicken arm.
Yeah, this what are these, the gold?
The Irish gold.
Irish golds.
All right,
man, here in
let's roll through it. All right, you got South Carolina on the road. You go to LSU on the road.
Okay.
You have Oklahoma at home. You go to Arkansas. Then you have Georgia at home, at Florida, and you obviously end the year in the Egg Bowl, Mississippi State.
I'm not out on them yet. I'm not. The real quick.
How will they respond?
I know. Who do they got next? At South Carolina? You said they're at South Carolina
They
next
got
week?
them Cox next.
All right. They're going travel up to try and. I'm not going to say that. Should I say it?
All right, let's go to Taylor.
Yeah, good answer. Good answer.
I can't hear y'all. Let's go to Taylor Fleming. Hate that I miss y'all. Can't go out like I used to with all 3 of them kids. Roll damn Tide from the great metropolis of Demopolis.
Yeah.
Georgia sucks, and we all know it.
It's a beating right now. I want to hear it. Does anybody out there, what do you think about the first half?
How you feeling?
Hey, you step on the mic right there. What's your name?
My name's Dirk.
All right, what do you think about the first half?
Honestly, Jalen Milroe, he looks solid. But Alabama's defense, they look solid also. And I think Georgia just came in here thinking, we could get in here just without a breeze, fly under the radar, just get a win out of here. Hell no.
And that's not a crazy
no.
That's not a crazy thing to say right now, but if you'd have said that a Kirby Smart coach team would have walked in Bryant Denny not really respecting Alabama is insane.
Well, to me,
Nice hat.
I'm gonna disagree with you because I think that they did respect Alabama, but I think deep down they knew they don't have the cats they normally have. I think there was a little bit of fear of them coming and playing.
They do. And you guys are going to hate me saying this. I go to UT. I'm a senior at UT. Go Vols, baby. But I took Bama money line.
I did too.
And it's all day.
Doug, I was born in East Alabama Medical Center. No
It's
like
all
Alabama.
day.
I took Bama money line.
It's a great bet.
It's a great bet.
Don't let feelings get in the way of making money.
No.
I'm making money. I hate to say it, but
I love it. And I love that hat. I love that hat.
thank you.
Damn, you got two
Are they
of them.
are they taking it or leaving it?
Take her to leave it, baby.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
And Georgia, you better take this L and get the fuck out of
Oh my
Tuscaloosa.
God! Whoa.
Am I allowed to say that?
You're right.
Is that-
You're right.
I don't know. I don't know.
You're good.
Sorry.
You're good. All right, Trey, you got something to
Appreciate
say?
it. Trey,
you're
what's
good.
up,
You're
man?
good. That's
I
good.
appreciate it, brother.
Booster Club in the
I
house.
told y'all,
Yeah.
Milroe for Heisman.
Hey, he's got to go.
I
Hey,
told you right now.
Hey, Trey, let me ask
Take
you
it to
this.
the
Yeah,
top.
what's up?
If they win this game in this type of fashion, Milroe leading the Heisman,
Absolutely.
and Alabama should be ranked #1 in the nation.
All right, we're now we're
Okay,
clear.
we're here.
Hey,
We're here.
Now you're here with it. Hey, I told
Well,
y'all.
how are they not? I mean,
This is insane.
it's again, you beat Wisconsin. I think not enough people have heard people talking have said how good it makes Bama look to have Wisconsin look good against USC.
Well, what's crazy to me is like Georgia looks scared.
They do.
Their defense looks scared to play defense. Their offense looks scared. They can't move the ball.
Well-
It's Carson Beck looks like he doesn't know where he's at.
No, he
It's
doesn't.
insane.
He doesn't.
It's insane.
Trey, when has the Georgia defense looked so on their heels and just trying to make it through
Like this is I was not expecting. I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting.
Typically,
this.
they're the ones.
Yeah, they're the ones
like,
that drive it. Yeah, no, this
set
is
the
insane.
tone.
This setting the tone. This is crazy.
What do you think
So-
the final score is? I know it's 37,
So
30 to 7 now.
I think the game's gonna slow down for sure. I think Kirby's gonna make adjustments. I can see it maybe going up to like 42 max, so like 42-21
Yeah.
type of game.
Yeah.
I think Georgia's gonna score a couple more touchdowns, but I mean I think Bama wins
If
it.
you're Nick Sheridan,
Yeah.
or you're Kalen DeBoer,
Yeah.
are you looking at that score and saying, all right, if we stop Georgia on the first drive, because they get the ball first,
Yeah.
do we need to slow this thing down and maybe run it a little bit more and start
So-
eating clock? Now, it's different if they go down and score, and it's 30 to 14,
What I
or do you
did
just keep
notice,
going?
what I did notice is that they're trying a lot of trick plays. They're pulling
I
stuff
wasn't a
out.
huge fan
Yeah,
of-
they started pulling stuff out that they don't usually run. So I think you give it to Jam. I think you give it to Haynes and just let them run the ball out, slow the game down. I think you can do it because the Georgia defense, the Georgia line does not. The defensive line is getting no push.
No push.
So
and the
Trey,
back end is playing off.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Trey, is it just me, or does everything Georgia does look clunky? It looks tough to get. Everything Georgia does to get 4 yards, it looks a lot tougher to get.
absolutely,
Everything
absolutely.
Alabama does
That-
looks smooth.
The fact that first drive, it was like everything it was working, and Georgia looks like they're scared.
Yeah.
Carson Beck
Yeah.
does not know what he's doing. And that's what it looks like.
and
Hey.
it's not like this is Carson Beck's first big game.
No, it's not
absolutely
his
no,
first.
no,
we
he's-
hadn't seen him in a ton of
I
them.
mean, he's played them before, so it's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
like it's new to him.
I
So
can never imagine a Kirby Smart team being scared.
Right now, would you say Georgia's fraudulent?
Was it more Bama or more Georgia? That's the question.
Is Alabama just that good?
I need about 2 more drinks for me to
Smart
say that.
man.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, listen. Now I will say this: Ole Miss, this game they're showing right now, that was fraudulent. Ole Miss is fraudulent.
Well,
I
Kentucky
think-
played Georgia
listen,
that close,
I think-
really.
I think Kentucky is going to play spoiler for everybody else for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
That game, but Georgia. If they can't score in the second half, I say they're fraudulent.
Yeah,
I think Carson Beck is fraudulent for sure.
Yeah,
I can't
I
believe
think
we're
Carson
talking
Beck already
about that,
proved he's
man.
fraudulent.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's bad. It's bad.
Trey, it's just great to see you, buddy.
Appreciate it, Trey.
Definitely.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Who's next? Who's up next? Come on.
Get up there. Let's go.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you
What's
doing?
up, man? How's it going, brother?
Hey, listen, we got a good game going here. What do you guys think?
I
Roll
mean,
Tide.
I don't know if you call it a good game. This is an ass beating.
Well,
Yeah.
I've just never, and this is what we were talking about, I've never seen Georgia not have the personnel.
Yeah.
Like, that's the crazy, like, it's not that Georgia's busting coverages. They don't have a ton of penalties. You got a couple turnovers. Alabama's just better than that.
Yeah, no,
They just got better guys. I mean, it's that Alabama's not running anything nobody's ever seen.
Yeah.
But everything is working. The ground game for the running back and quarterback, right? The tight end's able to catch the ball. The underneath, the intermediate, the shots even are working. The only thing that hadn't worked is a couple trick plays you ran. You
Yeah,
don't need
you're
to
right.
run.
You're right. Listen, I know a couple of those guys. Like I represent Alabama hockey. These are my teammates.
Oh, hell yeah.
So we play
Y'all
hockey.
are the real psychos. That's
Hey,
the thing.
you know, if stuff starts popping off over here, I'm finding y'all.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, like we're starting to collab this year with the Alabama football team. It's really starting to blow up. We got alternative jerseys, and I've met these guys, Milroe and Tyler Booker, in personal, and these guys are great athletes, but even better people off the field.
Well, you can see that
And
show
that's
on the
culture,
field.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's
It
culture.
really is. And they show it, even the social media shows, like, those guys are great guys to the fans, to everybody that comes up to them. I just hope, as a Tide fan and just in general, that these guys get it done for Georgia. I know how important it is to them.
Yeah.
I spoke to them this week, actually. I know a couple of guys personally.
Well,
and-
this is what, like, when you go play at Alabama, you don't get measured by what you did against Western Kentucky.
Yeah.
You get measured and remembered by what you do in this game,
Yep.
and what you do in the Iron Bowl,
Yep.
and what you do against LSU and Tennessee or whoever wants to smoke in the postseason.
Yeah.
And you know that when you sign up, but then you get guys that want that. See,
course,
that's the
yeah.
difference in Alabama and Auburn right now.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I think the young guys at Auburn got some of that DNA in them, but Auburn doesn't have that killer in them.
Yeah.
They don't want to look at the moment. Like I think Jalen Milroe's like, God, I hope this game comes down to a fourth down and I'm running it.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
don't think anybody at Auburn, I know Peyton Thorne does it and nobody else does. So that's the difference.
This is a statement game. This is a huge game. This is our time to step up and prove who we really are.
Yeah.
We're the Tide. We're going to show who we are, and we're going to show them on the field. And that's what we're doing here tonight.
Yeah, and you can see it. And
Hey, give a shout out to Innisfree.
Yeah,
Oh,
shout out
no,
to
this
Innisfree.
Innisfree, listen,
beat it, man.
this is the best bar by far
It's
on
not even
campus.
close. It's not even
By
close.
No doubt.
milestones. This bar is unbelievable.
Hey, we got to come watch y'all play one time,
Hey, I
too.
love what he brought up, though.
Come
When
watch
he's,
y'all play one time.
when he's talking about culture, right? What out of Alabama camp have you heard from bad right now?
Nothing.
Nothing. There's been nothing but bad coming out of the Georgia camp. Felonies, DUIs, week after week, and sooner or later that stuff does what? It bleeds onto the field. So Alabama's not only winning on the field, they're winning the culture battle, and that says a lot about a first-year coach responding or following
Yeah.
Nick Saban.
Well, and again, just to put a bow on it, Alabama was in flux for the first time in a long, long time. Not that you didn't have a really good coach, but there was a change that wasn't because of bad things. It's just the way it works, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, any time in your life, and I'm not comparing a coach retiring to losing a parent, but when you grow up and one of your parents pass away or a mentor of yours, you're in flux in life and you want to make sure that you have a foundation that can keep going that got you where you were. That's what I think Alabama fans were asking. Is Kalen DeBoer capable of coming in here and letting all the greatness around, letting him drive the ship and him not crash it? And so far, not only is he not crashing it, he's winning the race.
Oh, yeah, this is the new Alabama. I mean, listen, Nick Saban, he steered us in the absolute perfect direction. And now he brought in, new coach, and this guy is excelled, brought in guys. I mean, we're a dangerous team. I mean, if we can get through this milestone,
yeah.
I mean,
Well, you got Jalen Milroe at quarterback. You were
Oh, yeah.
dangerous when you stepped on the field.
for sure.
Give us a roll tide,
Yeah,
man.
give us a roll tide. real
Roll
quick.
Tide, guys.
All
Here we
right,
go,
guys.
boys.
All
Roll
right.
Tide.
There we go. My God.
Yeah, here we go. Roll Tide.
Let's-
Roll
I love
Tide.
it. I love it. Hey, I love it. I love
Love
it.
you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
I appreciate
Hey, y'all
it,
kick
guys.
ass in hockey,
Good luck.
man. Let's
Yes,
go.
sir.
All
We
right,
will.
let's
We
go.
will.
Let's get back to the
Oh,
chat.
you gotta love it.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from the Ferg. It says UK new name. Cover Killers are the home wreckers.
Say that again?
UK's new nickname, the Cover Killers are the home wreckers.
I would call them, if I had to say anything, I think it would be the Nasty Boys.
The Nasty Boys?
The Nasty Boys.
We appreciate you.
Because, again, you know, what's up? Oh, no problem. I would call them the Nasty Boys. Let me give you a better handshake than that. Hey, guys, thank you. Hey, no problem. Yeah. I would call them the Nasty Boys because every game they play in, they wanted to turn nasty, right? They don't want to show up to the Great Gatsby party.
You're talking about Kentucky?
Yeah, they want to go out to the field, crush some natty lights, and shoot at the cans later.
It's not pretty.
Wearing jorts.
But that W is pretty.
That W.
When you get that win.
That W's so pretty.
What a win. What a win.
All right, let's go to Scott. What's up, Scotty? It says, right now, is Georgia just worse than we thought, or Kentucky better than we thought?
I would say, David, you take that one. I'm going to take it by the stick.
Kentucky clearly figured something out after getting blown out by South Carolina, and not just the whole Kentucky team, but particularly that Kentucky defense. The way they played Georgia, and then the way they played at Ole Miss today. But yeah, I mean, like Blaine, you tweeted out at halftime of the Clemson game. Yeah, that was a defensive battle to start, but you're like, where's Georgia going to go on offense?
Yeah.
Then they end up blowing Clemson out in the second half, and everybody tries to clown you. Oh no, Georgia's still really good. Well, yeah, of course they're a really good football team. Kirby Smart still won 2 of the last 3 national championships, but you called it out in the first game of the season, and now we're seeing it sort of get exponentially worse in one of the bigger games.
Yeah. David, we said exactly how that Georgia-Clemson game was going to go. And then we said
Alabama has to play the confidence.
They will, I promise you. Yeah. After the Clemson
down against Georgia before.
Yeah, y'all stop them on the first drive, it's a wrap. Yeah, y'all stop them on the first drive, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I don't think they will. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Totally
agreed. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, wait, look, it ain't over.
That's why you gotta trust Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
This is when you trust your head coach.
I agree.
Yep.
All right, so what we're saying, we also said that when the game goes like this, the Georgia-Clemson game, that Georgia's still got to show us the ability to replace Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey. And can this offense, are some of these other guys going to step up, like Oscar Delp, right? Dominic Love and everybody like that. And we really didn't see a ton of that. I mean, Cash Jones made a pretty big play there at the end, but it wasn't super explosive. And that was the worry with Georgia, right? So not only has that shown to be true, or proven to be true, but your defense is not what it's been. And Rusty Manziel did say that was going to be the case, and he was spot on.
All right, let's go to Kevin Wyckoff. What's up, brother? He says, roll Tide. Right now, if you're Alabama, what do you want to come out in the second half and see?
More of the same. More of the same. How well do you handle prosperity under Kalen DeBoer? That's the next question. Some people, when they get prosperity, don't know how to handle it, and they end up losing it. We're going to find out a lot about the maturity of this Alabama team in the second half. We're going to find out a lot about where Kalen DeBoer is with the guys in the locker room, but that's where having a leader like Jalen Milroe and some of these older guys that have been around, I guarantee you in that locker room, the first thing that was said when everybody sat down was, we can't let up. We don't have to do anything crazy. We need to be smart, but this game is not over. Defense, when they get the ball, let's get a stop, let's get the ball back, and remind them that the second half is going to go just like the first half went, regardless of whatever they thought.
You're talking about for Alabama?
Yes.
So when you say that, do you mean that you'll come out and see Alabama play exactly the same offensively? I mean, there was a lot of drop back pass for Milroe, or do you think the boys over here are right?
I think it depends on the first drive that Georgia has.
Okay, so if Georgia comes down and scores, nothing changes for Alabama.
I don't change anything.
If you stop Georgia, though, are you running a little bit more on some plays you would traditionally call pass?
That's a great question. David, I would say this. I wouldn't change a lot, but I may think of things a little bit differently on 3rd and 7, or if we're backed up a little bit on 3rd and 11. Hey, maybe we run the draw here. Maybe we don't try and push the ball too much down the field. And then tempo-wise, there would be no more tempo. Like, we wouldn't even just throw it out. That's if Georgia doesn't score. If Georgia does score, and I'm talking about a field goal too. They score a touchdown or a field goal. You've got to continue to do exactly what you've done. You've got to be aggressive but smart. And on that note, everybody just watching.
Here's one of the things I want people out there to remember. When you play this RPO game and you play this zone read game, sometimes it's a simple math problem and the answers are there in front of you. If the box is loaded, you spit it out wide. If the numbers are out wide, you run it. So sometimes it's not about the offensive coordinator calling specific plays. Sometimes it's Jalen Milroe going in with 2 plays and making the decision based off the numbers.
Exactly right. All right, after the penalty at halftime, Georgia gets a good return. Bama was backed up, kicking it off. We're going to find out, man. Again, you're looking at some of the mistakes right now. By the way, everybody hit that subscribe button that's in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here, man. We really appreciate it. We're going to try and get to all the donos. It's probably going to be impossible. But I'm interested to see what Georgia goes with early. They need a couple short, quick throws, I think, to get him back in a good place, in a good rhythm. Kind of like the way Alabama opened the game up. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be there, but I think you try and put them in that situation. All right, there's that trade motion with the tight ends we talk about. 12 personnel. A little quick pitch.
Yeah, hell no.
It's actually a good job by ETN, even getting close to the line of scrimmage.
Hell no.
I wonder what Kirby said.
Probably not excited.
God, Michigan State.
You can show this guy all you want. He ain't making up 23 points.
No. And he don't play defense. All right, 2nd and 10, empty, empty, empty. They're going to motion it back.
Bama's going to bring 3.
Look at the slot at the bottom, Blaine. Look at the slot at the bottom. Throw it now, 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 now.
Not even close, man.
You might have to pull.
Bro, this is like
you might have to pull.
This is
It might
shocking.
spiral out of control.
You might have to pull.
Like, what do we, did we think the double move was coming here, or was it just a straight go? I don't know. All right, 3rd and 10. It's not, God, this is not what you wanted to be in.
Georgia 0 for 5 on 3rd downs.
All right, so 2's on the ball up top. China, China, China. They brought an extra one. They're cooked. They're cooked. So here's now, if I'm Kalen DeBoer, hey, let's run it. Let's run it.
Choose some clock.
Let's run it.
Yeah.
Let's run it. I just returned the punt.
This is embarrassing.
Yeah, it's Carson doesn't know what he's looking at right now either.
Embarrassing.
Watch. You get a little. That's timed up so well if you're watching the replay. That's timed up so well. That's like somebody jumping out of behind the door on you.
Wow.
Might have gone safe there, which is smart. All right, here we go.
Jake, actually, at this point, if you see that it's this lopsided, right? Earlier in the game, we were talking about not doing anything to shift the momentum to Georgia. But if you know you're this much better than them, is there some thought process in your mind that's like, let's just go beat them as badly as we can?
Yes, you want to send a message, but I mean, you can send a message by, and again, if it's 4th and short from midfield, I'm going to run it. So if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
From a play calling standpoint, I think you just stay on the horse, man.
Well, let's see if they throw it.
There you go.
All right.
There it is. Little RPO. Some people will be like, oh man, that play sucked for Alabama. Most guys, you're probably going to end up in 2nd 10 or 2nd worst. The fact that he got positive yardage there, when you're playing quarterback, to me, isn't about just making the good plays great. It's about making what should be the bad plays just okay. Yeah. I don't think people talk about that enough.
All right, cluster here.
Kind of tight to the field. Got him in the sit down.
Look at all that time.
And the crazy thing was,
no one around him.
He had the guy on the sit down early and didn't throw it.
And he's missed a couple of those, but he makes up for it with his legs.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because he's maybe getting a little greedy. Maybe wanting to see if that ball is a little bit further down the field is there. 3rd and 4. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, to me, I don't feel great. I don't think we got to do anything crazy.
All right, they're going to motion out of that 2x2.
Nope. It's going to be bluff. Bluff off the split zone, David. Nope, they didn't motion it. You got
Drop
the back. Had the back.
That's actually a really damn good ball.
Yeah, Georgia. Hey, how about that? How about that? All right, let's get back to the chat quickly.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from the Fish.
Miss.
Says, Cone, we got to get you in for a Statesboro game.
For a Georgia Southern game? Just tell me when, brother. How about that, beating Georgia State today?
Hey,
Southern, not
Forum.
State, the real
Happy
GSU. Hey, and prayers to everybody in Statesboro right now. I know it's hard down there. I know there was devastation. Y'all stay strong. We're going to be checking in all week with y'all.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Brian the Ringer. He says, boys, just before kickoff, I took Bama plus money on the put Bama money line, and a Booster Club T-shirt magically showed up. And a Booster Club T-shirt magically showed up.
It's amazing, right? It's amazing, right? All right, great coverage there by Bama. I like Georgia trying to be aggressive on punt return. I mean, hell, you got to do something. All right, let's get back to chat.
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh, going down?
Yeah, it's going down. But I already had a comment here from Drew P. What's up? Says, I've never seen Georgia get beat so bad in pre-snap plays. They seem like they're outnumbered on each side.
Yeah, this is something we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, we've seen Georgia lose a couple games, but not like this.
No.
Because they were too talented to lose like that. Even if they played bad. That, to me, is it's jarring, kind of. I mean, they are getting beat like they used to beat teams.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, I don't know, watching like a parent get old, I guess, and not be able to do the things they could ever do. It's just tough. David is chat. We're gonna get back to the chat. I think it's down right now or whatever. Illinois Penn State update.
I got it.
There we go. Back up. All right, let's get it.
All right, let's go to Tyrone. What's up? Crazy how these guys were all acting like Bama had no shot at the title this year.
Who was?
I guess us.
Man, you know what's funny is like,
Yeah.
Didn't we all have Alabama in the playoff?
not just
Pretty sure, yep.
not just that, but like literally picked Alabama in this game preseason.
Yeah.
I picked Alabama in this game preseason when no one else was riding with them. We can't even get any love for that.
Yeah, this is what I don't get about people sometimes. And maybe you're just trying to troll. I don't know, and I don't care.
Update: Penn State 14, Illinois 7.
Right.
A minute left in the third.
We will admit when we were wrong about something, but don't make shit up. Like now you look like an idiot.
Like, how could you be mad about anything if you're an Alabama fan?
I'm saying I was this guy. I mean, I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know.
SMU 14, Florida State 9 right now.
Oh, SMU's up.
Look at this one: 24-24, Texas Tech, Cincinnati.
Yeah, South Alabama. Yeah. All right, what else we got?
All right, let's go to Daniel Moulton. What's up? Dale Moulton, excuse me. From Alabama, I'm just coming out here and running the football and getting this game over as quick as possible.
I don't think that's a crazy thing. I mean, again, I didn't dislike the call on 3rd and 4 right there. I didn't think it was an awful call. But if I'm Alabama, you know, there's a difference between letting your foot off the gas and doing what's smart.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying say no, we're not throwing it anymore. We're just gonna knee it every time. Like that, like they try to do the Mud Dogs in the Bourbon Bowl. I'm not saying that, but there's also, hey guys, let's realize the circumstance. Let's realize where we're at. The goal now is it's us against the clock, not against Georgia. So you got to be smart too.
All right, let's go to Jace Wells. What's up, brother? He said, Blaine, did Kentucky just send Lane Kiffin to Florida?
What do you think?
I think if Ole Miss doesn't make the playoffs this year, I think Lane Kiffin will be the head coach of Florida.
Do you think that's going to be like a deciding factor? Like if Ole Miss stumbles down the stretch and people are kind of hating on Lane Kiffin, would that be what would make him take the job? Like, all right,
well,
maybe
the thing
I need
is,
to go.
I do think it's easier to create a better roster consistently at Florida than it is Ole Miss. But that doesn't come into play this year because you already created the roster. So if you can't win with that roster, what makes you think you're going to go to Florida and win if you have a roster that's just as good?
Very true. All right, here comes Georgia. A little play action. God, they just can't make the plays,
Everything
bro.
looks hard, man.
They just can't make the plays. mean, you got to catch that,
Like,
dog.
that's a simple pitch and catch.
I mean, the times where Carson has delivered a good ball, you know, the opening drive shot play that they didn't catch.
I mean,
You got to catch that. You got to catch that. That's a great play by 7, but you got to bring it to your body. All right, 2nd and 10. It's a great call by Mike Bobo. Let's see what we got. Nice little pick play.
You got to get out.
Nice little pick play. So now you're 3rd and 5. Now you're 3rd.
Everything looks so hard.
It does.
So hard.
It does.
It looks so hard.
It looks the way Georgia makes people look, or at least had in the past. All right, I wouldn't mind putting Carson on the move here a little bit.
Yeah.
Printing him out, pick play, something like that. All right, here we go. 3-by-1. Tight end in the
Or
slot.
screen.
Fire it. Here, take off. Right here's where you use them.
Oh my God.
God, what is
Can't
this
run
guy
lateral
doing?
with these
This guy
guys,
is
man.
throwing. Carson Beckett's losing so much money in this game.
Like, that's just not you're not aware. That's what worried me the most. You're not aware. Well, like, what are you doing?
4th and 1.
Keep it. He got it. I think he got it. He got it. First down, Georgia. Godly. We talk about awareness, man. Like, this is just. But hey, drive continues. Drive continues. Shut up and drive. Shot play here, Dave.
No, run it. Choose some clock, man, because you're just
Now
getting
you're trying to
beat.
get out of here?
You're getting beat, man.
Now you're trying to get out of here. Empty. He'll motion the back. I don't know. Mixed it. See if we get a motion here. Yeah, I agree, Kirk.
All right, they're staying in empty.
Take off. Look, that's
All right.
that's
That'll
what
work.
you got to do. I wonder if they're. I got to see what they were.
Y'all need
Empty.
to hurry up.
Yeah. All right, Georgia, tempo. We got the stack into the boundary. Wouldn't be surprised if you get a quick screen up top. Like, catch it now, especially if they're blitzing. Catch it now.
Now, yep. Good
Got him.
call. Good call.
Got
There
him.
you go.
Got him. He may go. That's a horse collar.
Ooh, maybe got him on the shoulder pad,
It's a
though.
horse collar. You can see it coming from a mile away.
We're at.
Let's see. Holding on the off.
On your biggest play.
Look at Kirby's visor. That thing is like, Kirby don't know. It's like he got hit by a truck, because he kind of did. Kalen DeBoer truck. That is, it's getting late early. Let's see. I don't know.
That's old. They missed a horse collar.
God, if you're Georgia, man, it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Your biggest
Great
play,
call.
your best play of the night.
All right, back to 11 personnel. We call this deuce. It's formation deuce. Tied in right there. Got it. Just fall apart. Down to my core. It's insult meet injury. Under personnel. Undisciplined. Underwhelming.
Yeah.
That's what we say.
It's surprising.
Surprising.
All of those. Any one of them surprising, but all 3 of them almost unfathomable.
This is a new flavor ice cream for Georgia fans right now. And they don't like it. Probably bubblegum flavor. That ice cream sucks. Penalties about even. All right, they're back in deuce. Probably going to run the same play. All right, you're going to be
That ain't gonna do it.
3rd and 10. I think that's too conservative, Mike. Talking about Mike Bobo. Down 23, brother. Maybe tight game, trying to sneak him with the run, not make a big mistake. I don't like it. So, Now they can pin their ears back.
Yeah.
Now they can come get
It's
you.
3rd and what?
3rd and 10.
3rd and
Carson's
10.
not a great runner, you know. Let's see, Kane may get exotic. We see that kind of wall defense we talked about. Gave him some problems earlier.
Looks like
They'll
11
make you throw it
personnel.
underneath and tackle it. At least the guy knew the screen was coming. Okay, that's like that guy looks like he plays for Georgia.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Let's play a game and let's give him the ball.
you got to go for this.
Oh, you got to go for
this.
everything.
Like there's no question. There's no question. Watch this.
Yeah, get him the football.
God, 11 and 11 read it like a book. Didn't make the play. All right, here we go. Ball game right here. Never thought I'd be saying that with 7:20 left in the 3rd quarter. He's got to sit down. Number 3's got to sit down in the hole right here. He caught it. Wow.
All right.
Is that
It's
mesh?
a good throw.
No, I think that was just a yeah. All right, let's get to the check.
Good throw. Good conversion there. Good conversion there.
Yeah. It's a good job by Carson hanging in there right here. Watch this. Good job hanging in, making a good throw. It's a great throw, actually. Money. All right, still alive. You're still alive. They get the stack. Remember, they ran a screen out of this last time to the field. Now they're going to give you something different. They just can't. The layered throws, man.
I know.
That's where he struggled tonight. That's where he struggled tonight. Get to the chat for a second, Beep. Gonna get to the chat.
Yeah, let's go to Jesse S. What's up, Jesse? So Georgia's getting exposed just like Ole Miss. You're really finding out who's about it and who's not.
I mean, yeah, the longer we go on in the season, we're going to get more information. You find out the who's who and who's not, as you brought up. I mean, I think it's a valid point until they prove you otherwise. All right, we're formation into the boundary here, Dave.
Yeah. Which I like it. Oh,
Run.
got to run counter out of it.
I don't. Well, since
Everything's 4 down now.
yeah, that's since you're now in 4-down territory. I guess you know the run on 2nd and 10 isn't that crazy. You got 4 down.
Guys, right now we got 6:16 on the clock.
6:16.
3rd and 5, 6, count down, about to be 6:10.
That visor, boy, that visor's
That
had a night.
Visor's been got some work today, buddy. Some work today. All right, here
All right,
we go.
they're bringing 4.
There's the shot.
Taking the shot, slot fade.
I mean, dang.
Slot
That's a great
fade.
throw, too. It's incomplete. That's great coverage. Look. Oh,
Look at
that visor. It's like Gus
Boy, that
Malzahn's
visor's
pants.
had a night.
He's getting work in the game. Slot fade.
Slot fade.
Slot fade.
That's pass interference.
Yeah, that is. Was it holding?
How many times did he look back for the ball?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, Kirby's got a case there.
Yeah,
PI.
I thought Kalen DeBoer had a case earlier, too.
Oh, that one was assault. That one
It's
was
assault, brother. You got to go for this. All right, let's get in the chat.
All right, let's go to the man with the plan. What's up, brother? Says, hey, guys, love the show, loving the content. Georgia fan here. This is embarrassing. I don't know how you bounce back from this. Oh, wait, we got Auburn next week. We'll be okay.
Yeah, we're the slump buster. Like I said, Auburn's the slump buster. They're the look, you know, you go out, maybe it's Innisfree, right? You talked to a couple 8.5s. They've turned you down. You know, you hadn't had a lot of luck with the ladies lately. There's that 4.5 walking around. Maybe a little sturdy. Dad's rich, good cook, makes a mean, you know, tortellini. That's who Auburn is. It'll make you feel better about yourself for a little bit, you know, for like a day.
That's sad.
You know,
That's real sad.
You're not in a slump anymore, but like technically, like you hadn't hit a home run. That's who Auburn is. That's exactly.
Is that one? That one's in Georgia, at Georgia, isn't it?
Oh, that was at Georgia. Oh God, they are going in, and Kirby's going to be upset.
All right, let's go to the well. He says new top 6 after this week. Bama, Texas, Ohio State, Tennessee, Who is y'all's 5 and 6 after Georgia's and Miami's performance?
I mean, that's a good question, dude.
Well, Miami still won.
Miami did still win. I think, Miami would still be. See how Penn State does against Illinois tonight. I know it's 14-7. I think they've got a chance. I mean, but nobody.
What if Oregon comes out and just shows
Oregon
out
is
against UCLA
to me,
and starts
Oregon
climbing?
is the one that has the personnel to be dominant, and we saw them do some really good things. But no, it's. I think I would put Oregon there. I would. Let's see how they do against UCLA too. And then Utah, man. Like people laugh if Cam Rising.
They need
he's
Cam
questionable
Rising
in
back,
every
though.
game ever.
They need Cam Rising back.
They do.
They
To me,
need him back.
elite. They do. Just like Texas needs Quinn Ewing.
All right, let's go to Nowick Alwyn. What's up, brother? He said 2 missed penalty pass interference calls, one against Georgia, one against Bama. SEC officials are either flag-happy clowns or decide they don't know what a flag is. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna be bad at both of us. At least I'll take that. What's up? You gotta hop on.
Oh yeah, hop to the mic, big dog.
On the mic.
I can't go. I just want to talk to you guys about what you're talking about. Yeah. Talk to the mic.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to talk about kind of how the game's going and everything. What are your guys' takes? I can't hear you, though.
Yeah, I know you can't hear us out there. It's surprising to see Georgia get pushed around like this. Because it'd be one thing if Georgia was busting coverages. It's just catastrophic plays. Y'all are just bullying them. Y'all are just bullying them.
Y'all are better. Y'all just
better
right
than
now,
they are.
you're better than
Like
Georgia.
by a lot.
Yeah, no, it's really surprising, I think, how the game is going because, I mean, the stats are pretty gnarly, I think. We didn't expect this. And I also can't hear you guys. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
I can't hear you guys.
All right, we'll talk
All
louder.
right, we'll talk after when it kind of calms down.
Hey, should I just hop out? I'll
For sure.
Come back after this comes down.
Okay,
We'll talk.
sweet.
Yeah.
What was
SMU
this?
21-9.
What happened?
Now we
SMU.
got a flag. Surprisingly, shockingly. Let's see what it is. All right. What's the flag? It clicks on the offense. Holding. There's a foul on by each team. They're keeping with the method. They're keeping with the method. Gonna replay the down. All right. Now, David, this is the. I know it's 14-5 here. Let's let this play go, but man, you don't get this. I just don't see a path, buddy.
And they've already gotten 2 of them this drive, right? I mean, you're already
Probably
playing
gonna get
with
something
fire,
over the
but-
middle. And this trip's open. You got to work to the bottom down here.
Looks like man.
Oh,
Cover 1.
oh, you got to throw that. They'll throw that. They'll throw that.
All right.
That's why
Yeah.
Kirby. That's why as a coach, you do have to get after the officials sometimes.
You get the
'cause
next one?
You get the next one.
Yeah.
They're not going to come together and change the pass interference call that they missed, but you get that one.
Yeah.
The next one, it's just human condition.
Is that why you yelled at the ref so much?
I did the math. If I yell at them every time,
I
I'll
want to
always
see
get
old
the next
Coach
one.
Crane footage. I want to see that.
Oh, dude, I hope it doesn't exist because it's bad. That's a whole.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Can't-
I respect it, though.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, you got to try to get away with it.
I get it. You've been getting away with it.
Yeah.
Both teams.
Zero's played a really good game.
Yeah.
You can tell he's a captain. He's got that mic in his helmet.
Trips open. They survived another 4th down.
Final.
Pick.
That was a bad decision.
Should have been a pick.
Again.
He's mad. Look.
Oh, he wanted to pick. Golly, man. Tough. I know Carson's trying to make something happen.
You're throwing into. You're thrown into coverage. They're bringing 3 with a spy. I mean, you're in a trouble situation. They know you're throwing it.
Yeah.
And not just for the DBs, the defensive line can pin their ears back.
That's what I was saying.
This
After
is
you went
heaven
down
for a defensive
14-0,
end.
man.
It's like telling me what pitch is coming.
He's 12 for 26.
Brought him.
You
That
gotta
was
make
a great
somebody
play by
miss.
Carson Beck.
Now, there's a good play, and see what happens.
He may go. That was it. See that? Replace the blitz with the ball.
Yeah.
And that's what you do.
All right,
This is a
here they're
great
gonna bring it.
decision. Got to make one guy. There you go.
Put the ball in the other arm.
All right. You got to go for 2, I think, if you score here. Wheel. You see,
All
the,
right.
you see the wheel concept with the shallow?
Yeah. All right,
Touchdown, Georgia.
So
All
now
right,
you go for 2.
Two. And remember, you ran a 2-point play earlier, so your favorite 2-point play is out the window. Now you got to go to the second one. Little fake off the toss.
Look at that.
Just post wheel, really, is what it is. That was a that's the Carson Beck we thought we'd be seeing.
Yeah.
Right, if it's me, I like a little tight end delay here. I don't know why offenses don't run it once every game. See if you get your pick play up top here. Watch 11 go into the flat. And there he is. Got a backside.
Backside
That's just
dig.
dirty. That is
Backside
dirty.
dig, that's nice.
Bama had that covered up.
And I like
pretty
the play
much.
call.
That's like basically a sprint out tight end delay
I like the
backside.
play call. All right, so now
That
it's a
got steamed up in
15-point game.
practice.
Now 15-point game. Alabama didn't do a whole lot at the very end of the first half, and so far you only had one drive. For Alabama on offense now, kind of need to go put something together.
Well, now you lean on the guys that got you here. If it's me and I'm Alabama, I'm watching surprise onside kick. Alert, 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 surprise onside kick number 1. Then when the offense gets back on the field, that kind of governor that you put on that we talked about, like not putting your foot all the way down the pedal, but putting a governor on your offense, like in a golf cart, or at least not the souped up ones they drive around here, but the ones on the golf course, and you take that off.
Well, on the surprise onside kick, at least you can still do that in college. In the NFL, they couldn't even do that this drive because it's not the fourth
I know,
quarter.
but that's why that rule sucks.
But, yeah, I mean, you don't want to let Georgia have any hope if you come out here and go 3 and out on offense, right?
Yeah, well, and again, Georgia scored, but guys, they had to convert 4 fourth downs, and it's like 16 plays, and I mean,
It's hard. Everything's hard right now.
That's why we said they're not methodically going to be able to go down and keep up with Bama without hitting the big plays. But all right, let's get the chat.
All right, let's go to Eli C. What's up, brother? He says, guys, am I crazy? I took Georgia plus 23.5, and a separate bet, I took a money line. We'll see.
The 23.5, I mean, 15, you got touchdown protection right now because Bama's not going to go for 2. The money line, you want to talk about a sudden change in a bar? If Georgia comes back and wins this game, I don't know what to say. I don't know.
I don't think Georgia has it in them.
I don't see them.
I don't think they have it in them.
I don't see them doing it.
All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Nathan. Appreciate it, Nathan. Were my MSU dogs looking better because Arch was in? And or did they give me a glimpse into the future, willing to give Levy a chance?
Yeah, look, you got to give Levy time. I think it was a mixture of 2 things. One, I think Mississippi State played good. There you go. Played better than what they are. But I think Texas, with a backup quarterback, kept it really vanilla. And I think this is a great teaching moment for Steve Sarkisian.
So you guys stand by now what we had talked about the last few weeks, which is if Texas is going to win the national championship, Quinn Ewers has to be the
Yeah,
coach.
Arch isn't good enough.
Yes.
He's too young.
Like Sark's going to say, hey, nothing's going to change. We're going to get. You know the difference between having a young guy in there and a guy that's gone to this place and won, that's gone to Michigan and won. Like, it's just different. And it's not Arch's fault, it's different. That's just the nature of the beast.
All right, let's go to Evan862. What's up, brother? What does Georgia need to do to slow down this Alabama offense? Nothing seems to be working.
Well, you got to mix things up, right? You can't just do one thing. But to me, you have got to find a way to shore up what's happening to you in the short to intermediate passing. When you're blitzing, guys are open. When you're not blitzing, guys are still open. Like, maybe we got to play some more man. maybe we got to walk him down and say, look, make Bama take shots. Because incompletion, A, stops the clock and gives you a chance to turn the ball over. Yeah, you could give up a 70-yard touchdown, but hell, you give up a 70-yard touchdown with them going 8-9 plays, and then you have less time with a bigger difference.
It's so interesting to hear you say that, because so far a lot of what they've done is to help prevent those shots, which Jalen Milroe's so good at taking. And Georgia has forced him to at least do what he hasn't historically been great at. The only problem is he's been great at it tonight.
That's
at
exactly
one point
right.
He was 11 for 11.
To me, we got to mug up, make them take a chance. And if they don't want to take chances with this lead, then you're in an even better position. All right, so we got a kickoff return. Tackled down pretty well by Georgia. Good coverage there.
If you're Alabama, though, here, you don't need a 3-and-out, and you don't need a turnover. You can't give Georgia any more hope coming off a touchdown and a 2-point conversion.
3-and-out here, and Georgia does not need to go for 2 after the first touchdown. I hate that.
Yeah.
Kick the extra point, go for 2 your second time. And I'd run something off of that delay I just ran with the tight end. All right, so they're showing, here we go. Bama.
12 personnel.
Closed. Let's see what they go with here, Dave.
Split zone? Nope. Oh,
Get a little just quick pitch. Really,
all right.
Really good. Really good by 17. Good. What do you think about that call? I don't mind
Look,
the call.
if you're Alabama, you don't need to go 3-and-out.
No, that's what I said.
That's what we were saying, yeah. Look at him. This is what leadership looks like.
Yeah. Let's really find out about Georgia. Let's find out how much pride the Georgia Bulldogs have and see if they can come back and make this football game close.
All right, they're in this, gonna empty in motion back. So really you're in the same, nope, you're not the same formation you were just in. That is true.
All right, they're
empty
going to stay in empty.
with 11 personnel. Let's see if Georgia's going to be smart pass rushers.
No, they brought 4.
Great throw.
No pressure.
Like, I'm just, if
Looks
you're
like
going
Peyton
to give
Manning
up the
out there.
underneath stuff, dude, like, at least get somebody close enough where you can put a hand up, right, and knock a ball down or something. See, they're going to rush 4 here. Deep shot.
Wow.
Did he catch that?
He caught that.
That's incredible. That
And
kid's
what's wild,
incredible, man.
they've been beating them this bad without us really saying Ryan Williams' name so far.
That's it. But look, you made him take the shot, and your guy's in position to maybe make the play. That may be ball game right there, people. He's so good. Ryan Williams, so good. And he still have no idea what he's doing. Look at that ballerina act.
That's a hell of a play.
That's the difference right there.
I mean,
oh boy, that's a great play by 24.
That's 2 really good plays.
Yeah, that's Malachi Starks and Ryan Williams. That'd be good to put on your freshman highlight film.
Yeah.
Against maybe the best TV in the country. Oh, Saraland High School gets a shout out, baby.
And he should be a senior in high school.
Yeah, he should be a senior in high school. I actually feel better for the kids in high school that they don't have to play against us. And he's an Auburn legacy. Dad went to Auburn.
His dad played at Auburn?
Hey, he made a smart choice. Look what's going on. All right, let's get in the chat while we got this.
All right, let's go to Trevor McMahon. What's up, Trevor? Ryan Williams will win the Heisman at some point in his career. I know it's a quarterback award, but I think he's good enough.
I would believe you, but you said it's a quarterback award. Whatever quarterback at Bama is getting him all those receiving yards is going to win it.
Devonta Smith won it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right, let's go to Ashton W. What's up, Ashton? I've never seen this Georgia defense look this bad from top to bottom. If Malachi Starks can't do it, then we just can't do it.
I mean, it would be different. It's like, remember when Johnny Manziel went to Bama and they had all those crazy plays that he made them one? That's not what happened here. That's really kind of the first fluky thing that's happened. Bama's just been running, doing what they do, peanut butter and jelly, vanilla ice cream, and it's been working because you pushed them around. Yeah, there's Ryan with 5 catches for $102. It's averaging 20 yards. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Against Georgia. All right, let's go.
All right, let's go to Lizzie M. What is up, Lizzie M? Says, right now, if you had to pick straight up neutral site, Bama versus Texas, who you got?
Is Quinn Ewers playing or not? Well,
Quinn
really,
Ewers
to me, it
playing
doesn't
or
matter
not.
because
That's
right
what-
now,
if
after this,
everybody's
I'm
full
going to take
strength-
Alabama against anybody.
I don't know how you wouldn't take Alabama right.
At this point, I'll take Alabama against
I
anybody
don't know
if
how
they're
you
going to
would
play
take.
like this.
All right, here we go. Got cluster up top. Get a motion out of it. Quarterback run. That's actually a really good job by 6. 13 and 6, divvied that out perfectly. Went on the inside, forcing him wide. The other guy not getting beat deep, right? Making the play.
Second to Alabama. We got 3 minutes on the clock. 3 minutes on the
Hey, if you're
clock.
Alabama right here, I like the split zone bluff.
Well, that's what they came into out of that cluster and then motioned out of it, but Jalen Monroe kept it.
Let's see. Got another motion, power read.
Yep,
Power
there's a
read.
speed sweep.
Power read, and he
Speed
kept
sweep
it.
into power.
God,
That's
he
good
can
by
play, boy.
Georgia.
Woo!
All right, that's good
24
by
can
Georgia.
play.
Malachi's a dog.
Hey, you can play. So that's the same play that Jalen Milroe gave the ball to the speed sweep and scored, I believe. That's power read if I've ever seen it. But he's not. You're never supposed to bounce it. Now Jalen's probably gotten away with that before. You're supposed to hit that where you hit the power on the front side. But that 24 is just damn good football player, man. But they're back in cluster. Cluster closed.
Running back, out of
Running back,
backfield.
wheel.
There he is, right now,
There
wheel.
it is. They
Yep.
covered it. They covered it this time. Calling him out. That's a great stop for Georgia. Problem now is, though, it's truly a 3-score game. They make the field goal. Now it's 18. That's a great job of
Good
the defense
drive, though.
answering after the
Good drive by Alabama. You know, talked about not just completely yielding the momentum to Georgia there.
And you ate some clock, too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. The clock is both
Oh,
teams
look,
at it.
Eastern Michigan killed Kent State. Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
All right, here we go. Oh!
Made it. Squeaker.
Oh.
A squeaker.
Uh-oh. Hey, listen. It counts just as much as if it went right down the middle. That's what I used to tell our kicker. I don't care if it barely goes in or it goes in. The best part about it is it went in.
Yeah.
Remember that. Write that down.
Yeah, ass beating.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what they look like.
he's like 13.
That's what they look like. Ohio State stays for wide receiver.
That's
Stays.
absolutely ridiculous. All right, let's go to the mayor. What's up, brother? Says right now Alabama is the best in my opinion. I don't see anybody close. Not in the Big 10, the Big 12. Hell, not on this planet.
They look like the best team in the country tonight. That's for sure. And again, what have they done? Outside of a little bit on the first drive, and every now and then they turned the ball over once, obviously, which, that wasn't an awful turnover, though. And then you got it right back.
Got it right back.
But they played pretty clean, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, guys are protecting the ball. I mean, you had the one again, the throw that the guy kind of dropped. It wasn't an easy catch. But Alabama smashed it in the back of the end zone. Don't even take the chance. Like, I just, if you can kick it out of the back, kick it out of the back, man.
You're Georgia. You need a big play, and you need it now.
Yeah. You field goals are out.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
I say that. A field goal does make it a 2-score game, so you wouldn't be crazy to kick that. But obviously you want touchdowns. That was a great throw.
Yeah, got to push the football down the field now.
All right. You may run it on first down, but outside of that, this ball's got to go through the air. All right, just trips open. They gonna throw that?
Incomplete.
They throw it? Nope. Good play. Good play.
Oh, Penn State, Illinois, 14-7. 5 minutes left to go.
I wonder who has the ball. So if you're Georgia, you got to go back to the well here. Got to get to 3rd and 5. Is it 4-down territory regardless?
Uh,
Probably not. Probably get a screen down the bottom. Trying to get 3rd and 5. Yep. See, he handed it off, but the screen option was there.
All right, so 3rd and 6 now.
So 3rd and 6. I mean, you get close enough, you got to go.
Yeah.
I mean, you get 4th and what, 2, 3?
Well, yeah, or even 5 at this point. I mean,
got to show a little tempo here too. Got to get going. Got to get going. Got to get going. Got to get going. All right. Looks like you're gonna get doubles. Yep. There's your 2x2. Watch smack. Well, now they're motioned out of it. Got him.
Yeah, right over the middle. I like that route, and I
play
think
call.
he was motioning to help
Yeah.
Chip on the edge.
Good play call. All right, here we go. George's got to go. George's got to go. Look at you up top. Where's the safety?
Formation
He's
into
going
the
to
boundary.
sky, buddy.
Rail route by the tight end. You gotta
Bro.
catch that.
Dude, this is
What happened to
What
Oscar
a great
Delp?
play call.
yeah. I mean, that's Urisetch, I think. Delp 7. It's a great call.
Look
It's a
at
wheel
this.
route.
Look at this. It's rail. Oh,
Yeah, that's that.
No, but
You got to
it ain't
make that play. No, it ain't that. It was that. It's a long throw.
they're having their most success when they roll them out.
Yeah. All right, so now you're going 4th quarter. All right, let's get to the chat. 4th quarter, baby.
All right, let's go
Four's
to
up.
Fourth
$5
quarter.
donation from Christian. Thank you, Christian. Everyone's forgetting that Georgia has allowed 3 points since 28-0. They have stopped Bama since then. The offense hasn't helped at all, which is surprising.
Yeah, I think Alabama kind of toned down a little bit what they were doing after that first, drive was stopped by Georgia coming out of halftime. But the defense has responded, and that's what happens when you make adjustments, right?
All right, let's go to the Double K. What's up, man? Says, why is Georgia going so damn slow? You're down 18 points. Hurry up.
That's what David was saying.
Everything's a 2-minute drill now.
Yeah, everything is a 2-minute drill. That's exactly right. And I mean everything.
All right, let's go to Trevor Dodge. What's up, Trevor? He says, this will be the most disappointing loss in Kirby's career. I haven't seen this team that down bad ever.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm trying to think back in my mind as far as losing the national championship on 4 birds, that's a lot different than what we've seen here. This would give me a little bit of concern if I was a Georgia fan, just because, not that Georgia, there weren't other teams out there that could go toe-to-toe with Georgia physically. It's just that Georgia hasn't seen this non-elite from a personnel standpoint in a while, but I think it's just bound to happen at some point. At some point, one year, you're going to have that. It's like that pothole. You love the road. It's how you get to your house, right? But every now and then,
It just
you're
so
going a certain
happens.
way, you hit it.
It just so happens that it happened the first time you play Alabama after
Yeah.
Nick Saban retired.
Timing is everything.
The timing. Oh.
That's a great point.
All right, let's go to Welcome to Heaven. I hope so. Says, boys, if you had to pick a final score right now, what would it be?
Final score. Give me Bama.
40.
Yeah, give me Bama. 40. Give me Georgia. 25.
You think they score again?
I think they score a touchdown and then kick a field goal to make it a 15-point game. What a weird score.
40, 15. I say Georgia stays where they are.
Yeah.
All right, I like it. Let's go to Farmed Mike. He says, is Jalen and Travis right now both have the Heisman in the bag? Does Jalen and Travis right now, basically, are they the leaders for the Heisman?
I think so. I mean, if this holds up, now Jalen's going to have an advantage because even though Colorado, and again, what a great win for Colorado over UCF. I think Alabama's going to have a chance to win bigger, more high-profile games, and winning the SEC, but I think would lock it up.
All right, let's go to Mike. Mike, what's up, dude? Said all this talk we heard about Georgia's offensive line before the season, and they're getting absolutely destroyed. fakes, phonies, and frauds.
Well, they are beat up too. You got your backups in there, but I mean, yeah, people. I know you lost, Maris and some of these other guys, but it's everything. I think you look at the D-line too and say, I mean, Georgia does not look elite on either side of the line of scrimmage, which is wild to say after what we've seen the last couple of years, but it's the truth, man. All right, here we go. Georgia's got 15 minutes. He's got 15 minutes.
For the rest of your lives.
Yeah. If you were playing Auburn, I'd money line bet you right now. Here we go. Come out. Motion it. Basically to doubles.
Look at him set that edge.
Dude,
Man,
I
on
don't know
both
if
sides of the ball
that's
tonight.
I'm going to be honest, I hate that play call.
What?
It didn't work earlier when you did it.
Why are you, what?
I said I hate that play call.
What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're running it on 3rd and 5? Down like 18?
I don't. That's baffling. Let's see. He's going to go the delp again. I mean, that's either that or up top. See if
I'm not throwing it to Oscar Delp. He couldn't catch a cold in Antarctica.
All right, they're rushing
Rod
three.
Got
slant. Really
That's a
good ball.
big-time route, big-time throw, big-time catch. SMU's up 28-16 over Florida State.
Yeah, what a throw
I've never
here.
seen a team get this many.
Look at the second window. Second window on the slant. Great ball.
How many they got? 5?
Who?
Georgia, 4th down conversion.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, golly. He didn't. Dude, check it down, bud.
No, that's a
There
fumble.
you go. This dude. Bro,
This
what
poor
are you
Georgia
doing?
fan
Throw it
out
to the
here.
back.
Stetson,
Surrender
please.
Cobra.
Stetson, you have any eligibility left, please?
Oh,
This guy.
no.
I don't know what's happened to him tonight. Watch the back. Watch the running back. Watch the running back. Throw it to the running back. Dude.
It's over.
It's ugly,
This
boys.
has just been
Ugly.
absolute. It's been a horror show. Now if I'm Kalen, I may take a shot on this first play. Got him. Ooh, it's actually a great play there. Man.
Now you just milk the clock.
So, guys, what's up?
Yeah. So,
What's
what do
up,
y'all want to
guys?
do after?
It's over.
Oh, yeah, it's
This
over.
game's over.
It's over. Ham's going to get the pistol. Get out of it. See here. Taking the time. Taking
Yeah.
the time. Taking the
Tick,
time.
tick, tick.
This is smart. Take your time. Run it. Yeah. Stay in bounds. That again.
Whatever.
You're Bama. Not stressing that.
Hey, look, and the score might say 33-15, but it doesn't feel that close.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Again, how many explosive plays has Georgia had tonight? 2, maybe 3. No,
Not
man.
many.
See if we get a throw here. Get some sit down against the zone coverage. That looked screwed from Jump Street.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to Horton Hears You. He says, I can't believe how good Texas is. I'm not afraid of Alabama with Quinn in the game. I don't think they can touch us.
You don't think Alabama can beat
Yeah.
Texas? They can beat you. They may be your biggest threat. But Texas can beat Alabama still, I think, with Quinn Ewers. That's the caveat.
Yeah.
And Quinn's got to be out there.
Yeah.
So Texas, to me, is more of what Georgia was.
Which now, I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but I think Quinn's going to the first game he can come back is Red River, right?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't play today.
All right, get a good punt. All right, let's go to SDR. What's up, brother? He says, this isn't just another loss. This is ugly.
Yeah.
Georgia doesn't look like a top 15 program.
Sometimes it's not just if you lose, it's how you lose. And I think I want to make sure Alabama gets the credit they deserve after winning this game. But there are some serious questions about Georgia's ability, this team, to be elite. Like just from an ability standpoint, and a capability standpoint. It's not like, well, you know, the plan was bad. We're not putting the players in the best position to win. You did a lot of everything in here. Like I just think, again, and it's the worst thing. I would wish as a Georgia fan, it was just this scheme. Oh, this scheme is bad. That's not the case. I just don't think you're an elite football team, and you're seeing what an elite football team looks like in Alabama.
All right, let's go to $5 donation from the BIM. What's up, guys? He says, hey, who cares about this game? Let's talk about A&M. Is Marcel still your quarterback after this week?
Yes. Yes. I'm starting to lean more toward Blaine, who said after he went out, Connor Wegman would never be back in.
Yeah, you said that from the beginning.
How would you justify putting Connor Wegman back in right now? The kid's gone on the road and beat Florida. It was ugly against Bowling Green, but you won. Then you go up to Arlington and handle your business against Arkansas. Now the kid's undefeated.
And I mean, I really hate it because Connor Wegman dealing with the injury, trying to bounce back from injury. I thought he'd have a big season.
Well, I hope I hope Connor Wegman ends up being okay, but I'm not going to sit here and play you out of pity.
No.
I got to play the guy that's going to give us, it's only fair to the team that I play the guy that's going to give us the best chance to win.
And look, he may do what Haynes King did, transfer out and have a lot of success somewhere else.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Mr. McPherson. What's up, man? He says the Ohio State University should be #1 seed in the rankings. The AP bias for the SEC is crazy.
How do we feel about Ohio State and Alabama?
I feel like Alabama's better.
I think they're better at quarterback.
Like, I don't think people realize.
Let's go.
Let's go. I don't think how people realize how big of a difference maker Jalen Milroe is when it comes to top-tier programs.
Yeah, like, and Will Howard's a dual-threat guy. But he's like a pickup truck with four-wheel drive. He ain't a Lambo.
All right, let's go to the man who hunts. What's up, dude? Says, what is more overrated, Ole Miss or Georgia?
I think Georgia, because we've seen Georgia like be elite before. I mean, this is Ole Miss kind of doing what they've done. So I would say Georgia, but that doesn't mean I'm saying that I think Georgia's worse than Ole Miss or that it's. I just expect when I think about Georgia now under Kirby, it's just at such an elite level. That's why this is so weird to watch. Here's Kirby talking right here. I want to hear this. Yeah. He's talking about picking the pace up. Yeah. All right, it's go time now. Slot fade up top with a wheel behind it.
That's exactly what it was.
Nope. This kid can't hit him, dog. They can't hit him. They can't hit him. I respect him for keep going to the well. You got to. That ball's got to be going down.
Good defense.
I mean, that's tough, dude. They
Great
know
play.
what you're going to do.
Yeah.
It's just a different, this is so hard for Georgia. Now I'm playing coverage, man. It's two-man. Just put two guys over the top of everything. See, that's all you had to do on the play earlier where you fumbled. Just get it out. Just get it out, man. Get it out.
So what's this, 3rd and 3?
Yeah. All right, so you're 3rd and what, 4, 3?
Yeah. Obviously,
3.
everything's 2 down territory. The
Oh,
clock
for sure.
has to be in your mind. Yeah, you have to
1
operate.
for 11 on 3rd down.
That's awful, dude. All right, 3-by-1. Got to work up top. Got to work up top. You got him. Bro, where is he throwing the ball? You're throwing the ball in the double coverage. Look up top. Look at the solo side. He cooked him. He cooked him earlier on 4th down. You can't make up your mind where you're going to go with the ball before the play. That's what I think Carson Beck is doing. It's not fade out of a 3-man side, basically.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm not even a Georgia fan. This is frustrating. They're 111 on 3rd down and 4 and 4 on 4th. And I think they got an offsides penalty or something, or a penalty that converted one. Oh, they're going to keep.
They bailed him out.
God, look at that chain.
That's a flag.
Yeah.
Let's see
Holding
it.
on the defense.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
Keon Sapp.
Is that the Michigan transfer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that.
Keon,
you're not
that's
allowed to
bad,
do that.
man.
That is something you are not allowed.
Hey, Keon's like, I didn't do anything.
What did you say? Sorry.
Keon's like, I didn't do anything.
Yeah, no, it was him. It was Colonel Mustard in the library. All right, 3-by-1. Got
That's
him.
a nice ball.
In the seam.
Well, that's a nice throw right there.
In the seam right there. That's a layered throw. That's
Yeah,
what he
it
was
was on
struggling with
time.
earlier.
On time. Watch this.
Right,
3 and a
on
hitch,
time.
let it go. 1, 2,
Drop out
3,
of it.
hitch, bam, out of his hand. That's what I've grown accustomed to seeing from Carson Beck, but not tonight. There it is again. 1, 2, 3, hitch. Look at that. When he gets the ball out on time, that's when he's at his
what
best.
it is. I mean, football's like life. Passing game's like life. It's all about timing.
Watch this again. 1, 2, 3, hitch.
I mean, that's a throw into the center in basketball and let him go. Just turn around and dunk it. Up in the middle. On time, David.
All right.
Still throw it
All
behind.
right, there you go. When he's on
Touchdown,
time, man,
Georgia.
it's working.
All right. 18-2. Got to go for 2. Now you go for 2. You want to make it a 10-point game. Even if you don't get it, you can still get to 11 with a touchdown, a 2-point, and a field goal. So, you know, if it was to make it if it was a 12-point lead right now, you can get the extra point, right? At least I do. But I know what analytics says. QB sneak, go for it. All right, so you're going tray closed. Back to the boundary.
So this is 12-point lead.
No, back's not to the boundary, I'm sorry. All right, incomplete.
That can't happen.
Incomplete. It's tough. That's just tough. All right, let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to Mr. Mack. What's up, brother? He says, where has this been the entire game? Georgia's now playing like this because they feel pressed. That's on Kirby.
Well, it's obviously at the beginning of the game it was tight, and you know that there was game pressure and Georgia didn't live up to it. Now it's like, all right, well, you know, we got to go so fast you stop thinking.
Yeah.
Right. That's one thing where I was listening to Tom Brady talk about it. I forgot with who he was talking. Was about, man, it's you go 2-minute drill. You almost wish you go 2-minute drill the whole game because it just takes a lot of the thinking out. You're just having to go so fast you don't have time to be like, all right, this and oh God and that. Like, what do you think? As a
That's
former
one
quarterback?
advantage for teams that always go fast, that always go up tempo. Where your 2-minute drill has to be good and efficient because that's the way you naturally are. That's your natural state of being. Where you usually struggle if you're an up tempo team is when you need to do a 4-minute drill and milk the clock at the end of the game. So you're seeing kind of a reverse of that. And I just like Carson Beck. when he's on time, like we just talked about, that's when he's at his best. 1, 2, 3 in a hitch, letting the ball go, not in there having multiple reads, not pump faking, not under pressure. I mean, that's a great drive by him. And now if you're Alabama, you need to respond because now you're under a little bit of pressure.
What, do you run it 3 times? Like, if it's me right now, if I'm Alabama, yes, I obviously want to score, okay? But I'm up 12. They need 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
What?
The
I'm
clock's
trying
more
to eat at your timeouts now.
The clock's more important than points.
For sure. Like, I'm trying to eat at your timeouts you have left. I don't know exactly how many Georgia has left, but if you're Alabama, eating their timeouts ends the game.
Yeah.
Like, because then it makes it where you're going to have to probably get an onside kick. So, we'll see. All right, let's go to the Carpenter. What's up, man? He says, right now, I'm not worried about this game, but I do think the best game of the year is going to be Alabama versus Tennessee.
Oh, in Neyland.
That is going to be a physical fist fight. I am very interested to see Alabama's defense versus Tennessee's offense. That game to me, because you would think, all right, Alabama, Tennessee, probably a track meet. I don't know. I think Tennessee has a top 3, top 4 defense in the country, and if anybody can slow them down, it could be a sloggy game between Alabama and Tennessee, because both the defenses are really good.
Maybe we should be at that one too.
Maybe we should. I don't know. This is working out pretty good.
Yeah.
By the way, as usual, shout out Innisfree Irish Pub for having us,
Innisfree.
man. This has been fantastic. Thanks for everybody in the chat too. Let's get back to this game. We're coming back from commercial break here. You're Georgia. Kick the ball deep here. Do you think about onside?
I kick it deep.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
got to
say?
see how many timeouts.
What do you say,
How many
special
timeouts
teams
we got?
coordinator?
All right. 33 to 21. What did I say? 40 to 25? Yeah, that ain't happening. See, it looks like Georgia's just going to kick it regular kickoff. You still have time if you're Georgia. You got 3 timeouts. So you got to thread the needle. You got to pitch the perfect game now. But I think when you were down 28 to nothing, if I gave you this scenario, you probably would take it.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's too much pride in this Georgia
yeah.
program to not
Did he
fight
wave his
back.
hand or did he just take a knee?
I don't know. That's why I said. That's why I said. Yeah, that's why I was interested. Ashton Jeanty, Boise State. Bro, this guy.
There he goes.
Talk about Heisman.
Yeah.
Talk about Heisman.
That dude's incredible.
Man.
That dude is incredible. 10 to 7. I need more points. All right, Bama, trade motion. 2 tight ends to the other side. They're going to throw it.
Drop back.
Oh,
Not just throw it, but drop back. I don't know, man. I don't know. Now the clock
We'll
stopped.
see.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I'd run the ball, Nick. I'd run the ball. And you saw that guy coming off the edge, too. He almost got there. 2nd 10. Got to be a run. Got to be a run. Got to be a run. A little check with me on the sideline. And adjusted the look. Got a little 3-3. Look here for
2 by 2.
Georgia.
Back to the field.
Better snap it. Yeah. You knew that was
Quarterback
coming.
draw. Okay. 3rd and 6.
And out of bounds. All right, this to me, this is the biggest play of the game. This 3rd down. And what, 6? Something like that?
3rd
You
and
get
6.
a stop here. You have
You
3
get a stop
timeouts
here.
and the 2-minute warning. It's a 2-touchdown game, right? That's why not getting that 2 is huge, because it would have turned into a touchdown field goal game.
Yeah.
Can Jalen Milroe create? Can he create?
Back.
Good play.
He caught that. It's a great
Good
throw.
play. Needed that one.
Yeah, that, man, if you're Georgia.
Now run it. Now run
See
it.
what they brought.
Spy.
Kind of no man's land there a little bit, dog. Interesting. Okay. He caught it.
Run it.
Catch.
Run it.
God, that's just killer if you're Georgia. See, split
There
zone.
it is.
Gave
There
it.
it is. But hey, you're going to take another
you got
40
3
seconds off the
timeouts.
clock.
You take one right now?
What would you do?
Let's see, 8 minutes, 3 timeouts, and a 2-minute timeout. Notice I didn't say warning. I would
don't know
save
if I'd
it
take
till
one.
if they run it and it's 3rd and long, I would take a timeout. I'd take one now. Because you're almost trading that timeout for the 2-minute timeout. Bama's going to run it. I think you got to run it. I love that call. Should have gave it. Now I take the timeout.
Yeah, see, like that almost was turned into a fumble.
Yeah. Now I take the timeout.
I don't think they took one.
Oh, wow, I thought I heard him whistle it. I would take it now. If you're Alabama, I mean, why are we snapping the ball? Boom! Uh-oh. Oh, my
See?
God.
Those are those
I tell
sorts
you
of
what.
mistakes, man.
I am. You snap the ball with 23 seconds on the play clock. And the clock is running.
You just saved them from from taking a timeout.
Now, they are so lucky oh boy didn't step in front of that.
Man.
Dude, pick it.
I'm flabbergasted by that.
See, are they going to go after this? They moved. Bama moved. God, I'm not going after this, though. A roughing ends us. Good false start. God, I don't understand. That 3rd down whole scenario, I can't believe it. Setting up the return. Let's see. 2 returners. Good bounce there. All right.
So there should be 6 minutes and 12 seconds on this clock right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
There should be under 7 minutes.
Yeah. Well
There should be
under.
7 minutes. Interesting. All right, let's get the chat.
All right, let's go to Danny G. He says, for some reason, this game reminds me a lot of TCU Michigan. The comeback may be for real.
Yeah, but Michigan still lost that one.
Yeah, it's at least Georgia's making it interesting.
All right, let's go to a $2 donation from David. Appreciate it, David. Are we thinking about streaming the Bama-Tennessee game?
Hey, appreciate you. Hey, it's great to meet you. Definitely. Hey, you too. Hey, y'all.
What's the question,
A $2 donation from David. Y'all are gonna live stream the Bama-Tennessee game, right?
We're down to do it. We'd love to go to a bar in Knoxville. That'd be fun.
Let us know which bar we should go to in Knoxville.
Let us know which bar we should go to.
All right, let's go to Greg Papman. What's up, Greg? Says, if you're gonna throw the ball, it better be play action. What is Alabama doing?
I have no answer for you.
I don't understand
I
that.
have no answer. I have no answer for that. I don't get it. There's not an explanation you could give me to make it make sense either.
All right, let's go to Donnie G. What's up, Donnie? I've never seen a team panic this much at home. Is this Kalen DeBoer's fallout?
I mean, I don't think it's panic. It's one bad decision. I liked outside of throwing on 1st down. I didn't mind the power read, running power read there, and he should have given it.
Yeah.
But I'm not as upset about throwing the ball on 3rd down as you snapped it when the clock was running with 20 seconds on the play clock. That's the worst part.
Don't get it.
All right, let's go to Jughead. He says, Bama's just being nice and letting Georgia come back. We love Kirby. We don't want to be mean to him.
Yeah, listen, I don't think it works like that. But I tell you, David, let's you're Mike Bobo. First play, This drive, you're down 12, right? He was on time.
Yeah.
Are you
I want to run the play they ran the first play of the game. That little basic route, 12 yards in the middle of the field. Carson Beck had a nice, easy completion. Hey, let's remind him what it was like at the very beginning of this game
sure.
when you completed your first
we're closer
pass.
to 0-0 than the 20-0. You know, and even the 37.
All right, let's go to the Tuck. What's up, man? It says if Georgia comes back and wins this game, Blaine needs to be investigated.
Yeah, I know. Hey, real quick, if it's me, you remember earlier they ran the stalk and go up and down screen?
Yeah.
We didn't do it. I may come out in that double stack look and give that stalk and go instead of that stalk and go. And then they may motion that tight end and then use him to maybe stalk and go.
That's a big fourth quarter play for a lot of teams because you spent 3 quarters setting it up.
Yep, showing it. And that's why you did it. All right, here we go. I can feel the nervousness returning in Innisfree for the Bama fans. All right, David, let's see what we got here.
They're not going to bring this. We're going to back out of this. Yep, backed out.
Uh-oh. Got him.
Now it gets interesting.
Is that a wheel?
Now it gets interesting. Now he's comfortable.
Screaming wheel routes.
Now Carson Beck is getting comfortable.
I can see my wife who's in Alabama. Look at SMU beat that ass.
Look at this. Oh, but he took the inside track. That's what's interesting.
That's not a wheel. What is that, a rim? It's not a wheel,
I
it's a
don't
rim?
know. I've never seen that.
All right. It's bombs over. Boys, it's bombs over Baghdad. He got him.
Wow, now it gets interesting.
Down at the 1.
Now it gets interesting.
Uh-oh. Hey, I hope you didn't turn it off. Told you not to turn it off. That's just a one-on-one. See? And that push you get away with. Dude, this is...
Now Carson Beck feels comfortable.
What's up, brother? Okay. Oh, look. Hey, it's getting weird.
That guy's
What's the
panicking.
timeout?
Don't let him trick you. He's panicking.
He's
That Bama fan who
panicking?
just walked by is panicking.
Is every Alabama fan in here?
Yeah, if you walk by and say, hey, don't panic.
I don't care what
you're
he just says. He's panicking. I can see in his eyes.
Inside,
Will it mean a little more if it gets close at the end and then you win?
Yeah.
Will it mean a little more in Innisfree
Trust
tonight?
me, I'm an Auburn fan. I know how to lie.
No, I watched us lose like this like 2 hours ago.
Let's get in shotgun.
Y'all got to go.
Hey,
Well,
we're on the
Jake,
one.
that's what
Let's get in
separates
shotgun.
the two teams right there. That's an automatic handoff for Carson Beck, whereas Jalen Milroe is going to read that.
Yeah.
If you're just going to hand the football off and you're not going to have Carson Beck read it, why not get under center and just run your off tackle?
That's what we were talking about, and it's obvious. I mean, everybody knows, but Kane Womack had less to stop than Glenn Schumann and Kirby Smart. Like that we're at the 1. I'm not worried about Carson Beck keeping the ball. I could even have calls when I'd have guys come off the edge of a free. I'd have calls against quarterbacks, and we call it scope, where we switch the responsibility of the edge rusher and the linebacker around him, where the edge rusher would actually hit the quarterback.
Yeah.
But like against Carson Beck, I tell the edge rusher, hell, dog. We don't even have to loop the linebacker. We can let the linebacker run Carson Beck down.
What did y'all call that?
Well, we had Rand Hook, which is from the right side, and Liddy Hook, which is from the left side. But I'd put a scope tag on it if I wanted the first guy, that edge rusher, that defensive end, to hit the quarterback, and then let the linebacker take the running back.
Okay, so in Rich Rodriguez's offense, which wasn't really my skill set so much, but I still had to learn it. We were taught to read through that. So you're reading the defensive end, but you're reading through the linebacker to see if he scrapes over the top
and
to
if nobody
replace.
scraped, like it just, because that edge guy's got to take the back.
That's when you get the slant behind on the RPO,
Exactly
but that's
right.
a whole different thing.
Exactly right.
I'm so sick of people getting in shotgun at the 1.
Thank you.
It makes me want to, my bones cringe.
It's not football. It's more like
Let's
soccer.
see this. I mean, oh God, seven got leg wet too. That's tough. It's nasty down there, buddy. All right, if you're Georgia, I got to get something going horizontal. I got to get something, a little sweep motion.
I'm sneaking it 2 times.
Well, Mike Bobo, he'll run the quick pitch into the boundary. I think his son's in the game.
Is that his son?
Yeah. There's the
There's
motion.
something
Give it to him.
horizontal.
Give it to
There's
him.
something
Give it
horizontal.
to him.
You just called
I'm telling
that.
you, don't.
just
I do
called
this.
that.
I do this. I do
It's
this.
called the speed
This
sweep.
ain't a narrative show. We actually know ball.
Oh boy, it gets interesting now. It gets interesting.
Hey, it's
Carson Beck feeling
Hey, hold
comfortable.
on. Hey, check in and show industry right now. Show you can feel the nervousness return. You can see you can feel it down in your plums. All right, let's get to the chat. I want to know. Those people that left early may be logging back in right now.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Zofix. He says, where is this defense in this game? Alabama explosive, but honestly, neither of these teams have a good defense.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that I think Georgia, obviously going at this tempo, it has helped them. It's hard to panic when you're going that fast. Like, and I think it's calmed in a weird way. Going fast has calmed Carson Beck down.
Yeah.
Right? All right, what else?
In a
All right,
really
let's go to
weird way.
Mikael. What's up, man? He says, Blaine, if Georgia wins this game, I swear to God.
Dude.
You bet money line, didn't you?
It would be.
You bet money line, didn't you?
That would be the clip. Blaine literally was like, should I say this? Am I crazy for saying this? He said take Georgia 23.5, which is going to hit, plus 23.5, which is going to hit. And then Georgia money line at plus 540. Son, if you do this one, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll give you,
I looked at this camera when Georgia was down 21-0 and said take Georgia money line. The odds were 5-1. Why wouldn't you? And now, Alabama was up 28-0.
Nothing. So they've been outscored 28 to 5.
So what we have here?
Dude, we got 3 time. But Georgia's got 3 timeouts.
Okay, so they
2-minute timeout.
Hold on. So did they kick the PAT?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's a 5-point lead. It's a 5-point lead. All right, what else we got?
All right, my bad. I can't hear y'all. Let's go to breakaway 34. He says, fellas, this is absolutely wild. If Georgia comes back and wins this game, Kalen DeBoer's cooked.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you. I just wish, if you're not here, first off, make sure you hit that subscribe button, please. Thanks everybody for joining us. The air in here has changed. It has. The vibe has absolutely shifted a little bit. And now, what?
Raised Outdoors says Nick Saban is currently ripping the leather off his recliner in the box seat.
Now, all of a sudden, you're going to look on the sideline, and Nick Saban's going to be there with a headset. He's going to be like, all right.
Rick
Oh, my
Saban.
God, he dropped the ball. Oh, my God, they're falling apart. Oh,
Is that
my
Ryan Williams?
God, David. Hey, look, there's so many surrender Cobras I'm seeing in here right now. Oh, my gosh.
I can honestly say if Georgia wins this football game, it will be something I've never seen in my life.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like this.
I've been to the villages in Timbuktu. I've seen the waves of the Pacific Ocean. I even watched Blaine eat a whole pack of Twizzlers with a blindfold on. But I have never seen this.
It's a run.
All right, there you go.
Oh, dude, this is like.
You got to remember back a couple quarters ago when you were better than them and get back to that.
Dance with the one that brought you. Dude, there's still, 5 minutes to go in this game? Uh-oh. Yeah. Empty. Quarterback run. He doesn't
Drop
see
back.
him.
Drop back.
Did he catch that? Did he? Hold on. He caught that? No, he got smoked when he threw that ball, too. So if you're Georgia, a field goal's still 8. This was a great throw.
Oh, my God, Malachi.
There's been 2 or 3 of these the last couple drives. He keeps bouncing that.
They
Snapping
just
the ball
snapped
with
that with 16 seconds
Why are we
on the
snapping the
clock.
ball with this much time on the
16
clock?
seconds on the clock. I can't believe this.
This clock management. Like, it's one thing that, hey, we're gonna throw it, but all right, so they're going doubles here. You're gonna get something quick down the bottom. He wanted it. There it is. That's a long pass. That's a long throw. Dude,
Alabama's playing like they're losing the game right now.
So 3rd and what, 5? Look at Kirby. Look at Kirby. That visor been through hell. All right, you're going to bounce the back. Oh, Glenn's bringing him. Running from dead. Short. He's short. You got to punt it. You got to punt it.
Have to.
You got to punt it. You got to punt it. You got to punt it. You got to, here's what you do. You line up and you hard count and let the clock run down and then call timeout and punt it. That's an effort by 3. This is insanity, dude. There's no way you don't punt this. Oh my God, they're gonna get a chance. You better be 1.5 yards off the ball if you're Georgia. Did he check? Short. Oh my God! Well, get to the chat. Get to the chat. Oh my God!
All right, all right. Let's go to a $5 donation from TV. What up, man? He says this game is great. No, we'll get to that later. Who gives a shit about Western Colorado? Let's go to Wesley West. What's up? He says this is insane, Blaine. I got money line at plus 950.
Plus 950?
He got money line at plus 950.
Are you kidding me?
Let's go to Christina. She says I got money line at plus 850.
This is.
You started a movement, brother. Where's my wife?
Look, Georgia ain't won nothing
Where's
yet.
my wife? Oh, there she is.
Oh God, where's my wife?
Oh no.
She's probably panicking right now.
Panicking Skywalker in
All right,
Innisfree.
can Carson Beck do it again? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I can't believe what I'm watching. I cannot believe what I am seeing in Innisfree right now. What is happening?
Oh my God!
Will you cut to this wide shot, please?
Where's the Georgia going on? This is insane. 2.
You gotta go 2.
Oh my! Go to the chat. Go to the chat.
All right.
Hey, there's an explosive play for you, Jake. There's an explosive play for you.
All right, let's go to Alex. You heard of a comeback? Have you heard of a comeback? What about a comeback? Georgia in your mouth. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
This is, all right, the 2-point conversion. It's a draw.
Stopped
That's
him.
huge.
All right,
That's
field goal, take the
That's
lead.
huge.
Takes the lead.
What is happening right now?
Dude.
This guy played the worst game I've ever seen him play, and now he comes out and he looks like Peyton Manning. Look at that.
He had to double move him. Bang.
Go.
Bang.
Gone. Got him. Look at that. Look at that. Pump. We called it pump. We called it pump.
And we have no dog in this fight, literally. Look, this game, man, Georgia's defense got to come out and make a stop, though.
Yeah. Oh.
Keon Sabb. Got him.
Blaine, hey, Justine, if this ends up and Georgia wins, we've got to put that clip of Blaine saying that, like, on the internet now. Or somebody in the chat, clip it back when we said it. This was 28-0. Oh, God.
You think I'm crazy,
He's turning into Blaine Patina.
You think I'm crazy, don't you? There's a rhyme to all this.
We picked a hell of a game to live stream.
I'll tell you what,
I think we got to do this again.
I'll tell you what, I can't believe what I'm
You
watching
better not have
right
cashed out either.
Yeah.
If I find out you cashed out, I'm going to find you.
Yeah.
Did you take them?
I'm going to find you.
All right, let's give the chat quickly.
All right, let's go to the Briar Patch. He said, I should have bet Georgia when they were down. Damn it. All right, let's go to A-Man50. He says, come back, baby. Come back. He's back to a first rounder, in my opinion.
Bro. Yeah, look, hey, who wanted to take Carson Beck out the game?
Yeah, that's how bad it was.
This is it. You want to talk about a Heisman moment? Let's see, though. It's Jalen's turn.
Ryan Williams, look at this. You said a shootout. You said a shootout. You said a shootout. What is going on in this thing right now? What is happening in this thing right now? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
What is going on? What is going on?
Welcome to the SEC. Bro, that spin was so cold. That spin was so cold. That spin was so cold. Oh, look at dude. This is a freaking showdown. It's a showdown. Golly. I'm going to lose my voice.
What is going on?
I'm going to lose my voice, dog.
Got him.
Got him.
Wow, bro. How can you not be romantic about college football?
Hey, that's what I was asking you. Does it mean more? You saw that. Look at this energy now. Does it mean more that the other team came back and you had to defend it a little bit?
Hey, if you're Georgia, you go down and score, your ass is going for two.
Oh, I'm going for two.
Your ass is going
I'm
for
going
two.
for two.
You should be in this football game.
So what are you doing right now? You just got him on the double move, the pump and go. You got Keon Sabb. Are you just? Is it just a shot fest now, or are you going to try and use the 2 minutes you have?
I'm giving you a different double. That's the difference.
Ryan Williams is 14 years old.
That's the difference in cats that go to Bama, man. Like, you know they're going to make a play. And I hate to, I didn't want to bring Auburn into it, but that's the difference. Cold-blooded, ain't afraid. Peyton Thorne, choke artist. What a
Hey, y'all remember when Alabama and Georgia had defenses?
Dude,
Y'all remember those days?
This is nuts.
6 receptions, 177, 30-yard average.
Hey, look, it's the old dude's turn, and he's cooking right now. Carson Beck is cooking.
Where's my wife?
Golly, where's my wife? Reed, you all right?
I can't believe this.
I know.
I cannot believe what's happening right now.
All right, let's see. Bear caught it. All right, you got 3 timeouts. Aaron, are you going for 2 if you score here? Yeah, you got to. You got to. This is nuts, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, just remember this, okay?
All right.
Georgia we're at 2:18 on the clock. All right, Georgia still has 3 timeouts. So if they don't get it, Alabama will have to get a first down to beat them.
Yes. Well, it just depends on how they don't get it, I guess. This is Ryan Williams, cold.
If you're Georgia, you have plenty of time.
Yeah. Cover 1.
Got him on the
1.
out. See, like that's
ball.
wild.
Man.
That's bad by both.
I know, but catch the damn ball.
I don't know how you dropped that one.
11
Plenty of
dropped
time.
that. He dropped the deep ball.
right. I'm gonna lose my voice.
Me too.
This is incredible. All right, here we go. 3 by 1. You got to work up top.
I think they're
You're
committed to
damn
cover
right. I would have
one.
caught that.
Here he goes.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Don't slide
That's the
early.
thing.
You're soft ass.
That's soft as hell. How are you short?
Hey, Alabama has committed themselves to man coverage, single high, cover one here. You're going to see Carson Beck be able to escape the pocket like that against man coverage.
Yeah, but how do you fall short of the first down? If I'm Kirby, you don't.
You can't tell him now. You can't tell him right now. But in the film room, if we don't win this game, I'm replaying this play over.
Let's go to the chat real quick.
Again, all right, let's go to Raised Outdoors. So there's plenty of time for Georgia to come down here and score. If anything, you don't want to score with too much time left on the clock.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, obviously, Alabama only needed about 9 seconds last time. Again, if I'm Georgia, I just got to score. Like, I don't care if there's a minute left, if there's one. Now, if you get down in a situation, you're at the 10-yard line, right? And you know it's first and goal. It's 4 plays of, all right, well, we don't have to hurry. You know, I don't want to, but God, you go ahead.
All right, let's go to Brandon Stuckey. He says, guys, this game is insane. I just want Jake to know that I'm his biggest fan. I've been following him since the J-Boy show.
Oh, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Plenty more to come.
All right, let's go to Brad. He says, this game is drunk and it's hilarious. I love it. No defenses on either side.
You know, we always say, I love defense. But there's a reason why we say offense sells tickets.
Yeah.
That's a pretty thrilling stuff back to back.
Let's go to Logan. What's up, Logan? Just came in on this. What's going on?
Buddy. Everything.
Buddy.
What's not going on? And we're not done yet. We got 2 minutes. It's third, what, 2? You run it here. 3 timeouts. Get the
Yeah. Hey, you got 2 tries at it. You got 2 cracks at it, right?
Oh, no. Let's go to Bailey Ashley. What's up, Bailey? Says, I left the game after the first possession of the third quarter.
No.
Did I mess up?
Are you at Ennis? I hope
Come
you're
to
at
Innisfree.
If you didn't come to Innisfree,
You're in
then
the
you
chat,
messed
so
up.
you're not messing up too badly.
All right, let's go to Joseph Fultz. What's up? He says, this game is crazy. The only guy who can fix it is John Gruden. I tell you what, man.
I tell you what. He loves crazy games, man. I tell you what, man.
Let's go to Rayleigh Allen. What's up, Rayleigh? Does Bama still get the #1 if they win after the second half performance?
Yeah,
Well,
no. I can't on one hand say you should be #1 because you dominated. And that's the reason I put you out of Texas. But then you don't
you should be #1 because you survived.
Yeah, you be #2.
I just can't believe what we've seen on the comeback from Georgia. That's what's really the crazy.
Dude, David, it was 30-7.
It looked as bad as it could possibly be.
But like the way Georgia's come back, it hasn't been like, it doesn't feel like a dominating performance. I mean, guys, I mean, there's really, what they're doing is just throwing the ball up in one-on-one coverage.
How about those final scores that we predicted in the third?
Yeah. Can I change mine?
I want to change mine.
All right, let's go to Logo. Logo, what's up? He says, Caleb Downs, please come back.
Oh, dude, look. All right, we're back. 3rd and 2. I run it here. Good Lord. Beck's got 405, David.
He couldn't complete a pass in the first half.
Yeah. 405. I'm surprised I put Jalen out there to play defense. Hey, well, yeah.
Wait, so it went down to the 2-minute.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
We got 2-minute timeout.
Okay.
Run the ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That could have, hey, I'm telling you right now,
If he goes untouched,
that could have hit really big. So now, look, again, you got 1:51. Clock's going to stop after our first down because it's under 2 minutes at the end of the game. How about Vincent and then beat Troy?
Let's go.
I
Let's
hear
go,
you,
Brian.
Vincent, the Warhawks. Anyways. All right, you got to watch up top. Watch number 2 on the ball.
We're at 5.
There he is. You got him. Did he catch that?
He got away with such a bad offensive pass interference.
Offensive?
No, he didn't catch that, though.
Blatant offensive, blatant.
All right, 2nd and 10. What do you like here, David?
Man, that's a good question. I still like attacking the interior of this defense.
What about wheel to the boundary here?
Oh, yeah, I like that too. Or maybe post wheel sail. Add the out route to it.
I'm running a dig. I'm running an over with the under, and I'm pitching it to the under. I'm going to throw it to the over.
Like the Lions did the other day to Gibbs. Yeah.
Oh!
Out route into the boundary.
That wasn't late. I don't think that was late. So now, I mean, it's 3rd and 3. I'm running it again. I may be running this twice.
Yeah.
All right, so you got, I'm trying to remember what they got in last. Were they in 11 last time when they ran it on 3rd and 2? Let's see if they go heavy here. God, you talk about being a defensive coordinator in this game. Golly, talk about going from one extreme to the other if you're Kane Womack.
Yeah, and with the 3 timeouts, anything's at your disposal. Look, Alabama's going to live in this man coverage. Oh. Flag, no flag, no flag, no flag.
I hate that play call.
I don't see a flag.
All right, remember.
3 timeouts.
3 timeouts.
Yep. They're going to throw. There's no way they're going to run it on 4th and 2. So you run it on 3rd and 2.
4 for 4 on 4th down.
Is he going to just throw this thing up? No, hard count him. Hard count him. Yep. Now he's going to check. What do you like? Blaine, what games do you like here between the 2 inside receivers? Are you working to that high side? You got to win to the high side.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to work to the wide. I watch the running back. Watch the running back.
Got it. Wow, what a throw. They go back. That's what they want.
That's what I was saying.
They go back
Attack the middle of the field.
Every single time. Dylan,
plenty of time. Hey, we have 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. A minute 15.
Great route, great ball. Yep. He set several of those slants now in the 2nd half.
Dude, you have an eternity. Who is that? All right, let's get to the chat.
All right, let's go to. Sure, I don't miss anybody. I don't want to miss anybody. All right, let's go to Danny Barry. What's up, dog? Says Bama got too cocky starting right before halftime and spent too much time playing with their food in the 2nd half. Might bite them in the ass in the long run.
Well, the thing is they came out and got a stop, but dominating stop on defense. And then Georgia was able to obviously answer. So I think a lot of this, I think it happened so fast, but Alabama was giving the ball back to Georgia quickly.
Yeah.
Like a lot of time wasn't going off the clock.
If Georgia ends up winning this game, I think the 2nd half is going to be absolutely studied by a lot of teams. I'm going to study it myself.
Sure.
I don't think Alabama got cocky. I don't understand what was going on several possessions ago, though, when Alabama was acting like they were already down, snapping the ball with 23 seconds left and drop back pass. I don't understand that at all.
God, the more I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I go for 2.
I'm going for 2.
You got all the momentum. You've been the better team in the 2nd half. Why not take this thing though? I mean, a field goal beats you anyway.
Kirby's going to go for 2.
I don't know. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, Georgia. Ball's at the 36. I get like sliding and
no
stuff.
No timeout. Oh, they did take a timeout.
That's.
All right, so that's their first timeout.
Yeah. I mean, I'm at least diving forward, trying to get a couple extra yards, but maybe that's just me.
All right, let's go to Joey Haffman. What's up, Joey? Here's my prediction. Alabama intercepts the ball in the end zone to finish your game. There's your defense from Alabama.
Might happen.
I would not be shocked if that happened. If I'm Georgia right here, and it's 2nd and 8, guys, let's remember, you got 2 timeouts. I don't hate a run play.
No.
I don't hate one. Nobody's thinking you're going to do it.
Where are they on the 25?
You got to see how Alabama lines up, but giving an option to
what yard line are they on?
About the 35.
35.
Somewhere around there.
If you do run it, I'd run it into the boundary so you can get out of bounds.
Yeah. But with 2 timeouts, are you more worried about the clock or just the yards?
The yards, really.
He's going to give him another chance. They're going to throw it.
Underthrew him. Gave him a back shoulder chance.
Kirby. Let me
Look
see
at that
again.
visor.
That underthrow, man, that's tough on a DB. He had him. You don't call that?
Dog, that's pass interference. How is that not pass interference?
And again, no dog in this fight. There's been a lot of missed pass interference calls today. See if he backs out of it. Got him. You got him.
Did they jump?
Yep. He got out. Who's offsides? You got to decline that. You're declining that. Yeah, you're declining that. All right, David. Holy shit.
We got more than we bargained for
Dude, we
today,
did.
boys.
We got way more than what we bargained for, especially after the 28-0. Thank God for Alabama, they got up 28-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're offsides. So they're at the what, Blaine? The 20?
Picking the end
He
zone.
called it.
Picking the end zone. Picking the end zone. He called it.
That's
He
ball
called
game.
it.
Wow.
He called the pick in the end
That's
zone.
shocking. Oh my gosh. What a game.
Who called it?
Danny?
I think it was Joey Hackman.
Dude, you nailed it. Wow. Wow. What a game. Oh my gosh.
I mean, 8, that's terrible.
I mean, 8, you got to give us more. You got to give Georgia more than that.
Here they go.
What a catch. What a catch. Thanks. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Wow,
It's about
man.
to be wild in here, fellas.
Oh gosh.
It's about to be wild in here.
Wow. If you're a Georgia fan, that you talk about a roller coaster of emotions. That ball
2
game.
timeouts. That's game.
Georgia came back to take the lead in this football game, though. Can you believe that?
No.
That alone.
No, I can't believe that.
It wasn't just 28-0. Alabama was better than them in every facet of the game, and we were having a conversation on if Carson Beck should be pulled out of the game. They came back to take the lead. No, they didn't win the football game, but you got to be proud if you're a Georgia fan for even coming back and fighting.
Yeah, and look, I know Georgia fans, there's no moral victories, whatever, but I want to make this point. If it comes down to being on the bubble in the college football playoff, the way that loss looks now compared to the way it looked for the first 2.5 quarters is going to sit very different in the minds of the committee that's making this decision. If it were to come down to a, 9-3 Georgia team for some reason and another 9-3 team somewhere else, or a 10-2 team, they're going to get Georgia in at 10-2 either way. But the optics of that look a lot better right now than what they did before.
That's such an important point because it's not about a moral victory in a loss. It's about, 56-7 is a whole lot different in the minds of the committee when you're trying to get that 5th, 6th, 7th spot in the college football playoff.
I think Ryan Williams, we had known about Ryan Williams, obviously, but he announced himself to the world tonight with the biggest play by a wide receiver, I think, of the whole season outside of, and I say this in all seriousness, that the guy catching the Hail Mary.
And big on Carson Beck not quitting, man. He didn't quit in the game.
No.
No.
All right. You want to get to what do we want to do, guys? We're
just kind of recapping it, right?
Yeah, it's got to the recap right now. There's some other games going on. Arizona, it's up 10-3 over Utah. That was it. You can hear it here. It's going to be a fun night for Alabama fans, and man, my voice is going to be gone in about 20 minutes.
I can't even talk, yeah.
I can
Blaine,
barely even talk.
what are your recap thoughts on the game?
What's up?
Quick recap on the game. What are your thoughts?
I think Georgia saved a little face making them this close. They needed to. I just don't understand off a bye week how you can come out and look that bad if you're Georgia. But I will say this. First of all, I'll give all the credit to Alabama in this football game. They deserve this win, and that's what they did at the end of the day. But we talked about Georgia and explosive plays. We saw that when it really needed it, and that's going to help them in the long run. But right now, what a huge win for that guy right there in Kalen DeBoer. All the doubters, all the names saying you're coming after Nick Saban, and he proved it with a good win against a very good football team. In my opinion, Alabama should be ranked #1 in the nation, and Jalen Milroe should be leading the Heisman.
Here's what I will say, and I'm going to turn what I think some people are going to view as a negative into a positive. It's one type of toughness to be able to come out and dominate and win a game in a blowout. It's a totally different type of mental toughness to be dominating someone in a game of this magnitude, in a moment like this, and give that lead up in historic fashion, but find a way to not only answer, but answer right back in a huge play. So I think you found out a lot about the character of not only Georgia for coming back, but Alabama under this new regime of being able to come back when Georgia was shocking the world, and everybody from Innisfree to Tennessee to Turks and Caicos sipping Hennessy.
No one in the world is surprised the final score was 41-34. No one would even be surprised if Alabama sort of took a big lead for a while and then the game ended up being close. What I was surprised by was Alabama was better than Georgia in every single facet of the game, and Georgia had no answer on either side of the football, and then in the second half comes out and played the way they did. That guy, Jalen Milroe, played a perfect game for 2 quarters, a quarter and a half. We looked up, he was 11 for 11 at one point. Georgia was making him take the intermediate pass, which we said they should do, and he was completing all of them. I think that he will be the leader right now for the Heisman Trophy, him and Travis Hunter. Whether Alabama moves to #1 or whether the Buckeyes move to #1, it's not going to matter because we have plenty of season left. But this has just been incredible being here in Tuscaloosa.
Thanks to Innisfree again, our whole production team. I want to make another note quickly, Blaine. I want to get to the rest of the donos. I don't know if we have enough time, but if you're Tennessee right now, what are you thinking? On one hand, you're like, God, Georgia looked awful for a while, but then stormed back and made this comeback and may have found some newfound confidence after losing in the first half. You're looking at Alabama and you're like, God, they look like Hercules in the first half. But they're gettable on defense. So if I'm a Tennessee fan, I think this type of outcome was almost perfect. Because you know the teams are good, but you see the faults, and that was when did Georgia start scoring, David? When they started going what?
Faster, and that's the first time that I saw Carson Beck look comfortable in this game, and Alabama decided they were just going to live in man coverage. They said, we'll live in man coverage, and Carson Beck said, oh yeah, I do remember how to go 3 and hitch and let the ball go on time. That's when he was the most dangerous. As for your question about Tennessee, there's a saying, losers focus on winners, winners focus on winning. If I'm Tennessee right now, and you're as good as everybody thinks you are, you're as confident as everybody thinks you are, I don't think you change anything with your mindset based off what you saw. Say, hey, we're the best team in the SEC. We're going to have to go to Georgia. I think we can win. We're going to host Alabama. I think we can win. And let's just beat them when the time comes.
Yeah. All right, Blaine.
All right, let's do this. We're going to roll through these donations real quick. I want everyone in for a second. You probably just watched the game of the year.
Probably.
Like, I don't know how it lives up to the hype any better than that. I really don't.
And then October 12th's coming like a freight train.
Yeah. All right, let's get to these. We're going to start it off with a $10 donation from Cuse. Appreciate it, Cuse. Gentlemen, I hope you enjoy your time out there today. I'll be catching up on the game in live stream after I get out of work tonight. See y'all at the Booster Club tailgate in Nashville next Saturday. Let's go to... Roddy read that. Let's go to...
You got this.
Let's go to Nick C with the $5 donation. Appreciate it, Nick. It's Blaine's perfect song, Thought You Should Know by Morgan Wallen. That's pretty good. $10 donation from Oliver. Appreciate it, Oliver. Colorado playing like the team they're supposed to be. Yeah, I agree. They look good. $8 donation from Finley. Hey, Jake, tomorrow morning, Vegemite and honey on toast. You'll need it. Thank you.
Oh, gosh. It's, I need the Z-Biotics, too.
Hey, that's Colorado's most impressive win, though.
Without
right?
a doubt. To me, and again, nobody's saying UCF is some Goliath up front. I don't think Colorado's going to win the Big 12. But to me, that is the most credibility-building win that they've had.
Yes.
I'm happy for them. I don't hate Colorado.
I don't either.
I don't like some of the way they go about things, but they're unbelievably entertaining to watch. And overall, I think they're good for college football.
All right, let's go to, you were worried. Let's go to a $2 donation from I Hate Your Couch, Fire Kirby. He's bad, but we'll take him in Seattle. Yeah. Let's go to a $5 donation from Jeffrey Gosnell. Appreciate it, brother. He says, my Bulldogs played like crap today, but I'll take the second half. We figured it out later in the season. We'll take care of Auburn next week.
Oh, yeah. Just please beat us to death.
The Slump Buster?
The Slump Buster. It's a couple, you know what? I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that.
Let's go to a $5 donation from Timmy. Appreciate it. Says, yes, I'm in denial, guys. Let me enjoy the fact that we played better versus Bama than Georgia. On Wisconsin to already on basketball season.
Yeah, I'm sure y'all got some 6'9" white guys that are in like the 1% of shooters.
Let's go to a $5 donation from JM. He said, aloha, gents. Auburn lost. 0 out on Bet Online Balance. Have a drink for me. I will regroup next week. War Damn Eagle no matter what.
Hey, come back,
Let's
buddy.
go.
Regroup.
Maui Invitational.
Yeah.
$5 donation from David's favorite Badger. Tough loss for us, Jake and Blaine. Wisconsin blew it. Would ask Davis for sympathy too, but the dude's a sociopath, and he laughs at the pain of Badger.
Your name's Humping Badger, and I'm the sociopath?
Yeah.
How about USC's comeback, though?
Let's go to Mr. M. What's up, dude? $5 donation. Shout out to my Trojans. They shut out Wisconsin in the second half. They scored 28 unanswered to win.
Yeah.
Miller Moss has that it factor.
Miller Moss got that sauce.
Good, boy.
Let's go to a $2 donation from the Texan. Says, hindsight says, you played your best game, but Bama was just better at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Let's go to a $5 donation from La Flama Blanca. Is Tennessee better than both these teams, or are they better on both sides of the ball?
I can't wait to see the matchup. I think Tennessee's defense is better than both these defenses. I think we can really start saying that. And Texas is up there too. Kentucky's starting to get up there too. I think Tennessee may have the best defense in the SEC.
Well, Jalen Milroe's going to play that good, not just with his legs, but if he's going to be completing passes that efficiently in the intermediate game, Alabama's going to be a problem for every single person they play, especially on offense.
Let's go to a $5 donation from Stairways to Heaven. He says, apparently Mel Kiper brainwashed these teams that are not playing two high safeties.
Yeah. Like, guys, Mel said no more two high safeties. Wait till he hears about cover 3.
$5 donation from Trev. He says, Blaine, what was your favorite memory at Western Colorado? And does A&M beat Mizzou next week? Man, I'll probably just say playing with the guys. You know, the relationships I built there, that's forever. And I think A&M has a good chance to beat Missouri next week. That's going to be a hell of a football game that no one's really talking about yet. All right, let's go to a $5 donation from Coles. Appreciate it. As a Vols fan, this is exactly what I want to see. Both teams have looked very vulnerable during the game, especially on defense.
That's why I said what I said.
All right, let's go to the man with the plan with the $10 donation. He said, hey, guys, I just found your channel. Love your stuff. You definitely have my subscription. Florida fan here. We're ass.
Hey, there's plenty of room on the we're ass wagon.
There's a bright future there, though.
Auburn's taking up half of it.
All right, guys, really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, thank you, guys. David, parting thoughts.
All right, so I want to say a few things here. One, thank you so much to Innisfree for hooking us up and allowing us to do that and hosting us. Thank you to everybody in Tuscaloosa. This has been an incredible trip. The energy was great from the moment we got here yesterday, and we saw a heck of a ball game. Again, prayers to everyone in South Georgia right now, anyone affected by this storm that's come through. I know it's been complete devastation. We're praying from y'all, and man, what a ball game.
I think the game said it all. We're gonna cut some of this stuff for the recap tomorrow. It's God, what time is it? 10:43, and it looks like it's just getting started around here. So everybody be safe. Thank you guys for joining us. Everybody in the chat, man, that was awesome. We'd love to do this again at another bar for a big game. I think it's gonna work.
Yeah. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, crew, great job, man.
Yeah, great job, crew.
Great, Justine, great job, Mike,
Justine,
great job, everybody.
Michael, Lee, thank you, everybody.
And
happy
our beautiful
birthday,
wives.
Darby Lou.
Yes, happy birthday,
Darbs.
Roll Tide.
All right, we appreciate you guys. And like the chances of Peyton Thorne making anybody happy ever when it comes to football. We're going. Gone.